Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, New Student. Beep 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 beep. A long groan could be heard throughout the Kurosaki home from a certain orange-haired boy, on a bright Monday morning. Stupid clock. A bright ray of sunlight just peeked through a slit in Ichigo's green curtain straight into his left eye. Stupid sun. Giving a loud the now grumpy teen covered the tired eye with his right arm, and the other arm grabbed the beeping alarm clock and chucked it at the opposite wall of his bed. WUMP. Beep BEE. Were the last words of his poor alarm clock. Ichi is awake, said Ichigo's little sister, Karen, with a smirk, while walking into their small kitchen for breakfast. She wasn't much of a morning person, but at least she could get up in the morning without killing her alarm clock. Yawn. She was still in her pajamas, and her black hair was a mess, bedhead. Oh. So that's what that noise was. I thought someone was at the door, replied Karen's twin sister, Yuzu, with a spoon to her mouth. Yuzu was always the first one to awake in the morning to make everyone their breakfast. After their mother died 5 years ago, she would take over all the responsibilities of the home, including making meals, cleaning the house, doing the laundry, and sometimes be a nurse to their family's small clinic. She was also the complete opposite of Karen, even though they were twins. Yuzu had light, pale, brown hair and a sweet, willing attitude. While Karen was lazy and had more of an attitude to her older brother, Ichigo. That's the third clock he has been through this week, and it's only Monday, Karen said with a chuckle, as she sat down on a stool at their counter. I wonder how big that crack in his wall is now. She thought. What? How many of these does he go through? No wonder my bill is going up. I don't know why I even buy them for him, yelled their perverted father, Ishin, who popped out of nowhere. He's such childish adult, with too much energy for his own good. It's hard to believe people would let him examine them. Ishin being the doctor of the clinic, that's probably where he got his perverted side, sighed an annoyed Karen, with a piece of toast in her mouth. Zip it, old man. Ichi doesn't like waking up on bright mornings, Karen growled, as she wandered into the living, their kitchen is attached to, and flipped on the TV for the morning news. But it's not my fault he doesn't do well in daylight, whined Ishin as he sobbed in front of his wife, Masaki, poster. The twins both sweat dropped. Yes it is, they both thought in unison. None of us do well in the day. Yawn, it makes me drowsy, Karen said, stressing the word, us, with a fang sticking out as she yawned. Most of the curtains in the house part of the clinic were shut, eliminating the light in the rooms, except the kitchen, where Yuzu was busy making scrambled eggs. Well, what do you expect from a family of vampires? Yuzu chirped from the kitchen, still busily stirring the eggs in the pan. Yuzu was glad Karen and her were only half vampire, or she would have a lot of trouble waking in the morning, which is considered the time when vampires should be sleeping. Ishin and Ichigo, on the other hand, were full-blooded vampires, so they have more trouble trying to live through the long, bright hours of the day. Well. Ichigo was almost full-blooded, that is, what Dad said. Yuzu shrugged at the thought. The other twin just repaid to her with a small grunt. Karen never really liked the fact that she was a vampire. She didn't have many friends, mostly because people thought she was weird. Okay, sure, so I'm not human. But I look like one, besides the fact my ears being pointier than usual, and my fangs would hang out when I opened my mouth too much. Karen just sighed. Yuzu glanced over at the clock on their pale yellow-colored walls, to only give a rather loud yelp. Oh my! It's that time already. And Ichi isn't even. Before she could finish what she was saying, Ishin quickly started to jog up the stair, fast recover from a moment ago, and yelled that he would get his son up. You're just going to get hurt if you do that, Karen yelled after him. Ichigo gave an irritated groan when he heard his father's footsteps on the stairs coming up to his room. He knew what was coming. Stupid father, rolling over, so he was lying on his stomach, and then burying his orange head under a pillow. he prayed it wouldn't last long. His door crashed open, followed by his name being hollered loud enough so the whole world could hear it. Ichigo! Time to get up, and off to school or you'll be late. Ishin yelled as he jumped on Ichigo's dark blue covers. He yanked open the curtains, that happened to be next to Ichigo's bed, and slid the window open to let a breeze in. Ichigo let out a small scream when his room filled with sunlight, and a chilly breeze, as he dug further into his covers. He tried his best to hide from the painful atmosphere that was now filling every dark corner of his once peaceful room. Come on my son, you're wasting precious time when you could be getting a beautiful girlfriend. It's the season of love you know. Ishin said as he jumped up and down on Ichigo's bed, causing the blankets to slide off. It's always the season of love for you, Ichigo's mind hissed. The almost full-blooded vampire could feel veins popping on his head. He reached his limit, his father was so dead now. In one quick motion, Ichigo rolled over, and tripped his father, causing him to fall out of the now opened window. You're so mean Ichigo, said the now falling man, from a 2-story house. Serves you right for annoying me, you old hag. Ichigo yelled at his father's fleeting form. He put on an evil smile when he heard a nice thud outside his window. Ichigo swung his feet around over his bedside, putting his head into his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. My son, what is your problem? I buy you clocks for a reason. They're not to be used as stress relievers by making cracks in your walls. Ishin said, once again appearing out of nowhere, while pointing at the many cracks and dents in Ichigo's wall. How the heck did he get back up here so fast? Ichigo thought in amazement. Modern art, Dad, modern art, Ichigo smirked as he stood up, observing the remains of his alarm clock, that was now in many pieces. Now get out. I have to change. I'm late for school, said the scowling teen as he kicked his father once again, out the door. Poor Ichigo. Had to run the whole way to his school, but made it just in time before the gate closed to Karakura High School. Still running, the late teen hopped up the stairs, 2 at a time, to the 2nd level of his school. Ichigo then sprinted down the hall to his 10th grade class, with Mrs. Misato Oki, as his homeroom teacher. Stupid teacher is going to kill me if I'm late, Ichigo groaned, as his scowl deepened at the thought of his head being beaten by her evil attendances book. He heard once, that a kid that was late was hit so hard that he was knocked out cold for the whole first hour. Not that I really believe that. Sliding open the door to the classroom, the out-of-breath vampire tried to calm down seeing that the teacher was still not there. No beating today, as he took his usual seat in the 2nd row from the left, 2nd seat from the back. Slouching in his chair a bit, Ichigo looked up to see Ishida Yuryu, at his desk busily sewing up a hole in Ogawa Michiru, stuffed animal. Stupid Quincy. Ishida was the smartest kid in the class, who had the habit of pushing up his glasses every minute, which drove Ichigo crazy. Ichigo wasn't very close to him, but they were friends, even though Ishida was very good at getting up his skin with his smart mouth. Snorting a little at the annoying thought as Ishida turned toward the orange head and gave a nod, his way of saying, hello. Sato Yasutora or Chad, nickname he received from Ichigo, who was next to Ishida, gave a nod too, which Ichigo returned. Chad was a gentle giant, that didn't say much, at all. He on the other hand, was a good friend of Ichigo's. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun, said an excited orange-haired girl, Inoue Oriheim, who was walking past Ichigo's desk. Arisawa Tatsuki who was walking with Inoue, gave a wave to him. Inoue and Arisawa were best friends, who did everything together. Inoue was girl who always had a smile on, and would giggle about everything. She also was very beautiful with long, flowing hair, plus a nice body, which Ichigo wouldn't deny. Tatsuki was more of the tomboy type person. Having black hair and being more laid back like his little sister, Karen. She was also a good friend of Ichigo's because they grew up together. Plus both took the same karate class when they were kids. Tatsuki now takes karate club in the high school, and practices her moves on guys who take advantage of Inoue. She's way too protective. Ichigo laughed mentally, remembering the last time when Tatsuki gave Kigo a black eye for asking Inoue out on a date. "Morning Tatsuki, Inoue-san," Ichigo replied, as he leaned back from his desk. He ran a hand through his orange spiky hair, bad habit he did when frustrated. "Stupid teacher is really late today." Ichigo looked up at the clock above the chalkboard. "Speaking of stupid people, where is that annoying pervert Ku?" "Ichigo," yelled the second most perverted person from Ichigo's father, Asano Kigo. "Kigo is well. Stupid," Ichigo's consensus blurted. "Make that a annoying, stupid pervert." The teen found himself smiling at this, as he agreed with himself very much so. But the rare smile quickly ended and was returned with a scowl, when Kigo attempted to give Ichigo his usual bear hug, every morning. Lucky for the orange head, Kojima Mizuiro walked into the scene, stepping right on Kigo's head, to say his good mornings to everyone. Mizuiro was kinda like Kigo, who liked to go out on dates, with older women, but was not a pervert. Moreover, the dark blue-black-haired teen, Mizuiro, kept the brown-haired loser, Kigo, under control. "Good morning everyone," Mizuiro said in a calm tone, while flipping open his cell phone, as he always did to talk to his older girlfriend. Everyone replied with a "morning," and or a nod. "You really shouldn't lay on the floor like that, Asano-san. People may mistake you as a rug," said the teen, still looking at his cell phone. "Quit the formal talk, Mizuiro." Kigo replied with tears streaming down his face, with Mizuiro's foot still on his head. Ichigo just gave a sweat drop as he faced forward to see the teacher finally enter the room. "Silences, and take your seats everyone," Mrs. Misato said, walking over to her desk, and setting down her evil attendance book on it. "Now class, I have a surprise for you on this bright and happy Monday morning," cheered Mrs. Misato. Groans and mms could be heard throughout the room. Surprises always mean pop quizzes. This was Ichigo's K to start his daily nap in the mornings. "What's with all the groans? You should be happy that we have a new transfer student, all the way from America too," barked the teacher, swinging her evil attendance book over her shoulder. Noises quickly ceased and attention was directed back to the front of the room. Nobody wanted to be a victim of her wrath. Ichigo's raised an eyebrow at the word transfer student. They haven't had a new student in the class since, forever. But Ichigo, being the stubborn person he was, decided not to let this student ruin his morning nap. Putting his orange head on his desk again and wrapping his arms around it to block out the waves of whispers going through the room. Stupid transfer student, trying to squeeze his eyes shut more. "Please come in, Miss Kuchiki, and introduce yourself," the teacher said as she turned toward the now sliding opening door. Everyone's gaze fell upon the entering figure, except for one student who was trying desperately to sleep. Ichigo heard the door slide open and shut, followed by lots of grasping, mostly from guys, Ichigo noted, and whispering from the girls. He couldn't take it much longer, his curiosity was getting the best of him. "One peek won't hurt, I need to know what the student looks like, right?" Lifting his head slowing, peeking through one eye, he stared at the person's feet. Stupid feet. Bringing his head higher up, he traveled his gaze up the pale, slender legs, which Ichigo quickly figured out belonged to a girl, to her short, gray uniform skirt. His orange head was fully up now, staring at her petite body, and shoulder-length, raven hair that cupped her face nicely. "Hello, my name is Kuchiki Rukia. It's a pleasure to meet all of you," she finished with a bow. Standing up straight again, her midnight eyes meet Ichigo's amber eyes as she smiled to the class. Ichigo could feel his heart beat hard, shaking his inner world. Her glaze was so intense, Ichigo knew he would drown himself in these violet orbs if he stared too long. He felt his breathing become ragged, his eyes widened as he became lost in her trance. "What's wrong with me?" His fangs began to tingle, and stick out of his dry, opened mouth. "Need blood." His fangs. Chapter 2, Her Gaze. Knock 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 knock. "Miss Kuchiki, are you awake? Knocked Rukia's personal maid, Soi Fang. The raven-haired teen flickered her eyes open at the sound of banging on her double-door bedroom. Is it morning already? I just went to bed like an hour ago, right? Rukia yawned as she rolled over in the king-sized bed, squeezing her giant, chappy, rabbit-stuffed animal. No, I'm not, Rukia answered back sarcastically, as she curled up her small body into a ball. Chuckling could be heard from her maid as she entered the enormous room. Good morning, Miss Kuchiki, Soi said cheerfully at the front of Rukia's bed, giving a bow. Then walked over to the bedroom's large window and pulled open the long red, velvet curtains. The sunlight filled the room, giving the room's fancy furniture color again. I don't want to get up, whined the tired teen, as she pulled her silky, red sheets over her raven hair. Oh. Is that so? Well, I guess then, you don't mind being late for the first day of school either? Soi teased, going into Rukia's walk-in wardrobe in search of the Karakura High School uniform. With that, Rukia shot up, flinging her covers off, grabbing her red robe off the clothes hanger, and dashed to the bathroom next to her closet. School. I total forgot. The small teen ummed, and took her gray uniform for her waiting maid, who just came out of the long closet. Thanks, Rukia said to Soi on the other side of the closed door. My pleasure, Miss Kuchiki. Now don't be late for breakfast, either, the maid grinned, as Rukia peeked her face out and stuck her tongue out. Yes, yes. I'm just going to take a quick bath. I'll be down in few minutes, Rukia said, shutting the door again and turning on the water to her jacuzzi. Is Rukia up? Byakuya asked in a cold tone, staring at Soi coming down their winding, red, stairs. Yes sir. She is. She'll be down shorty, Soi replied nervily, giving a bow. Why does he have to be so cold in the morning? Heck, he's cold all the time. It creeps me out. Soi sighed, trying to keep a straight face. I see, said the long, black-haired man, staring into the maid's blue eyes, showing no emotion at all. Soi could feel herself shiver as goosebumps ran down her spine. As soon as the noble man turned toward the dining room, Soi sprinted back up the stairs for no reason but to escape his scary presences. The bathroom was covered in warm steam with a lingering scent of roses in the air from a flickering candle. Breathing in the sweet sensation, Rukia slipped in. Eyes shut, she sunk deeper in the soft bubbly water. It felt so good to take a hot bath and relax her tense body. Suddenly moving all the way from America to Japan for her brother's job, was a rather big turn-on. The whole week, they spent moving into their new mansion, and rehiring new maid, cooks, chauffeur driver. The list goes on. Rukia sighed, she was rather happy she still had her personal maid, Soi. Most of their former maids remained in the Kuchiki old mansion, reason being they didn't want to leave their families in America. Climbing out the soapy water, the drowsy teen grabbed a red towel and began to dry her wet raven hair. Why do we have to move so often? It's so exhausting, Rukia thought out loud, as she began to dress. But what can you expect from being adopted as part of the noble Kuchihai clan? And having a brother that is head of the major transportational centers in the world. This time he was needed in Japan and oh lucky me, had to be dragged along as usual. The raven had finished dressing, combed her hair neatly and added a touch of lavender perfume. Glancing over at her makeup shelf, which she never used, she spotted her favorite lip gloss only from America. Pink, strawberry lip gloss was added to the teen's small lips with a smack at the end. Rukia received it on her 15th birthday from her best friend and would only use it on special occasion. First day of school is a special event, so why not? She left her bathroom and headed downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Ni-sama, Rukia said while entering their dining room, then giving a bow. Byakuya stared at his adopted sister from head to toe coldly, as usual, then back to his newspaper. Not good, he said. Even though her brother was always cold and emotionless, she could tell when he was really upset. She also knew why he was upset. Flashback. Rukia, please come into my office. Byakuya motioned her to follow him into his box-filled office. Coming, Ni-sama, Rukia replied, setting down a box at the foot of the mansion stair. Then quickly going after her brother down the hall, after telling one of the moving men to take her box upstairs. I'll get right to the point, Rukia. This Monday, you will be starting a private boarding school in. Boarding school. Rukia interrupted her brother with yell. We just moved here and you're already kicking me out of the house for school. The furious teen glared coldly at the man, that was now sending it back. Why can't I just go to the local Karakura school like a normal kid? Rukia said, crossing her arms. Because. Byakuya paused. Glaring with intensity so cold it would melt anyone in his presence. Because you're not a normal kid. You're a noble. Meaning you must attend the best schools, and get a good education so you can take over the Kuchiki business someday, and, pausing again, but looking away from her gaze. I want the best for you, too, Byakuya said firmly, not looking up. But, Ni-sama, if you want the best for me, then why won't you listen to what I want? I don't want to move again. I don't want to move from you. Rukia squeaked in a whisper, clutching her hands into a fists. Rukia, I can't do. Rukia didn't waste time to hear the rest, as she darted out of the office, and up to her room. End of flashback. In the end, Rukia didn't come out of her room for the whole day, until her brother agreed to send her to Karakura High. Mr. Kuchiki-kun, the limo driver is ready, said rushed Hitsugeya Toshiro, the Kuchiki's messenger boy and schedule planner. Toshiro was a short, young man, which he didn't like to admit, with pure white hair, teal eyes, and a brain too big for his head. He too, like Soy, decided to move to Japan with us. Byakuya got up from the table, grabbed his black suit coat and plopped the newspaper back on the table. Toshiro handed him his leather briefcase, gave a bow, and left quickly to his next task. Rukia, I have a business meeting in Honshu. When I return this Saturday, I want you to give me a full report of your school, Byakuya commanded, not even looking at his sister. Yeah. Bye to you too, Rukia grunted, turning back to her pancakes. Rukia-san, do you want more tea? Asked Yamada Hanataru, their new chief. Oh, no thanks, I need to get to school, the raven-haired teen replied to the dark, blue-haired chief. So, you excited for the first day of school? Asked Rukia's personal chauffeur driver, Hiseiji Shuhei. Rukia in the back of the limo glanced up to see Shuhei Cruz's eyes in the rearview mirror staring at her. I guess so. I mean, I don't know really. This is my first time going to a local school. The teen chuckled little while fiddling with a strand of hair in her fingers. I see. Well, we're here. You sure you don't want me to walk you in? Said the black spiky-haired man, as he turned around in his seat to his passenger. Rukia could now see the 69 tattoo on his face and wonder why it had to be, why not 15, or 90, or why does he even have a tattoo on his face anyways? Rukia found herself being frustrated at the thought. No, I'm fine. Thanks anyways. Rukia's eye twitched, trying not to look at his face. Miss Kuchiki Rukia, are you? Said a rather old lady, behind a desk in the Karakura High School office. Rukia noticed how the lady raised an eyebrow when she read the word Kuchiki off the file. Oh boy, looks like I'm known in other places besides rich schools, sigh. Yes, that's me, Rukia put on a fake smile. Second floor, room 125 on the left. Can't miss it. It's the noisiest class in the school. The old hag, Rukia renamed her, pointed a finger to the stairs across the hallway, not even looking up at her. Great. Another rich kid hater. Rukia grumped mentally, still having a fake smile plastered on her face, as she thanked the JRK, and headed to the staircase. Once up the stairs, the raven had heard a bunch of noises coming from none other than class. Taking a deep breath, the nervous teen proceeded down the hall to her class of doom. You must be the new transfer student in my class, said a sudden voice next to Rukia, which gave her a heart attack. I am. I mean, yes. Right? Said a very startled new student. Yes, you are. I'm Mrs. Misato Oki. And you probably could guess which class is mine. She said with a vein popping on her head, seeing that a riot was breaking out in her classroom. Just down the hall. A late orange-haired vampire had just entered room 125 in a rush. Anyways, wait right here, and I'll call you in when I calm down the class, Mrs. Misato continued, as she walked into the room, leaving a dumbfounded Rukia alone in the hall. After a minute she heard a bunch of groans, then yelling from the teacher followed by silences. Okay Rukia, you can do this. Just put a smile and... Rukia was interrupted by her name being called to enter the room. Opening the door then shutting it slowly, she made her way next to the teacher. Then she faced the class trying her best to avoid any eye contact. The whole class was whispering to one another, and a few woos were heard from the guys, making it even harder to keep a smile on. Great, I have a class full of perverted guys. Hello, my name is Kuchiki Rukia. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, she said facing the class and giving a bow. Looking at the class again, the petite teen caught something bright orange near the back that she didn't see when first entering. Realizing it was someone's hair, Rukia smiled, a real smile, and chuckled inside. How could I miss such loud hair? Her smile kept growing, until she met the owner's eyes. Rukia could feel her cheeks warm up as she found his amber eyes were looking right into hers. But his expression was one not of happy, but shocked, maybe even sacred, but why? Let's see, why don't you sit next to Ichigo-san in the back? There's an open desk to the left of him. Mrs. Misato pointed to the person Rukia was gazing at. Oh okay. Rukia stammered, as she walked down a row to her new desk. Noticing his eyes becoming wider, as she came closer to him and his mouth was opening as if he couldn't breathe, and, is that a fawn? Suddenly, Rukia had a smirk displayed on her face as she stopped in front of Ichigo's desk. Remembering that many times people would mistake her as a real Kuchiki because of her gaze, that could easily match Byakuya's cold ones. Is this boy scared of me? He, Rukia's evil inner consciences, I wonder how he would look after I messed with him. It's a pleasure to sit next to you. Carrot Top, Rukia said as sweetly as she could, adding a curtsy at the end. She watched as his mouth shut and turned into a deep scowl. His eyebrow began to twitch. He was sad. Rukia could tell, as he stared daggers at her. She was enjoying this very much, still smiling sweetly, having an evil grin inside. The pleasure is mine. Midget, the Carrot Top reared, smirking as he watched the girl's face in front of him drop. Rukia's face burned red with anger. Stealing his scowl, she resisted the urge to punch him, seeing he was about to break out laughing. This was not supposed to happen, seeing her plan totally backfired. Spinning around gracefully, she sat down at her desk, legs, arms crossed and nose pointed up in the air with her eyes closed. She gave a small mph. How dare he insult me? A Kuchiki? This only means war. I will never lose to a low life like him. Opening her eyes and turning her head towards him, she whispered so only he could hear. Strawberry. His fangs. Ch3, stalker. Strawberry. She just had to say it, she just had to. Ichigo swung around in his chair to face the going-to-be dead girl, gritting his teeth. What did you say? He hissed. Oh. So the strawberry is deaf too? Rukia replied sweetly, giving a small fake laugh covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Ho 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 ho, she laughed more loudly. I'm not deaf, midget. The fuming teen said, clenching his gray uniform pants to restrain himself from punching her. Who's the midget here? You're just a giant. She grunted. No one has ever called her short. She would never admit to the fact that she was rather small for her age either. No, you're just vertically challenged. Ichigo said as he got up from his seat and towered over the petite girl. I am not. She, too, stood up and poked his chest hard. R2. He yelled in her face. I am not, she screamed back in his face. Both their foreheads were now touching, as they glare into each other's eyes. You're just a stupid. Squirt. This earned him a nice smack over the head. Ow. What was that for? Man, she can hit hard. Me? Stupid? Well, at least I don't try to draw attention to myself by bleaching my hair. Rukia snapped, pointing to herself then to his hair. I don't bleach my hair, midget. It's my natural color. Growled the scowling teen with a fang, hanging out the side of his mouth. Sure. She smiled evilly. Meanwhile the whole class watched in amusement as World War III broke out in the back of the classroom. This was very entertaining, as people giggled and glared. They would make a good couple. Wouldn't you agree, Chad? Ishida asked Chad, while pushing his glasses up. Chad just nodded, turning his gaze back to the excitement in the back. I never thought I would see the day when Ichigo would girl fight with a girl, Tatsuki chuckled. Orihime just sweat dropped at her best friend's remark. To tell you the truth, she never saw Ichigo like this. He always kept himself isolated from everyone, and now he is fighting with a girl he just met, in front of the whole class. Tatsuki looked over to see her best friend, deep in thought with a worried look on her face. Is something wrong, Orihime? Tatsuki asked, while putting a hand on her shoulder. Oh, no. Nothing's wrong. Replied the strawberry blonde, waving her hands back and forth. Tatsuki knew her friend better than that and could tell when she was being bothered. Ichigo only accepted Orihime as a friend, nothing else. She knew Orihime wanted to more than just a friend. She liked him, maybe loved him. But Ichigo always had a bubble around him when it came to girls and relationships. Numerous times, Orihime tried to break it with kindness and cheerfulness. In the end, nothing worked. Seeing Ichigo fight so openly, especially with a girl, was an accomplishment that Orihime could never get. This new girl could and knew how to really push his buttons. Orihime, I don't know what to say. Tatsuki hoped her thoughts could reach her friend. Back to the mini-war. Stupid. Carrot Top. Shorty. Bigfoot. What? How am I a? Suddenly Ichigo's head came in contact with a piece of chalk. Ow. Who the heck threw that? Ichigo said, rubbing his stinging head. Kurosaki, I would appreciate if you didn't speak to me in that tone. Mrs. Misato spoke coldly, pointing her attendance book at the orange head. Sensei, the guilty teen started. For speaking to me rudely, and interrupting the class, your punishment is to show Miss Kuchiki around the school, she finished for him. What? Both students said in unison. Don't what me. Now get a move on it. I can't start class with you two bickering in here, the teacher said, shooing them out of the room. Before they could both protest, the door was slammed in their faces. Great, now we're both in trouble. And I have to be stuck with you. Ichigo scowled to the girl next to him. Both? You're the one who caused everything. Rukia huffed, with her hands on her hips. Whatever, let's just get going, shorty, he said, walking away from her. I'm not short. She barked, running after him. Har har. After the tour. You know you really suck at giving tours, Rukia said, breaking the silence, crossing her arms. TSH. What do you expect, when there's nothing to show you? Said the Carrot Top, putting his arms behind his head and leaning up against the wall. Flashback. And here is a classroom. Oh. And here's another class and another and another. Heck, the whole school is filled with classrooms. And that ends our fun tour. Any questions? Good. Ichigo grunted and started walking back to his class. Rukia just stood there with her mouth agape hoping to say something. End of flashback. So. Now, what? I'm bored. Why can't we just go back in the classroom, the raven head asked, yawning. 'Cause lunch is just a few minutes. If you're so bored, why don't you find a way to make short people taller? He answered, just to have his face slapped. God, that hurts. I'm not short, she whined, hugging her knee and looking up into his eyes intently. Instantly Ichigo's mouth became dry. His heart beat hard against his chest. This feeling again, what is it? Amber eyes went wide, what's wrong with me? His mouth opened as he found it harder and harder to breathe. The vampire's gaze traveled down her face to her neck. Why am I staring at her neck? It's not like I want to. No. What am I thinking? Blood. Ichigo diverted his eyes away from the confused-looking girl, and tried to find something else to look besides her soft, crummy neck. His consciences offered what? Ichigo began to bang his head against the wall to shut up his evil thoughts. Rukia just stared at him dumbfounded. What's his problem? I mean, she just looked up at him and his face became that shocked look again, like before. Does this have anything to do with my gaze? What's wrong with you? Rukia asked, irritated, putting a hand on his shoulder. His orange head shot up, his face flashed a pink tint, then became pale when he looked at her face again. Ryayurin. Oh, the bell. Got to go to lunch, bye I. He yelled, zooming down the hall. Rukia just blinked, as she watched his retreating form. Is there something on my face? Rukia decided to stop at the girls' room, before going to lunch. Ugh. Stupid Ichigo couldn't even tell me where the bathroom was. She smacked her head in frustration, and then stomped down the hall in the direction Ichigo took. Miss Kuchiki. Would you like to lunch with me? Came a sweet voice next to Rukia. The sweet-voiced person happened to be a boy, that appeared in front of her on his knees, and placed a small kiss on her hand. Rukia's mouth twitched in disgust, as she tried to put on a sweet smile. Sure, Rukia said, unsure of her decision as she quickly retrieved her hand from the boy's grasp. On the school's roof. Stupid girl. Ichigo muttered to himself as he sat down leaning against the roof's fence. Taking out his box bento, the Carrot Top darted his head back and forth to make sure he was the only one there. He then continued to unpack his lunch, seeing that no one was there, and pulled out a bottle full of a dark red fluid, blood, and started to sip it down. Noticing a piece of paper taped to the bottle, Ichigo pulled it off and read. Looks like you got the last bottle. Ichi please stop by Urahara shop after school and bring home the usual family supplies. We're running short of blood bottles the most. Thanks. Yuzu. The teen sighed, and ran a hand through his orange locks and began sipping his drink again. He really didn't want to visit that place, especially today. He was rather exhausted, having to have that midget around all the time. Ichigo. Look who I brought for lunch today. Kigo burst through the roof's door, dragging Ichigo annoying nightmare along. Speak of the devil. Ichigo's mind shouted, as he fumbled to put his drink away. Long time no see, berry boy, Rukia exclaimed, as she sat down next the tense teen. Whatever, midget. Stop following me around, he grunted, eyeing his food. I wasn't following you. He invited me for lunch up here. Rukia pointed to the brown-haired boy, sitting across from them. His name is Kigo. Important note, he's a pervert, and you shouldn't take up his offers, Ichigo said, looking up at the now crying Kigo. Yeah. I kind of learned that the hard way. Rukia murmured as she rubbed the back of her hand, the one Kigo kissed, on her shirt. Just then, Orim, Tatsuki, followed by Chad, Ishida, and Mizuiro walled through the door and made their way over to Ichigo, making the circle of people grow larger. Hey guys, and Rukia-san here too. I can call you that, right? Tatsuki asked, as she sat down next to Rukia. Sure, Rukia answered. Good. I'm Tatsuki, and this is my friend, Orihime. Tatsuki said, putting an arm around the orange-haired girl next to her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kuchiki-san, Orihime said cheerfully, holding her hand out to Rukia. She exchanged smiles and handshakes, and listened as Tatsuki continued to introduce the rest of the gang. That's Chad, Ishida, Mizuiro, and Kigo. Everyone gave her a smile or a nod. My dear, Rukia-san, would you consider going on a date? Kigo was cut off by Ichigo's fist nailing his face. She's not your dear. And, no, she won't go out with you, Ichigo declared, deciding Rukia answer. I agree, Asano-san. No girl would want to go on a date with a pervert such as yourself, Mizuiro calmly sighed, nibbling at his sandwich. Not you too. Kigo wailed in the corner of the roof, going into deep depression. If this day could be any longer, I will scream, Ichigo sighed, pulling his head of his desk, grabbing his bag and heading out the door. This wretched day is finally over. No, wait, I still have to visit Urahara still. His mind reminded him. No, it is going to be a long day. Walking out of the school gates, Ichigo started down the sidewalk to his destination. But was stopped by his little stalker. Rukia, what do you want? Ichigo swung his head over his shoulder just to make eye contact with her violet orbs. His fangs began to tingle. Ichigo, I was wondering if you was cut off. I have to go, see ya. Ichigo power walk away, not letting her finish speaking. This feeling is so aggravating. What power does that midget have over me? Ichigo came into an alley of two large buildings, and approached a small wooden shop in between them, Urahara-san's shop. Welcome, my boy, Urahara greeted the teen, that just entered the front sliding door. Ichigo paid him no heed, and walked in and grabbed a blood bottle off a rack and chugged it down to help his dry mouth. My Ichigo. Wouldn't it be easier just to SCK someone's blood than storming into my shop and using a bottle? Besides, it doesn't cost money, but I really don't mind you buying either. Urahara snickered, as Ichigo shot him a death glare. The teen ignored the nosy shopkeeper, and chugged down another bottle rudely. This caused some of the red liquid to travel down the side of his mouth. Geez, Ichigo-san. Even I don't drink blood that messy, he said, hiding his own fangs with his fan. Urahara was the local vampire shop dealer, that sold goods mostly for vampires. Except he took the whole vampire thing way too serious. Seeing that he dressed like one, having a black cape around his neck, and rumors say he really sleeps in a coffin at night. Yeah. I don't care, the teen grumped, grabbing random stuff off the shelves, and stomping towards the sitting shopkeeper. Welcome, my pretty, Urahara said, peeking around Ichigo's body, and lifting his green, and white, stripped hat at his customer. Ichigo turned around, dropping his wallet, to see Rukia with a shocked look on her face. Remember the blood line on his chin? Ichigo wiped it off on his sleeve. Rukia, why are you here? Ichigo said, now having a shocked face as well. Oh no. What's she doing here? How long has she been here? What if she found? I was just seeing. Just then a large bat with golden eyes, flew right past her head into the shop, giving a loud screech. His fangs. CHP 4, Dream. Screech. A loud scream was followed from a certain petite girl, as she ducked away from the bat. It flew over her head, and into the shop. The purple and black bat with golden eyes flew gracefully over to Urahara and landed on a perch beside him. It folded its large wings around itself and eyed Ichigo, then Urahara. Welcome home, Yoruchi-san, Urahara snickered, folding his fan close. The bat gave a small squeak, then slipped her eyes shut. She began to fall into a long slumber, nap time. Ichigo watched in disgusted, as the bat became more comfortable on its perch, then to the trembling Rukia in the front of the shop. Freaking bat scared her. Hey, midget, it's just a bat, Urahara-san pet," Ichigo said, as he walked over and bent down to her level, being that she was tucked down into her knees, and had her hands wrapped around her head. Rukia tilted her head up and peeked out of one of her squeezed-shut eyes to see everyone looking at her weirdly. Quickly jumping up, brushing her shirt off, she gave an "oh," and then began to give her fake laugh again, which was starting to get on Ichigo's nerve, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Ichigo's sweat dropped at her blow-off behavior, but then gave a yelp, when he felt a stinking pain on his ear. Yoruchi had a death grip on it with her mouth, and still biting harder, making his ear bleed. "What the heck? Let go. That hurts," Ichigo screamed, trying to detach the bat from his ear. Said bat released her grip, and flew to his other ear. "I'm not a pet. Especially not Urahara's," it hissed in his ear, then bit it as well. The raven head watched in silence as Ichigo played "Shoo Fly, Don't Brother Me," with the bat flying around his orange head. She stepped into the shop a little further to see the store's products. The store was actually very small, with only a shelf on each side of her, and the wall just beyond them were filled to with things she never seen or heard before. In front of her in the back of the store sat the shopkeeper wearing a very traditional outfit. A green and black kimono fitted lousy around his neck, showing part of his chest, which Rukia thought was rather improper, and a black silk cape. All in all, the outfit went rather well with his hat, which kept on shading his eyes from her. "Can I help you with something, my pretty?" Urahara said, after noticing that she was staring at him. Rukia was taken back with the fact that he kept on calling her, "my pretty," and took a step backward nervously. "Don't call her that, you pervert," Ichigo growled, and just managed to catch the evil bat and threw it at Urahara's face. "Grr, my face kills." Ichigo grunted, rubbing his face that had bat bites all over it. My Ichigo. I didn't know she was your girlfriend." "My deepest apology," Urahara said, smiling evilly as he peeled Yoruchi off his face. A light flush spread across both teens' face, as they looked away from each other. "She not my girlfriend, JRK." Ichigo scowled as he pointed a finger at the blushing girl. "Oh?" Urahara questioned, laying a hand on Ichigo's shoulder from behind. "How did he get there?" Ichigo squirmed around to look fully at the mysterious shopkeeper. Suddenly his hands were met with Rukia's, as Urahara pushed them close together. Both teens' eyes shot open in surprise at the close contact. Staring down at her bashful face and eyes. "No, don't look." Too late, Ichigo's fangs began to stick out of his mouth, as his throat screamed for something to drink. Ichigo snatched his hands away from her pale ones and faced his back to her and Urahara's, as he cupped his hand over his mouth. Reaching his arm up, he grabbed another bottle off the shelf, holding tightly in his fist. "Leave, Rukia. Leave now," Ichigo said in a rough whisper. Rukia said in a confused tone, but didn't hesitate to his command. He seemed as if he was about to kill someone, and she surely didn't want it to be her. "I'll be leaving then. Mr. Dash." "Urahara-san," he finished for her, bowing his head. She then left, after giving her bow. As soon as the down slid shut, the vampire popped off the cap and chugged down its contents, not even leaving a drip behind. Urahara raised an eyebrow at Ichigo's rash behavior. Said person just slammed his finished bottle back down on top the shelf and began to leave when Ichigo. "Expect punishment later for throwing me," Yoruchi whispered, laying a tan hand on his shoulder. Ichigo looked over his shoulder just to come face to face to a woman with a mischievousness glint in her golden eyes. Orange hair stood on end, as he felt her breath on his neck. "Or maybe I should just bite you instead," Yoruchi could feel him tense, as she brushed her lips over his neck. Ichigo could feel his skin crawling, as he quickly jumped out of her spell. Stupid women, what is she trying? His face became beet red, as he rushed out of the shop, bag in hand, after catching a glimpse of her. "Put some freaking clothes on," Ichigo hollered, taking a turn out of the alley. Crossing her arms and throwing a fit of laughter, Yoruichi went back into the shop. Oh my, oh my. Giggled Urahara, hiding his pink face behind his fan. Stop looking, pervert. Yoruichi threw the nearest thing by her, Ichigo's empty bottle, square in Urahara's head. The man flew backwards, with blood trickling down his nose. I'm going to get dressed. After, I need to talk to you about some important matters, the tanned woman informed the groggily man on the floor. Oh, darn. I'm lost. It's that entire stupid Barry's fault. Rukia paced down a random sidewalk angrily. He could at least walk me home after I followed him to that weird store. Rukia stopped in her tracks, remembering the conversation before she went into Urahara-san's shop. Flashback. Gosh, why does he keep running away from me? Rukia mumbled to herself, as she went through a crowd of people, trying to follow the loud head. She was eventually led to an ally, down to a small wooden shop. Approaching it, she heard voices from inside and stood next to the door listening, eavesdropping. My Ichigo. Wouldn't it be easier just to SCK someone's blood than storming into my shop and using a bottle? Besides, it doesn't cost money, but I really don't mind you buying either. Rukia blinked. SCK. Bottle? Blood. Geez, Ichigo-san. Even I don't drink blood that messy. Rukia could hear chuckling inside, then something being set down. Yeah. I don't care. That was Ichigo, Rukia could tell from the edge in his voice. Drink? Messy? Blood. That word again. Welcome, my pretty. Rukia realized that call was for her, seeing that she was right in front of the open door, straining her ears to listen. She was speechless and surprised and could tell Ichigo was too. End of flashback. The petite girl leaned against a wall in front of a small clinic, still ponder the conversation earlier that day. SCK. Drink? SCK blood. What SCK's blood? Rukia thought, pointing a finger to her chin. And what was that strange red bottle Ichigo took off the shelf? It looked like it was filled with BLO. Why are you front of my house, midget? Ichigo scowled, seeing the troublemaker was everywhere he went. This is your house? Said a surprised Rukia, again, pointing at the home behind her. Yeah, why you here? Well, you see, I kinda got lost after you told me to leave that shop. I'm new to this town, so I didn't know where to go really, Rukia said, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. She could see Ichigo curse under his breath, as he pointed for her to follow him. Let me just put my school stuff away, then we can get you home. You can come in if you like, Ichigo said, holding the door open for her. He then hopped up a pair of stairs to the left of the door, leaving her alone in the hall. Looking around her surroundings, it was a nice and cozy home. Rather small compared to hers, and a bit dim too. Now that I look at it, all the shades are closed, Rukia observed. Strange. In Ichigo's room. Hey, Ichigo, who's the hot girl you brought home? Said a fluffy, orange cat, on Ichigo's bed. Get off my bed and out of the room, Ichigo ignored its question, eyeing the talking cat. Make me. The cat dared, big mistake. He was hosted by his tail and tossed out the door in a flash. And you better not go downstairs, you might scare her, Ichigo yelled, slamming his door in the cat's face. Why did Urahara have to sell a talking cat to my sister? Back downstairs. Okay, let's go, before my father see you, Ichigo said, appearing at the bottom of the stairs. Welcome home my son. Rukia watched in slow motion, as Ichigo's head got kicked back into a wall, from a flying man, coming across the room. What the heck, old man, Ichigo barked, pulling his head out of the wall. My, what a pretty girl you brought home, Ishin looked at the girl teen head to toe, not paying attention to his son's complaints. I'm so happy my son has finally got himself a girlfriend. Ishin sunk to his knees, in front of his wife's poster, wailing. Shut up, hag. Ichigo punched his father into next week, then grabbed a staring Rukia, thin wrist, and pulled her out the door. Urahara-san shop. So. What did you want to talk to me about, my dear? Urahara said, pushing a cup of green tea to the purple-haired women across from him. Yoruichi took the glass off of the small sitting table, but sent the man a warning look, saying, "Don't call me that," instead of a "thanks." "It's about Ichigo and that girl. Her name is Kuchiki Rukia." Yoruichi paused, closing her eyes. Byakuya's adopted sister, or moreover his wife, Hisana's younger sister, she finished, letting the shopkeeper soak in her words. "I see. No wonder the girl had a striking appearance of her," he said, tapping his chin with his fan. "Also, I'm sure in notice too, it seem our little Ichigo is finally growing up." Yoruichi smirked, opening her eyes to look at Urahara. "He has a desire that won't cease till he bites her, just like you with Hisana." Urahara realized she was looking at him very seriously now. "We must not let Byakuya know about our existence here, especially Ichigo's true identity. You know he still blames us for the cause of his wife's death. I don't want him to blame Ichigo someday either." "Same here," Urahara said blankly, looking at his hands. "But how are we going to keep Ichigo from biting the girl?" "I never said we're going to prevent him from biting her, just make sure her brother doesn't find out," she chuckled, completely changing the dark atmosphere. "Ichigo has never really bitten anyone before, so this will be interesting when he finally gives into his longing." "What makes you think he will bite her of all people?" "I'm sure he has had urges to bite other people before, but he never did though." His eyes questioned her golden ones. "Ichigo has always been scared to bite people, but he's becoming a full-blooded vampire soon. He can't hold on to his old ways. Blood bottles won't satisfy his taste much longer," the tanned woman reasoned, as she got up. "I'll be going out now to hunt." "Don't worry, he will," she thought, flying out into the starry night sky. "In time." "Where am I?" Rukia questioned, looking around the dark room. Her eyes fell upon a figure, with orange hair in the center of the room, in a beam of moonlight. "Is that you, Ichigo?" she questioned again, confused, taking a step towards him. Suddenly his hands gripped her shoulders and pushed her back against something. "Ichi." She was scared and tried to search for answers in his eyes, that were hidden under the shadow of his bangs. He was breathing hard and fast, as if he just ran a long race. "Rukia," he chalked out, then beard his face into her right should, tying his grip on her. Rukia felt a sharp pain run through her neck, and wanted to scream. But her throat went dry as her head tilted up. Hot tears streamed down from her wide-opened eyes. "You taste so good, my pretty," he whispered, pulling his fangs out. Ichi." She trembled. "Ichigo." She shot up in her bed, clutching the covers. Cold sweat dripped down her face, as she tried to calm down. "Just a dream." She breathed, placing a hand on her neck. It felt so real. "Miss Kuchiki, is that you? Are you okay?" came Soi's voice outside of her room. Yeah. Just a bad dream," the teen said, sliding out of her bed and into the bathroom. "I see. But at least you're up now," Soi said, concern written in her voice, handing Rukia a red towel. The raven had dried her wet face off, after washing her face, then exchanged her pajamas to her maid for her school uniform. "Now don't be late for school, and don't go wander off after school again. Shuhei was worried when you didn't show up at the limo." Soi scolded her. "Yeah, sorry about that. Oh. And don't forget to thank that orange-haired friend of yours too," Soi ordered, leaving the room. Flashback. "This is your house. It's freaking huge. I didn't think you lived in a place like this. How could you get lost? You could see it a mile away." Ichigo screamed, looking at the Massian beyond the golden gates. Rukia just kicked him in the shin, then walked through the automatic gates, and murmured a thanks over her shoulder to the jaw-dropping Ichigo. End of flashback. Rukia gazed at herself in the mirror, looking closely at her neck. Trying to find any teeth marks. What SCKES blood? A vampire. His fangs. CHP 5, class rep. Have a good day at school, Shuhei called out from the black limo's window, to Rukia's retreating form. Yeah. Thanks, the raven head waved to her driver, lazily. I'll try, Rukia sighed, her shoulders slouching. It's been long week, and the sad thing is it's still a Thursday. One more day, and it will be over. It had been 4 days since she started in her new school, Karakura High. Also, being the 4 days, since having that frightful dream about a certain carrot top. Even though it was just a dream, Rukia thought she should be a bit cautious around him, but why? She questioned herself, vampires are not real, are they? It boiled down, she decided to avoid him as much as possible and wear a golden cross to play it safe. Fate wasn't on her side though, and even if it was, there was a desk next to him, that she had to sit at for the whole school day. The cross didn't have any effect on him when he got too close, in fact she was sure he never noticed it either. The petite girl gave a long sigh, as she walked down the long, empty hall to her noisy class. Stopping at the door of the room, Rukia yanked on the necklace, breaking the chain in the back. Staring at the golden cross in her hand, she muttered a curse at it, and threw it in nearby trash can, then entered the sliding door. She didn't care if it was worth $50 or more, it was driving her crazy. There are no such things as vampires, Rukia scowled, finally making up her mind. That thing caused her plenty trouble, just nonsense, stupid cross. Good morning everyone, she said cheerfully, turning her scowl upside down into a fake smile. My Rukia. You keep looking lovelier every day. Kigo exclaimed from his desk. She's not yours, Tatsuki hissed, smacking the back of Kigo's head to his desk. That's right Kuchiki-san, you're mine, not his, Honsho Kizura squealed, grabbing Rukia by the waist from behind, giving her a big hug. Chizuru was the class lesbian girl, who had freaky red glasses that came out to points at the ends. Rukia hated, well, hate is a strong word, more like dislike, a lot, Rukia mind complicated, as she tried to squeeze out of the girl's arms. Why did she have to be one of the victims of this torture? Flashback. At lunch on the first day of school. Hello everyone, I decided to have lunch with y'all today. Chizuru cheered, skipping towards the group from the school's roof door. Rukia noticed everyone gave a loud groan and the boys began to scoot away from the girls. Oh, hello Honsho-san, Oriheim smiled kindly at the girl that sat down next to her. Rukia also noted that Inoue was the only one who said hello back. Ah, Haim, you're Sue. Don't even think about it, Tatsuki foot met Chizuru's face, before she could finish her sentence and hug the innocent Inoue. The guy's sweat dropped and continued to munch on their lunch. The raven head just sat there, blinking, wondering what just happened. Kuchiki-san, are you one of my Haim's friends too? Chizuru suddenly asked, sitting up, and whipping the shoe print off her face. I guess. Well, of course you are. All Haim's friends are cute, but Haim is the cutest, Shizur answered for the confused Rukia. The petite teen could see the red head gaze travel up and down her body. Rukia felt as if she was naked and wanted to cover herself up, but with what? She was already wearing clothes. Suddenly Rukia's chest, BRST, was grabbed by both of Chizuru's hands. She froze at the contact, as her eyes grew wide with surprise and shock. She heard the said person, who still had a grip on her, pout. Yours are not as great as my Haim's, but yours are still cute. Rukia, still frozen, jaw became agape, as everyone stared at her. Ichigo's face became red and looked away when he noticed she was looked his way, causing her face to turn shades too. She really felt naked now. End of flashback. Luckily, Tatsuki saved Rukia from being further hugged, and embarrassed by punching the girl's lights out. Then, dragging the dazed girl back to class to stay for lunch paranoid. Chizuru pretty much stayed away from Rukia for rest of the week, till now, the raven head, mouth began to growl, at the disturbing contact again. Let go of her, UHMO, Tatsuki foamed, and pulled Chizuru away by her ear, leaving Rukia to be free to move to her desk finally. Thanks, Rukia smiled at Tatsuki who was scolding the paranoid girl. Though no one ever said it, Rukia was glad Tatsuki was a tomboy. She had the guts to stand up to anyone, even people twice her size, to protect her friends. She was like a bodyguard for the girls in the class. Just then, everyone's favorite Carrot Top walked in, and sat down at his desk, resting his head on his palm. Rukia could tell he was peeking at her from the corner of his eye at her. You know, you could at least say, "Good morning, Han," just staring at me, berry boy, Rukia teased, leaning towards him in her chair. His famous scowl, dug deeper in his face, as he tried to face forward. "Good morning, midget," Ichigo smirked, glancing at her for a second, to see a frown being formed on her lips. "I should have kept that necklace, and shove it down his throat." I bet he would have noticed it then. Rukia leaned away from the boy, gritting her teeth. But little did Rukia know, was this berry boy knew all about the necklace. Even when she threw it away just a few minutes ago. He was watching her very carefully since the unexpected meeting at Urahara-san's shop. Ichigo didn't know where the rumor came from, that crosses kept vampires away from one who possessed it, but he was worried when he saw it around her neck one morning. He was afraid she suspected him as a vampire, and would tell others about it. After she went into the classroom, Ichigo fished out the golden cross from the trash, having an idea in mind to save his identity. "Hey Pipsqueak, I saw this in the trash in the hall, is it yours?" Ichigo asked, trying to keep a straight face. Inside he was grinning an evil smile, as Up pulled the necklace out from his pocket, for her to see. Shock was written across her face, as she took the necklace from his hand, staring at the object then back at the grinning boy. Bingo! Ichigo's mind shouted with success. Crosses don't affect me at all, and I'm a vampire. But she doesn't know that. His grin kept growing ear to ear when he heard her murmur a confused "thanks." "Take your seat, and shut your traps," the teacher blared from the front of the room, grabbing everyone's attention at once. "The presidential voting for the school is complete. And we all know who won. Cough, stupid. Cough, Quincy. Cough." Ichigo faked cough, causing the class to laugh at his funny gesture. Rukia saw Ishida twitch in front of her. "Quincy. Anyways, Ishida, please come up here and explain about the next voting issue," Oki yawned, sitting down at her desk. "I want to thank you all for voting for me, as part of the Quincy clan, for president of the school." Ishida shot Ichigo a glare, then continued. "The vice president and I decided to make representatives for each class, so we can hear people complaints, and ideas to make this school a better environment for students to learn. So do was have any nominees for Class Republic?" I nominate. Kurosaki-kun." Oriheim shot up from her seat, blushing, as she looked down at her two index fingers poking together. "Okay, any others?" the Quincy asked, looking out over the class. "Wait, was I just nominated?" Ichigo finally released, looking up at the class, which was looking at him. Just then Chad stood up before Ichigo could protest about his sudden duty. "I nominate Kuchiki-san as well," the giant said calmly, taking his seat, not paying attention to all the surprised students looking at him. Holy cow! Did he just say a sentence in front of the class? Every Bodis mind screamed, as they picked up their jaws off the floor. "Thank you, Chad," Ishida said in a eerie tone. Wait. Why Rukia? And why is no one else being nominated?" Ichigo watched as the school's president pushed up his glasses, causing the light to reflect off of the lenses, hiding his eyes. Oh. He's planning something, and I do not like it. Ichigo could feel a wave of sinister thoughts, most likely about him, flow over him from the smirking Quincy. Oh, boy. Lunch time, on the roof. "So Kuchiki-san, are you excited to become our class rep tomorrow?" Tatsuki bounced Rukia with the question, as she took a big bite of her snack which. I guess. This is all so sudden, and I'm not sure if I can prepare a good enough speech in time for the voting tomorrow. Rukia frowned, as she fiddled with her juice box. Truth be told, Rukia was not expecting to vote, reason being she really didn't know anyone yet, more or less, be one of the candidates either. Could she take this big responsibility on? I never done anything like this in my old schools, why was I even chosen? No one even knows me. Rukia to herself. You don't have to say anything, then everyone will vote for me. Even if you did, who would want to vote for a stupid midget such as yourself? You can't even open a juice box, challenged the carrot top, next to the steaming raven head. Rukia realized she had been poking the straw all over the box in frustration, while she was thinking. What? Rukia barked, and chucked the box at his head. Ichigo caught it before it made a nice apple juice sent to him, if it hit his head and exploded, and poked the straw in the hole and give it back to her, with a mocking smile on his face. I think it's you who should back down. Who would vote for a person with bleached hair, and a scowl deeper than the sea? You already got enough attention, why want more? Rukia teased, making slurping noises with her straw. Why you little dash? Biscuit? Inoue asked, holding out awkward pieces of bread to the fighting teens. Both sweat dropped at the timing of her question, but turned away and continued their bickering. I take that as a no, Inoue murmured, eating the strange bread herself. I will never lose to you, freak. You shouldn't lie, you could lose friends. Oh, wait, you don't have any. You're the liar here. Well, at least I have friends. Oh, you just admit you lie. Ha! Flames were burning around the heated, future, couple, as they grabbed each other's shirt collars, knocking heads together. Each hissed in the other's face, glaring intensity at the other's eye. It was amazing how cold-looking Rukia's eyes were in this heated fight. No, not the eyes. Too late, Ichigo's heart crashed hard against his rib cage. Releasing her collar, and scooting away, Ichigo covered his eager mouth with his hand. He could tell she was a bit surprised at his sudden movement, but broke the contact with her by looking away to try to calm his tingling fangs down. What's wrong with you? Are you hiding something, in your mouth? Rukia asked, still angered, tried to pry his hand off his mouth. Ichigo tightly sealed his mouth shut, when she managed to pull his hand away from his head. Why does he keep putting his hand over his mouth? Bad breath? It's driving me crazy, he's been doing it for the whole week. Open your mouth, Rukia demanded, trying to opening his mouth, but he had his hands around her wrist and holding them above her head. Geez, get a room you two, Tatsuki laughed, causing everyone around her to giggle as well. That's when Ichigo and Rukia could see that they were in most awkward position. Both teens blushed, considering that Rukia was sitting on Ichigo's chest and had her face an inch away from his, and he had her wrist behind her back, making it look like a hug. Rukia leaped off of the still red boy, like a negative magnet. When will this week end? They thought in unison, rubbing their heads, and giving a long sigh. Kuchiki Mansion, after school. I'm home. Ruya heaved, dropping her bag on the marble floor and leaning against a white pillar. Welcome home Rukia-san. How was your day? Soi asked, coming down the stairs, and picking up the teen's belongings. Rukia gave her a pleading look, of I don't want to talk about it. The maid just smiled and nodded, then turned back up the stairs. Oh, I almost forgot. Rukia, your brother is home, and would like to see you in his office as soon as possible, Soi called over her should to Rukia below her. Ni-sama, is home? I thought he was coming back this Saturday, the confused teen asked. It seems things were settled quickly in Honshu, so he come home earlier. Oh. Byakuya's office. Welcome home Ni-sama, Rukia entered his dim office, giving a bow to the man in the black suit. Welcome home Rukia, he said slowly. How is school going? Any troubles? Rukia wasn't sure really how to answer. It's not like she can just say, "It's fine," her brother would never accept that. But, really, how has school been going? She hasn't really thought of it that much. It was pretty much like her other schools she'd been to, except that freaking Carrot Top. Never mind about that, he's not important right now. Rukia had to please her cold brother with something or she wouldn't be able to stay in that there. School has been going well, my grades are excellent. I'm making many friends, and I was nominated as a class representative. The election will be held tomorrow morning. I plan to win, and make a difference in my class, Rukia stated proudly, taking a deep breath. She said it all in one breath, and tried to search for approval in her brother's eyes. Very well. It seems this school will work out for you. I wish you best of luck on the election, Byakuya spoke sternly, turning his chair around to his computer. Thank you Nisama, said a cheerful Rukia, giving one last bow, then left to her room. Now to prepare for that speech. Ichigo's room, 9:30 p.m. Tap. 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 Ugh, will you stop that tapping, it's really annoying, Kon hissed, from Ichigo's bed. If you don't like it, then get out, Ichigo spat back at the cat from his desk. Ichigo sat there in a daze, tapping his pencil on his blank paper, trying to think of something to write, but what? I didn't even want to do this anyways. Whatever, just quit it soon, I want to get some shut-eye. Next day at school, in the morning. Good morning everyone. Mrs. Oki-sensei will be late this morning, so I will sub this class until her return, Ishida commented in front of the noisy class. Let's start out with the election. Kuchiki-san, Kurosaki-kun please come up here in front. The two-stone student, hobbled their way up to the front of the room, yawning. Both were up late trying to making a suitable speech to present to the class. I see you both were so excited about today you couldn't sleep. It's not like you had to write a speech. Did you? Ishida smirked, seeing folds of papers in their hands, and when both, now wide awake, turned toward him, with wide eyes. What? Both teens cried out, silencing the class. Well, the school decided that each class should have 2 representatives. Both male and female, to be able to meet each student's need, he paused, pushing up his glasses. And since there is only 2 of you, and being both male and female, you are already elected as class rep. Then why did we have to make a speech? I was up freakin' 3 in the morning writing it. Ichigo barked at the Quickney. He was so ready to strangle him, for making him write a useless paper, instead of getting his beauty sleep, know that he needed it. Rukia still stood there, wide-eyed, with shock. All this work for nothing. Rukia shut her baggy eyes, to rub them. I never said you had to write an essay, Ishida retorted. You planned this out. Didn't you? Ichigo whispered, clenching his nails into the teacher's desk. Well, I guess you could say that. I knew Inoue-san would nominate you. I also asked Chad to nominate Rukia if you were chosen, he explained. For some reason Rukia felt a little hurt by that statement. Does this mean I don't really have any friends? I thought you two would do a good job and be able to work together nicely. Everyone knew he was being sarcastic by now. Are you Karzi? I don't want to work with him her. It's too late, you're the only ones that were nominated. Does everyone agree with these 2 reps for our class? The class just nodded in response. Okay, good. Here is a packet of guidelines, rules, and steps to follow, etc. First rep, meeting will be held next week Monday, 2nd hour. Don't be late. And with that he handed them a fat vanilla folder, and took his seat. Rukia took the folder from Ichigo's hands, and sat down in her seat as well. The Carrot Top just stood there until the teacher walked in, and told him to take his seat too. Stupid Quickney. He going to pay for this? Ichigo glared daggers into Ishida's back. He must have sensed someone was looking at him, and looked over his shoulder, giving Ichigo a smirk. Ishida knew this was going to be an interesting experience, very interesting. Let's see if the vampire can work with a human girl without biting her in the process. CHP 6, School Festival. Geez, that was the dumbest meeting I have ever been to. What a waste of my precious time. Why did I have to become a rep anyways? Rukia complained, as she walked down the hall, from the student council room. Think of how I feel too. I didn't want to do this either. But you better get used to it, we have to attend every one of them till the end of the semester, Ichigo grunted, next to the now very unhappy Rukia. Flashback. Monday morning, rep, meeting, in the student council room. Okay Nimu-san, we'll try to attend to that matter as soon as possible, Ishida said to the quiet, purple-haired girl, that took her seat again next to Ishida. Any more topics that need to be discussed anyone? Ishida asked, as he looked out from the front of the long desk, that was lined with reps, on both sides. Everyone's gaze darted around the table, expecting someone to start talking. Just when Ishida was about to talk, a girl, sitting next to the bored Rukia, with long blue hair in a ponytail, shot up for chair, having an arrogant look on her face. The girls in the south end of the school are complaining how the restrooms are uncomfortable. I demand every girl's bathroom have a sofa placed in it. The girl smacked the table, glaring at Ishida intensely. Rukia watched as most of the other girls nodded their heads in approval, while the guys groaned and rubbed their temples with their hands. Rukia knew how girls preferred clean and suitable restrooms, but wasn't this going a bit far? She turned her raven head to Carrot Top, who was sitting next to her, staring at the standing girl as if she was stupid. This was a totally new experience to both of them, but they knew they could handle it, if all the meeting were about unimportant topics. Or could they really live through the stupidity of it? Nana-san, right? I don't think that is really an issue that could affect the school's learning environment for the students. I could ask the custodian to do a better cleaning job in the restrooms, if that will help a bit. Ishida's sweat dropped, and pushed up his glasses. Whatever. Nana huffed, and sat down again, crossing her arms over her chest and stuck up her nose. Well. Before we wrap up this meeting, I would like to make one last announcement. The school board decided this year to host a fall school festival this Friday, to raise money for charity. Families of students and students themselves are allowed to come to this event. Class reps, please inform your class about this matter, and come up with a theme for your room. Ishida paused as murmurs broke out between the groups of students. Ishida continues, catching everyone's attention. And, the top 3 classes that raise the most money, the school will throw a free Halloween party that will be held in the school's gym. That ends our first meeting. You all may return to your classes now. The reps filed out of the small room, 2 by 2, still in a buzz on the topic. What should our class do? Let's get the most money. Yay! Halloween party. Questions and excited voices echoed throughout the halls, as the reps entered their separate rooms. Oh. I will be visiting each class at the end of the day, to hear your class's theme for the festival, Ishida called down the hall. End of flashback. Though, the meeting was boring dash. And annoying, Ichigo added, interrupting Rukia. That too, but I can't help feel excited for the festival. My old schools never did stuff like this. They were all such stuck-up rich people. With the attitude, our school is too good for fun, Rukia tried to imitate a snobby man's voice. Ichigo had to chuckle a little at her kitty voice. Cute, Ichigo thought. Wait, did I just think that? I wonder what our class should do. I sure want to attend that party. Halloween is only a week away. Not including this week. Rukia thought out loud, poking her chin with her finger, as she entered the noisy class, as usual. Fall Fest. MMPH. Came a voice from the hall, before Ichigo could close the class door. A class with a good theme will get the most money too, right, Rukia? A tall woman with long wavy, blonde hair walked through the door, with a smile plastered over her face. Matsumoto-san. Rukia stared at the women at the door, in much shock. Ah, Rukia dear. Is that the way you treat your long, old friend, that misses you so much. Matsumoto Ranjiku squealed, as she pulled Rukia into a tight hug, causing Rukia's faces to sink into her large chest. The class fell silent, hearing the loud exclaim in front of the class. Ranjiku. I can't breath. Rukia heaved with her last breath. Oh, sorry, Rukia dear. Ranjiku released the pale girl, giving a laugh at her messy raven hair. I missed you too. But, what are you doing in here in Japan? Where are you staying? Did you come with someone? Why are you in my school? Why dash? Wah. Rukia dear, slow down and chill. First, there's no real reason we're here. I just missed you and wanted to visit you. And we will be staying at your house of Kur, right? Ranjiku winked at Rukia. Sure. But don't you have school? Who are you traveling with? Rukia questioned, fixing her raven locks. We're traveling together, Rukia-chan. Sorry this is so sudden. I hope we're not intruding. Came another voice behind Ranjiku. A girl that was the same size as Rukia with her brown hair up in a bun, walked from behind the tall teen, and gave a bow. Momo-san. Momo, is that really you? Oh, my gosh, you both came. Rukia cried, hugging the said person, who also gave a hug back. Yes, good to see you too, Momo replied cheerfully. Well, enough with the crying, we have to get a theme for this class, Ranjiku announced loudly, stepping up on the teacher's desk. Ranjilu, how did you know we were having a festival? And are you even allowed in the school? Rukia said, looking up to the person on the desk. Don't worry, Rukia dear. Since we will be staying till the end of October, we will be attending your school for a bit. See, we're even wearing the uniforms, Ranjiku pointed out her cloths to Rukia. And I overheard your conversation with the carrot top in the hall, eavesdropping. Hey, don't call me that. I have a name, you know. Dash. Yeah, Berry Boy, Rukia stated. The class began to laugh at the name. Ichigo just growled at her, then went to go take his seat. Anyways, everyone, I'm Matsumoto Ranjiku, and this is my friend, Hinamori Momo. We're Rukia dears, best friends from America. We will be attending this school till the end of this month. Ranjiku yelled out over the class, seizing everyone's laughter. Rukia dear also has an announcement to tell y'all, so shut your mouths till she finished. Thanks, Ranjiku-san. The school board is hosting a fall festival this Friday, in which your parents and other students can attend. Each room needs to come up with a theme. And the classes that raise the most money for charity, will have a Halloween party thrown for them, in the school's gym. The school will pay for it, too. So we need a theme that will draw a lot of attention and get us a lot of money, Rukia explained, making the class break out in whispers. And, I know what best thing this class should do. Ranjiku spoke again, from on top the desk. Since Halloween is almost upon us, we should have a haunted Halloween cafe. Where everyone dresses up in costumes, and serves snacks to people in a haunted classroom. The whole class all stared at her, as if she was brilliant. Just then Ishida walked in, to see two people that weren't in his class. That's a great idea, Matsumoto-san. Ishida-kun sews, so I'm sure he will make costumes for each of us. Right, Ishida-kun? Inoue chirped from her seat, breaking everyone's thoughtful moment. Yeah, I can make everyone costumes. But what for? And are those the new students in the class? Ishida asked, being a little surprised at the sudden question. Well, Ishida-kun, our theme for our class is a haunted Halloween cafe, so we all are going to dress up and serve our customers snacks. And, yeah. These are my best friends. They will be staying till the end of the month. Rukia introduced her friends to him, as he gave a small bow to both. I see. That's a good idea. None of the other classes have came up with something this interesting yet. I bet our class has a good chance to win. And I would be honored to make everyone costumes, Ishida praised the class, and shot Ichigo an evil glare from the corner of his eye. Why heck did he just stare at me? Ichigo slumped over his desk, not really paying attention to the class excitement. Thanks for doing that for us, Ishida-kun. We also need other people to decorate the classroom, and provide the food. Rukia bowed a bit at Ishida. I'll provide the food, Kuchiki-san. Inoue's hand flew up. Oh, everyone held their breaths, as they waited for Rukia's answer. I'll help Inoue-san with it too, Tatsuki blurted out before Rukia could answer. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Chad, Ms. Wiro, and I will get the sup piles for the room. There is a new Halloween store that just opened up, where we can get stuff. Kigo bounced out of his chair, inviting his friends, that really didn't want to go, with him. Great. Then the rest of the class will decorate then. Rukia smiled sweetly at him, fake, making him blush. We have less than a week to get ready everyone, so let's get to work. Walking home from school. Ugh, why does it keep getting harder and harder to live through the day? Ichigo grunted to himself, as he walked down the side of the street to his home. The sun was setting, with its bright beams, blinking Ichigo as he walked in its direction. Stupid sun. I'm home. Ichigo groaned through the door. Welcome home my s-. You're too loud, old man. Ichigo silenced his crazy father with a fist in the face. You're so mean Ichigo, Ishin pouted, as Ichigo walked past his father and up the stairs without even looking at him. Ichi and I seem more tired these days. Do you think he's getting a cold? Yuzu asked with a worried look on her face, walking out of the kitchen. He's probably not getting to bed on time, Yuzu. Don't worry, Karen reasoned, standing next to her, patting her shoulder. I sure hope you're right, Yuzu said, retreating to the kitchen, to cook dinner. Karen watched her father, whose back was to her, walk over to the calendar next to their mother's picture on the wall. It seemed the time is coming for him, Masaki. Ishin whispered, scanning the calendar closely. Did you say something, Pa? Karen asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, no. I'm just talking to myself. Ishin tried to sound convincing in a guffy tone. He was surprised Karen was still standing there. Karen narrowed her eyes at her father, curious at his serious moment. What time is coming? Karen asked herself, leaving her father in the hall. Kuchiki Mansion. Wow, Rukia dear. Your room keeps getting cooler every time you move, Ranjiku exclaimed. Dropping her suitcase on the floor and jump on Rukia's bed. Rukia see about 5 other bags placed near the door. They must have dropped their things here before coming to my school. That's how they found my school, they probably asked Soy. It is very lovely, Rukia-chan. Momo agreed, walking around the spacely room in awe. Thanks, I guess. Rukia shrugged her shoulders. I'll call a maid to take your bags to your room if you like. What do you mean? We're not going to stay in your room. This bed is big enough for all 3 of us. Let's have a big slumber party in here tonight. Ranjiku cheered, rolling on the bed, messing up the covers. That would be lots of fun. Momo jumped up and down, joining Ranjiku in a pillow fight. All right. You both can spend the night in here. But just tonight. Rukia put hands up in defeat. I'm just going to change into my PJ now. Be out in a sec. Rukia called out from the walk-in bathroom. Oh, me too. I have such cute pajamas. Momo hopped of the bed, and over to her bags. The pillow war began again, when all 3 were in their PJ. It ragged on until all fell from defeat on Rukia's king-sized bed, and into a deep sleep. They're finally asleep, Soy giggled closing the crack in the door, to Rukia's room. She glanced down at her watch, reading 2:30 a.m., boy are they going to be tired tomorrow. Friday morning, at school. Man, am I beat, Rukia told the Carrot Top, who was helping her move a desk, to another classroom, across from room. Same here. It's been a long week, preparing for this day. Ichigo yawned back to the Raven head. It seems like the whole class is dragging slow, with all the work effort they put into making today a special day. All the decoration were almost up, food was prepared and ready to be served at 1 in the noon, when the people would start arriving. All that's left to do was, to finish moving all the desks in the next room to make room for the dining tables, and receiving their costumes from Ishida, who was not here at the moment. He's late. Rukia scowled. He's never late. Why now? Sorry I'm late, everyone. I have your costumes all completed, Ishida said, rushing into the classroom, holding a large box. Finally, Rukia was starting to get a little stressed. Everyone filed up to Ishida to receive their costume. It looked like a food line for prisoners, but they were happy prisoners. Here, and that's the last of it, Ishida said, handing each a small bag, then they rushed to the school's locker rooms to change. Hey, what about us? Rukia and Ichigo blurted out, seeing they were the only ones in the room still, besides Ishida. Yours are in a separate box. I wanted to make yours extra special, because you're the class reps, Ishida said calmly, pulling 2 boxes out of the bigger box. So what are we going to be? Ichigo asked, trying to identify the object through the handle holes in the box. Oh, you will see. The Quincy smiled, then walked out of the room. This better not be stupid, Ichigo mumbled, leaving the class too, with Rukia. A few minutes later, back in the class. The sleepy atmosphere seemed to left the students, as they all talked, and showed off their costume to one another. Ichigo entered the classroom, scanning the place for Rukia, who wasn't there yet. Wow, the costume looks great on you, Kurosaki-kun, Inoue popped out in front of Ichigo, observing him closely. You do, too, Ichigo looked at her. She wore a black and purple, wavy, strap dress, that went down to her knees. Black, webbed tights covered her legs, and black heels on her feet. A purple, silk scarf was wrapped around her neck, and black hat was placed on her strawberry, blonde head, that came to a point. A witch. Ichigo. Kigo pounced by Inoue, who was still looking Ichigo over. The carrot-top brow twitched at the idiot in front of him. He was dressed in every color of the rainbow, with a freakin' red ball on his nose. His overall look was a polka-dotted mess from head to toe. A clown. What took you so long to dress? Tatsuki scowled, joining the group that was forming around the annoyed teen. Her costume seemed to fit her well, and was not overdone like others. Wearing a white and green sports shirt and shorts. Then having black, knee socks, and soccer shoes on her feet. She had 2 black strips on both of her cheeks, and a white bandana on her forehead. A soccer player. Nice costume, Ms. Wiro commented, with Chad behind him. It looked kind of weird, seeing a person covered from head to toe, in a black robe, with a white mask, resting on top his head, that was looking down at a cell phone. A scream. Seeing Chad, Ichigo took a step back. What the? The giant wore a dark purple, tattered shirt, with brown holly pants. He had a fake scar draw across his face, and 2 silver, nail-looking studs, coming out of each side of his head. Frankenstein. Have you guys seen Rukia dear yet? Ranjiku stalked over to the even larger group, with Momo following. Ichigyo mouth opened slightly seeing 2 girls. The taller one, wore a tight, red tank top, with a yellow K in the center. Then a red short skirt, too short, with a yellow lines down the sides. White tennis shoes were on her feet and a yellow ribbon was tied up in her wavy hair. A cheerleader. Momo gave a little curtsy to the group, in her light blue, sparkly dress. It tied back into a big bow on her waist, that also matched the bow in her hair. The dress had short sleeves, and went down to her ankles. White heels and gloves were on her feet and hands. The last piece, was the diamond crown on her head. A princess. Ichigo began to back up against back wall of the room, seeing the whole class was now practically looking at him. What? Ichigo raised a brow, at the class. He watched as head started at his feet, then traveled up to the tips of his orange locks. What did that stupid Quincy do? On his feet were black shiny, pointy dress shoes, that were partly covered by his black dress pants. On his upper parts of his body, he wore a black suit coat. Being unbuttoned at the top, allow a white, ruffle scarf show, with a silver brooch, holding TI in place at the top. His neck was almost covered by a high-collared cape, highest point was almost touching his ears, that almost touched the floor. Being black on the outside, and red in the inside. His hands wore gloves that were white, along with the two fangs sticking out of his mouth. Ichigo was well aware of what he was, and was sure he was going to kill anyone that mentioned it too. He made sure to confront and crush the Quincy's glasses later. Geez, you look just like a dash vampire, came Rukia's voice, from the door. Everyone's head turned toward the figure walking in. All the boys' jaw unhinged from their heads at the sight of the petite girl. The first thing Ichigo noticed was the black, furry, triangle-like shaped ears on her raven hair. Looking at her whole outfit, his face became as red as the meaning of his name. Around her neck was a black choker, with a silver, coin-shaped pendant, hanging from it. Her strapless dress started a bit above her cleavage, revealing her soft, pale shoulders. The velvet, black dress, traveled only to her waist, where it hugged it tightly. It then sprouted into frilly, black skirt, covered with sparkles, and ending right below her hips. A black towel, with a ribbon at the end, stuck to her skirt. Black leather boats traveled up past her knees, leaving a few inches of skin before it was covered with her dress. Velvet black gulf cover most of her arms, ending where her dress began on her chest. A beautiful cat. You look amazing, Kuchiki-san, in no way excitedly cheered, as the group began to form around her. Thank you. But they're on time to waste. The festival would start any time now. Everyone get to your places, blushing at the attention she was getting. The students quickly shuffled away to make sure everything was set. Rukia walked out of the room, prying into the class, look at everyone's hard work. The walls were covered with every kind of Halloween decoration. From monster, to gravestones, to just plain funny things. The ceiling had orange and black streamers, and balloons. Round tables were placed in the room, with orange tablecloths, and a skull candles in the center. The windows were covered in black paper, make the room have a creepy dim look. Ichigo noticed Rukia in the hall looking into the room, and walked out to join her. What are you doing, midget? Ichigo looked down at her staring face. Man, she looks really good. Ichigo subconsciously liked his lips. There's something missing still. Rukia said, deep in thought, ignoring both his question and insult. Oh, yeah, I forgot, Rukia proclaimed, dashing into the room and coming back out with a posture board. Saying in dripping, red letters, Haunted Cafe, and a roll of tape. She shut the sliding door, and pulled off her right glove with her mouth, to rip the tape. The sign was taped up on the door, but when pulling her hand away, it rubbed against the paper. Owie! The glove fell from her mouth to the floor. What? Ichigo asked in a concerned voice. Oh, I just got a paper cut, she pouted, holding up her finger up to Ichigo to see. A small stream of blood flowed down her finger. Blood. Ichigo eyes widened. Thump. Ichigo clenched his chest. What's wrong? Rukia asked, seeing his face becoming pale. Suddenly his hand grabbed her wrist, pulling her hand to his face. The quick movement startled her so much, she would have gave a yelp, if she didn't feel Ichigo's tongue begin to lick her finger. Rukia was speechless, watching him lick every drip of red off her finger, then begin to SCK on the cut, when the blood was gone. Ichigo. She said quietly, blushing, seeing his eyes closed, as if he was enjoying a lollipop. His lips left her finger and he lifted his head up to stare at her. Rukia wanted to step away, seeing his eyes, but couldn't with his tight grip still on her hand. Amber was glown. A hungry, yellow glow, danced around in his eyes. She couldn't help feel a little scared at his unreadable expression. Without warning, his face came dangerously close to hers. She gasped, shutting her eyes tightly. Is he going to kiss me? She could feel his breath on her jaw. Ichigo, what are you? Rukia couldn't move, even though she wanted to run away quickly. Oh, that's where you were, Ichigo, Rukia-san. The door slid opening, with a smirking Ishida stand in its frame. Ichigo seemed to come out of a trance, as he quickly released Rukia's hand and jumped back. Having a rather shocked face, while Rukia still stood there frozen. We need your help deciding who should be the waiters, Rukia-san. Oh okay, Rukia stuttered, twirling around, grabbing her glove, and into the room. Sorry for disturbing you. But I don't think your action is prohibited on school grounds. Ishida eyed Ichigo coldly, before also re-entering the room too. Ichigo leaned on the hallway, slowly sliding down it, till he was sitting. What's wrong with me? Ichigo ran a hand through his hair, clutching his chest, feeling his heart still beating rapidly. His mind was like in a fog, and his mouth ached. He didn't know what came over him. It was as if all his senses were turned off, and he acted on instinct. All he could remember through the shocking experience, what the sweet sensation of her blood. CHP 7, Full Moon. Oi, Ichigo. Get your lazy bum in here. We need your help, Tatsuki yelled from the classroom. Ichigo looked up to see a huge line of people, lined up in front of the room. He had been stuck in so much shock from that experience, that he didn't even notice a freaking line being built in front of me. Ichigo stood up quickly, entering the other classroom door, to see a room full of people everywhere. The place was in a buzz with people eating, talking, students flying to table serving food. Ichigo strolled over to the refreshment table to try to look busy. Good timing, Kurosaki-kun. Can you take these drinks over to table 4, please? Inoue handed him a tray of cups, and pointing to a table by the crowded door. Sure. Ichigo tried to balance the tray on his palm, as he trotted over to the full table. Look, mommy. A vampire. A small kid said in a frightened tone, pointing at the orange head, when Ichigo approached the table, and began to hand out the drinks. Yes, I see. Don't worry, it's just a costume, he's not really a vampire, dear. An older woman next to the boy said. Ichigo had to restrain himself from laughing, as he gave a bow to the table and then walked away. Poor kid. I wonder what he would think if I proved his mother wrong. Ichigo chuckled, walking up to the table with Inoue behind it, again. We have the tables covered right now, Kurosaki-kun. Why don't you go help Kuchiki-san at the door? It's really crowded there, and I bet she could use your help. Inoue offered to Ichigo, before he could ask for another chore. Ichigo didn't reply, as he slowly walked over to the last person he wanted to talk to at the moment. Oh, my God. I believe I liked her. Finger like that, Ichigo recalled back on the very recent memory. Is she scared of me? Does she know? What is she thinking right now? Ichigo, can you take the next people to an empty table? Rukia commanded, walking away with a group of people behind, to a table. Ichigo noticed she didn't make eye contact when talking to him, not good. How many in your party? Ichigo eyes diverted down at the stack of menus on the table, next to the door. Oh, just me. But I'm sure more will be coming later, a familiar voice ring from behind an open fan, covering the said person's face. Ichigo quickly shut the door, causing a loud bang to echo through the room. Everyone was silent for 1 second, but the room returned to its noisy state quickly. What the heck are you doing here? Ichigo hissed, opening the door just a crack. My, Ichigo-san. I'm just attending the festival, of course, Urahara smiled, folding up his fan. What? I never told you about a festival, his eyebrow twitched, eyeing the other vampire. Well, let's just say I have friends in high places, Urahara smirked, turning his gaze to look out the window behind him. Ichigo followed his gaze, to see a bat hanging from a branch off a tree right outside the window. Yoruchi-san. Anyways, I would like to have a table now. People are waiting, Ichigo-san, the man with the green and white hat, chuckled. I swear it's not my fault if you get caught, for being in a school, and not being anyone's parents, Ichigo scolded, leading the man to an empty table in the corner of the room. Well, we're kind of like family, Ichigo-san. We're both vampires, Urahara reasoned behind his fan. I see you're starting to dress like one too, I'm proud of you me-san. Ichigo shot him a death glare, saying, call me that again and you're so dead, as he left to the door again. Rukia was already there again, inviting more people in. He saw some seniors walk in, staring Rukia over. Ichigo could feel himself grow angry, as he watched them to start cornering her. No, really I don't want to. Please follow me to a dash. You're pretty cute for a sophomore. Are you sure, you don't want to go on a date with me? A tall boy asked, blocking her path, and cupping her face with his hand. Please release my partner, and move, or you will regret living. Ichigo hand grabbed the tall boy's shoulder, catching him by surprise. I'm sorry I didn't realize she was your date, the boy mocked, walking away to a table with his friends. Thank you. Ichigo looked down at her, seeing her head downcast. It's nothing. I'll get the door. Ichigo left Rukia standing there, who seemed to be deep in thought. Ichigo, the orange head, gaped at the visitors standing in front of him. His father along with his two sisters, stood at the door, excited, except Karen, who looked like she really didn't want to be there. Ichigo, you keep looking like a vampire more and more each day, Yuzu exclaimed, giving her brother a hug. Ichigo didn't know whether he should take that as a compliment or not, considering he was one. Come, my daughters. Let's let Ichigo lead us to our table. Ishin pushed the girls into the dim room. Ichigo, who was very speechless, led his family to the table Urahara was using. His father immediately engaged himself in a conversation with him, who also seemed very excited to see more people, vampires, at his table. So, what do you want? Ichigo managed to say to his sisters that were staring at a menu. Wow, they all look so wummy, Yuzu clapped her hands together, happily. Peeking through the door. There are many of them. All in one spot too. The observer pushed up his glasses. I must keep my guard up. Back in the haunted cafe. There you are. Where have you been? We need help you know. Ichigo barked at the Quincy, who entered the room. Sorry, I was just checking up on some of the other classes, Ishida said, glancing at the two men in the corner, who became silent on his entrance. They're pretty good, to know at first glance. Ishida chuckled mentally. What in the world are you wearing? Ichigo studied the teen, in white and blue, with a bow, and arrows strapped to his back. I'm a hunter. Ishida didn't finish his sentence, taking Ichigo's tray, and walking away from him, revealing a blue cross on his back. A hunter? Ichigo asked in a confused tone. I didn't think there still was any of them left. Ishin eyed the white student, from the corner of the room. Looks like there's still one believer. The last Quincy, Urahara smirked. After fall festival. So. How's your finger? Ichigo dared to ask, holding open a black, trash bag. He didn't know why he was bringing up a subject that could make him do a rash thing again. It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Rukia blushed, tossing streamers into the open bag. I was a little surprised when you did that. Ichigo wanted to say he was surprised too, but he didn't want to look stupid. Yeah. Well, I heard if you SCK on a cut, it helps stop the bleeding. Ichigo tried to come up with a reason. Rukia was aware of this tactic, but it was his eyes, and how his face came close to hers, that caught her off guard. It seemed so familiar. Where have I seen this, or felt this? Great news, everyone. I have the results of the winners for the Halloween party. Ishida bruised through the door, stopping everyone from cleaning. Already. Rukia scurried over to the front of the group that was crowding around the teacher's desk. It turns out, that. Drum roll please, people began to hammer the desk, our class collected the most money, with $250. Cheering broke out in the room, as everyone gave each other high fives. The party will be held on Halloween night. So be there. More cheering exploded. What's wrong, Rukia-san? Momo asked, seeing Rukia's face become sad. Well. I was hoping to go trick-or-treating that night. But if I want to attend this party, I guess I have to skip it this year, Rukia said, in a sad tone. Why don't you go trick-or-treating part of the night, and then the other half, spend at the school party? Ichigo jumped into the conversation. I wish I could do that. But my brother doesn't like me being out during the night alone, Rukia pouted. Then go with a friend, Ichigo retorted, in, are you stupid, tone. I can't when they're all at the party, stupid, Rukia yelled, realizing he was think she was stupid. I will go dash. Why don't you go with her, Ichigo-san? You're not very interested in the party anyways. Ranjiku winked at Momo, who was about to offer her company to Rukia. What? Ichigo and Rukia said in unison. Good then. It's decided. Ichigo-san with pick Rukia up at 6 p.m. They will go candy collecting till 8 p.m. Then they will join the party afterwards, Ranjiku instructed to everyone, then began to walk away before further protest between the two teens. But. Ichigo complained. Don't be late, Ranjiku stopped in her tracks, looking over her shoulder, staring at him coldly, or you will regret it. Urahara shop. Thank you, Urahara-san sir, Yuzu bowed at the door of the shop. Anytime, anytime. Urahara chirped from his seat. Come on Karen, I have to make dinner, Yuzu said, dragging Karen. Karen was starting to get annoyed, being brought everywhere without any choice. First she was pulled out of school, with her sister, by their crazy father. Then, brought to their brother's school, to attend some FES. That she didn't really care about. Now, after the event at the high school, she was Yuzu's shopping partner, at Urahara-san's shop, still having their father tagging along to hold the bags. Sigh. I could be sleeping right now. You coming, old man? Karen asked, seeing their father wasn't following. Yeah. You two go on ahead, I just want to have a word with Urahara-san, Ishin grinned, holding a thumbs up. Karen's sweat dropped, whatever. If it's about Ichigo you're worried about, Yoruchi-san is already keeping an eye on him, Urahara said, as Ishin walked into the store again. Nothing too interesting has happened with him yet. But something did happen, right? Ishin asked in a serious manner. The girl in the cat outfit today had a small injury, Ichigo seeing the blood reacted by liking her finger. Yoruchi-san said he might have bitten her, if it wasn't for the Quincy intervening. Urahara looked up, seeing the other vampire listening intently. The girl is also known as Kuchiki Rukia. Kuchiki. I didn't know he had a little sister, Ishin pondered, leaning on a shelf. He adopted her, when his wife died, Urahara explained, fanning himself. It seems Ichigo is attracted to her blood. The same blood that runs in her sister, his Anna. Whom I bit. Oh, my son, my son. Of all people to want to bite, why this one? Ishin groaned, rubbing his head. Byakuya will surely kill us all, if he finds us out. I have to prevent Ichigo from biting her. For now. That will be hard, you can't change the desire of his blood for hers. He will be a full vampire soon, Ishin. He needs blood on that night to fully awaken. Urahara pulled his hat over his eyes. The moon is almost full. Kurosaki home. I can't believe I got threatened by a woman. Ichigo mumbled to himself, walking into the clinic. Welcome home Ichi and I. Dinner is almost ready, Yuzu welcomed her brother. I'm not hungry, Ichigo hissed, garbing a blood bottle off the counter. Oh. Yuzu's eyes drooped down, as her brother left to his room. He's just tired, Yuzu. It's been a long day for him. You should probably leave him alone for a while. Karen walked into the kitchen, also grabbing a blood bottle. I'm back, everyone. Ishin barged through the front door. Is Ichigo home yet? Yeah, he just went up to his room. He seems pretty tired, Karen said, popping her head out from the kitchen. I see. Ishin replied, walking into his office. Ichigo didn't leave his room the whole night, and rarely appeared out of it over the weekend. He barely ate, except drinking excessive amount of blood bottles each day, and sleeping through the bright hours. I'm getting worried about him. I think I'll bring a meal up to him, since he hasn't eaten anything lately, Yuzu told Karen, who was on the couch, as she walked up the stairs with a tray of food. It was already Monday morning, and the orange head was still in his room. Ichi and I better be up, or he will be late for school. Whatever, just don't annoy him, Karen called back to her. Ichigo's room. Ichi and I brought you breakfast, since you haven't been feeling well lately. Yuzu stopped at the door, peering into the dim room. The shades were shut, glowing green because of the rising, morning sun upon them. Empty bottles were scattered all over the floor. The room had a hot and stuffy atmosphere looming throughout it. Ichi. Yuzu took a step forward. Ichigo was sprawled on the bed breathing hard. His hair looked wet and messy, from cold sweat dripping down his face. Fangs stuck out of his shuddering mouth, as if he was cold. His eyelids were shut, and his hands clenched the covers of the bed. Bad dream. Ichi and are you okay? What wrong? Yuzu's concerned voice tried to reach her brother, without physically moving towards him. Just stay away. I don't know what's wrong. Ichigo ummed, sitting up leaning on his bedpost. I'm just tired, leave me alone. What about school dash? He will not be going. Ichigo is not feeling well, as you can see, Yuzu. Call the school for me, will ya? Tell them, Ichigo will not be attending school today. Ishin walked into the room, staring down at his son's sickly state. Oh, alright, Yuzu placed the tray on Ichigo's desk and skipped downstairs. Just get some rest, son. I'm sure this will pass soon, Ishin said in a comforting tone, closing the door behind him. I'm sorry son, just deal with it, until I think of something. Why can't you just let him go out, and do as he pleases? Said a bat, outside of the open hall window. I just don't want any other people to get involved or hurt. Ishin sighed. But it's just going to get worse for him. Keeping him locked up in his room isn't going to help either, Yoruchi stated sternly, eyeing the man with her gold eyes. Don't make him lose his sanity. I don't think he would go crazy that easy. He's not very excited about this new phase of his vampire life. He despises the act of biting people. And now his body is going against his belief. He's scared. Ishin walked up to the window. He has to face it eventually. Now is the time, in my opinion, the purple bat said at last words, taking off into the wind. Friday morning, in the classroom. Orihime Inoue. Here. Kurosaki Ichigo. Mrs. Misato-sensei lifted her head from her attendance book, scanning the room for any sign of orange hair. Absent again. He must have really came down with something, if he has to miss the whole week. He better come tonight, or I will kill him. I don't care what's wrong with him, Rukia whispered to Momo. Maybe he is really sick. He probably doesn't want to get you sick too, Momo sounded concerned, whispering back. I still don't care. It's not like Halloween comes once a year, Rukia slouched back in her seat. Kuchiki Rukia. Here. Rukia stuck her hand up. He better come. Friday night, at 5:30 p.m. Okay, we're going to head over to the party now. Are you sure you don't want us to stay, until Ichigo-san comes? Rankyu asked, dressed in her cheerleading outfit, at the front of the mansion. Momo was also dressed up in her princess costume from Ishida. No, I'm fine. I don't want you to be late for your party, Rukia reassured, scooting her two best friends into the black limo. I see you later at the party. Okay. Make sure you bring some of your candy for us. Ranjiku stuck her tongue of the window, as the limo drove down the road toward the high school. Yeah. Rukia waved goodbye. 5:45 p.m. Halloween night begins. Ichi, where are you going? You're still not well yet. Yuzu protested to her brother, who was pulling on his shoes. I have someone to pick up for the Halloween party tonight. Ichigo partly lied, opening the door. But. Let him go, Ishin said in a sad tone. Be safe, son. Yeah, thanks. Ichigo waved, walking down the sidewalk, and out of sight. Ichigo slugged down the road, passing a few trick-or-treaters, in random costumes, as he made his way to his destination. Freak Ken headache. Ichigo groaned, rubbing his forehead. He still felt like trash, but being out at night seemed to calm his insides just a bit. How the heck am I supposed to get to the stupid door, to ring the stupid doorbell, if this stupid gate is in my stupid way? Ichigo growled at the tall gate before him. You're the only person I know who can say stupid 4 times in one sentence. Rukia's voice sounded through the gate, followed with a giggle. Ichigo wasn't really expecting someone to answer back, but here was Rukia walking through the opening gates, toward him. Are you feeling better, Ichigo? You've been gone the whole week. Rukia walked up to him, worried written in her voice. Yeah, I'm just fine. Ichigo's face began to heat up, at the sight in front of him. Rukia, noticing he was staring at her, did a little twirl to show off her outfit. She wore a short, tight, white tank top, revealing her narrow waist. Short. Ichigo tugged on his collar as if he couldn't breathe, shorts that were also white, with a round puffy tail on the back. White socks from her thighs, went down to her ankles, where they stopped, leaving bare feet in white heels. Her hands had white gloves going up to her elbows. The last accessory that stood out the most, was the white, bunny ears on top her raven hair that tied it down to a bow under her neck. Well, what do you think? I'm Chappie the bunny. Rukia turned around again. You mean that bunny, from that stupid preschool show? Ichigo mocked, trying to hide his blush. Smack. Don't call Chappie stupid. Rukia hissed, beginning to walk away. Ichigo had a nice, red hand mark, displayed over his right cheek. God, she can hit. The carrot top rubbed his cheek that still stung. I thought you were going to wear the cat outfit from school. Ichigo asked, catching up to her, trying to change the subject just a bit. I was, but I really wanted to be a bunny instead. Rukia hopped along the road to the first house. You didn't have to wear the same costume Ishida gave you, Ichigo. Rukia wasn't complaining though. She thought he looked rather handsome, in his black and red. He really did look like a real vampire. Maybe he is. Her fantasy side of her brain chimed in. It would be really cool to actually know one, but at the sometimes kind of scary too. Aren't you coming up to get candy? Rukia asked, see he was still standing at the curb. No, you go on ahead. I'm not a big fan of candy eating, Ichigo called to her. Suit yourself. I am loading up with sweets this year, Rukia cheered, holding her bag open to the person at the door, after saying her trick or treat. Rukia zoomed down back where Ichigo was, grabbed him, and pulled him to the next house. It's going to be a long night, with this fast paces. An hour and a half later. Man, how can you run in these things? Aren't you cold too? Ichigo doubled over catching his breath. I have no idea. I'm more hot right now than cold, Rukia heaved, leaning on a tree. It's going to be 8 soon, do you want to start heading over to the school now? Ichigo looked at his wrist watch. He was very tired, and his headache was starting to get worse. I guess, but which way do we go to get there? Rukia asked, swinging her bag of candy over her shoulder. MMH. Ichigo studied his surrounds, being that he really wasn't sure where they were. I'm pretty sure there's a neighborhood park nearby, that we can cut through to get to the school. A shortcut? Rukia's asked in, "You're not serious," tone. Yeah, a shortcut. You can take the long way if you want, but I want to get there sooner, Ichigo teased, walking down the street. Rukia just growled, as she followed him to the park's entrance. Rukia noticed all the lamp posts were off in the park, signaling that it was time for the trick-or-treaters to return home. Are you sure? Hey, wait for me. Rukia yelled at Ichigo's retreating from into the darkness of the park. Rukia clung to Ichigo, when she caught up to him, as they walked the dark path, surrounded by trees. This little contact wasn't helping Ichigo at all. Right when he felt as if he was getting over this hangover feeling, his inside began to churn again. They finally came to a clearing in the middle of the park, with benches around in a circle, and a large fountain in the center. The area was light quite well, with the fully light moon, shining down on them. Ichigo pulled his arm away from her grasp, and moved away from her, to lean on a lamp post, that was not turned on. Thump, Ichigo gritted his teeth, turning his face away from her gaze. Not now. Whoa. Look at the moon. It's so bright and beautiful. I can even see my reflection clearly in the fountain water, Rukia exclaimed with awe, gazing down at the mirror made of water. The claim water was black like the night sky, with a few dots of light, from stars, but the reflection of the moon on the water, set Rukia in a trance at its beauty. She felt as if she could reach out and touch the moon. As if she was at the entrance of a gate that led to another world and she peering into it. Yekov, I see it cough, Ichigo gasped, turning to face her. His eyes widened, seeing her standing at the edge of the fountain looking up at the moon. Her whole being seemed to glow, making her look so soft and fragile. Raven hair shined from the light, and her violet eyes danced with sparkles. She's so beautiful, thump. Ichigo hand covered his mouth, as the other grasped his chest. And so taste. He looked away, trying to clear his mind that was spinning. You okay? Maybe we should go now. You don't look well. Rukia broke her contact with the sky, and began to walk down a bricked path. She looked over to see if he was following, but saw his form standing where she just stood a moment ago, looking up at the sky. What? Wasn't he just standing over there? Rukia stared at the lamp post, then back at Ichigo. Ichigo appeared to be looking at the sky, but Rukia could tell he wasn't looking at anything. He seemed dazed, or lost. Ichigo. Rukia took a few steps towards him, to seeing if he was even real. His head lowered, and he stared at her lazily. Chi. She heard him whisper, as he looked at her more intently. Chi. Suddenly he was standing before her, his head lowered, hiding his eyes. Rukia couldn't believe it. All she did was blink, and he traveled the distance from the fountain, to her. It wasn't a simple step away, either. His hands shot forward, grabbing her wrist, and pushing her up against a tree. Her voice left her, as his head lifted up to her level. His pupils burned with yellow, as the rest of his eye was black. His breath was ragged, as his mouth hung open, relieving two long fangs, too big for his mouth. Rukia's eyes widened, as she tried to break from his grip. His eyes, just like at the festival. Rukia winced as his grip tightened around her wrist, but they seemed so scary now. Rukia. His hot breath ran over her chin, as his head moved to the side of her head. His orange locks brushed her right cheek, making her almost giggle, but she only tensed, feeling his tongue lick her neck playfully. She was about to speak, but gasped in pain, feeling as if two needles stuck into her neck. This feeling. Rukia's head slowly lifted upwards, causing her bunny ears to slip off her head. Where have I felt it before? So sweet. Ichigo mind buzzed, as he enjoyed the warm liquid going down his thirsty throat. He could hear a whimpering noise next to his ear, but his mind was too lost in pleasure, that he couldn't tell it was coming from Rukia's quivering lips. Rukia could feel her neck become wet with blood. Her blood. My blood. Her mind had started to become foggy, as she felt her energy leaving her. He released her arms, and held onto her shoulders, as her hands fell limply to her, felt so helpless. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Her eyes squeezed shut, then open again, trying to clear her sight, that seemed to be seeing her surrounds in a pink tint. Looking up at the moon, and realizing it was the cause, as it now was the color of blood red. This feeling, where, she tried to search her mind again for an answer, but her thoughts were failing her. Where? Her eyelids become heavy, in my dream. Dream. CHP 8 Afterbite. The moon is red, but yet, no one seems to notice. Karen gazed up at the Halloween night sky. What's going on? Ichigo. Flashback. Ichi dash, her voice left her, as his head lifted up to her level. His pupils burned with yellow, as the rest of his eye was black. His breath was ragged, as his mouth hung open, relieving two long fangs, too big for his mouth. Rukia's eyes widened, as she tried to break from his grip. His eyes, just like at the festival. Rukia winced as his grip tightened around her wrist, but they seemed so scary now. Rukia. His hot breath ran over her chin, as his head moved to the side of her head. His orange locks brushed her right cheek, making her almost giggle, but she only tensed, feeling his tongue lick her neck playfully. She was about to speak, but gasped in pain, feeling as if two needles stuck into her neck. This feeling. Rukia's head slowly lifted upwards, causing her bunny ears to slip off her head. Where have I felt it before? So sweet. Ichigo mind buzzed, as he enjoyed the warm liquid going down his thirsty throat. He could hear a whimpering noise next to his ear, but his mind was too lost in pleasure, that he couldn't tell it was coming from Rukia's quivering lips. Rukia could feel her neck become wet with blood. Her blood. My blood. Her mind had started to become foggy, as she felt her energy leaving her. He released her arms, and held onto her shoulders, as her hands fell limply to her side. Rukia felt so helpless. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Her eyes squeezed shut, then open again, trying to clear her sight, that seemed to be seeing her surrounds in a pink tint. Looking up at the moon, and realizing it was the cause, as it now was the color of blood red. This feeling, where? She tried to search her mind again for an answer, but her thoughts were failing her. Where? Her eyelids become heavy, in my dream. Dream. End of flashback. Ichigo knew he should stop, but he didn't want this feeling he wanted so long, to end. His whole body had been screaming for days on end, for more since the day he liked Rukia's finger. Rukia. Ichigo eyes shot opening, pulling his fangs out of the skin he punctured, and released his grip around the person's shoulder. Taking a step back, he licked his lips, and then wiped some of the blood with the sleeve of his suit jacket. No, Rukia. Ichigo stared in horror, at the girl in front of him. Her face was very flushed, and her eyelids were half shut, as if she was in a daze. Blood was covered all over her neck, dripping down her shoulder. All she remembered, was the feeling as if something was being pulled out of her, and the sudden chillness of the air touching her wet neck. Looking up one last time, she saw a satisfied-looking man, but his face quickly changed to a fearful one seeing her clearly. Ichi. She tried to take a step, but her knees gave way, as darkness overtook her. Vampire. Rukia's raven head fell into the terrified teen's chest. She began to slide down, when Ichigo caught her, and pulled her up, picking up her limp body princess style. Ichigo placed a hand over her mouth to see that she was still breathing. Good. Rukia. I'm so dash. Suddenly a sharp object flew through the air, hitting Ichigo. Giving a cry of pain, Ichigo looked down to see an arrow sticking out of his right shoulder. He struggled to hold Rukia and clasp his hand over his wound that was bleeding large amounts of blood. Ichigo's eyes darted right and left to see where the arrow came from. "Looks like I came a little too late," said a man dressed in white and blue, coming out of the shadows of the trees, holding a bow. Vampire. Off in the distance. From afar, a bat hung from a tall tree, gazing down at the park's center. "You finally have given in to your desire, Ichigo. But now you have to face your first enemy." Yoriyuchi stretched her large, purple wings, taking off, finding a place with a better view of below. "The red moon signifies your full awakening, now use your hidden power." Park Center. Ishida. Ichigo stared in shock, at the other teen, who was drowning his bow again. Another arrow was shot, just missing Ichigo's head, as he sifted his neck to the side, but it left a large scratch across his cheek. "You knew the whole time, didn't you?" Ishida just smirked, not responding again, as he charged towards the orange head, bow drowned. Ichigo felt anger boil inside of him. He gritted his teeth in pain, as he pulled out the arrow in his shoulder, and snapped it in half. An arrow came straight towards his head, but he didn't move, as he caught it, in mid-air, with his blood-covered hand, and then threw it to the side. "You knew." Ichigo hissed, seeing Ishida back up, taking a fighting stance. "Of course. I would bring shame to my clan if I didn't know," Ishida replied, pulling an arrow out from his backpack. "I've known since the day I met you. I was trained to tell the difference between people and vampires." Suddenly Ishida, charge again, shooting an arrow again, but then taking a side step, turning and reloaded, and appearing behind Ichigo, arrow pointed at his back. Ichigo eyes widen at the quick movement of the other teen. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion, as he turned his head around, seeing the arrow coming towards him. "Move!" Ichigo heard his mind scream. "Awaken!" "Oh!" Ishida watched as his arrow soared through air, claiming nothing but a tree. Smirking, he turned around, looking up to Ichigo, who was up top of a lamp post, holding Rukia's body by her waist, to his side. "I see. Your powers have finally come. This might be harder than I thought." Ichigo was very surprised to see himself atop a lamp post, practically balancing by one foot. It was so strange, his body seemed to act on its free will, jumping off the ground into thin air, then repairing in a totally different spot, before the arrow could manage to hit him. "Who are you really?" Ichigo asked bitterly, his eyes beginning to glow, staring down. He no longer cared where he was, or how he got there. He was furious and wanted answers. Now. "Geez, Kurosaki, I thought I told you before," Ishida said, pushing up his glasses. He could see Ichigo's face twist with more anger when he said his last name. "I'm a hunter, or to be more specific. Last member of the Quincy clan, vampire hunter." "What?" Ichigo cried in disbelief. "So, we were never friends. It was all an act, to watch me." "Not necessarily. I was friends with the human side of you, but humans don't seek other humans' blood." Ishida could see the regret wave over the bewildered vampire above. "You're nothing now than a beast in human form." Ichigo felt as if he had been punched in the gut a dozen of times. Beast. The word ringed in his head over and over again. "Poor Kuchiki-san, I always known you wanted her, but I never thought you would give in. You proved me wrong, and she was your first," Ishida said, almost in a sad tone. Ichigo felt as if he wanted to cry. He gave up balance on his leg, and let himself fall off the pole, holding Rukia to his chest, letting his back make contact with the cement. Blood coughed out of this mouth at the hard impact. Ichigo dazed at the sky, releasing the girl in his arm, causing her to roll to the side of him. He turned his gaze when seeing an arrow being pointed to his head, but didn't hesitate to move. "Do it," Ichigo said in a distant tone, closing his eyes. "I should kill you." Ishida paused, shuddering slightly. "But I won't." Ichigo opened his eyes, to see the arrow retreating away from his face. What? I should die for what I have done. Why? Ichigo confused face scanned Ishida's face that seemed confused as well. I guess. I still have faith that you still have that human part in you. That I was once friends with. Ishida restrung his bow to his back, then gazed at the sky, frowning deeply. I will show you mercy just this once. But if I see you ever lay your fangs on another innocent person, I will kill you, and remember, Kurosaki. I despise your kind. Ishida scowled, and then started to walk into the night. You better find a way to hide your mistake before I change my mind. Ichigo lay there, motionless on the ground, not saying a word. Was I just spared? Ichigo, get up. You look like roadkill, said a sarcastic voice, suddenly appearing over his head. Hey. What the heck? Don't scare me like that, Ichigo screamed, trying to scoot his head away for the other's tanned one. Eek, put some clothes on too. Gosh, chill out Ichigo, I was just trying to see if you were still alive, Yoruchi said, crossed her arms over her chest. Whatever, Ichigo grumped, sitting up and looking down at Rukia, who stirred. So what are you going to do about her? You can't just erase the evidence. It's written clearly on her neck, Yoruchi asked in a serious tone, bending down and examining the girl. I don't know, what should I do? Ichigo asked sadly. Don't know, don't care. Your mess, you clean it up, Yorushihai shrugged her shoulder, standing back up again. Smirking, when Ichigo gave her a look of, thanks for the help, and then walked away, waving over her shoulder. I'm hungry, see you around, Ichigo. I wouldn't take her home though, Ichigo, Yoruchi warned, stopping in her tracks. Ichigo just looked up at her in a confused way, but didn't say anything, as he watched her walk up and behind a tree, to then see a bat flutter up into the sky from behind it. What am I supposed to do with you then? Ichigo sadly stared at the unconscious girl beside him. Picking her up again, he winced a bit at the pain in his shoulder, but was surprised to see it beginning to heal. So this is what it means to have your blood awaken. Tightening his grip around her petite body, as he pulled her closer, hoping to spare some of his body heat to her shivering one, he jumped back up on a lamp pot, then to another, and then leaping onto a nearby build. Ichigo smirked, thinking of how strange it would look if someone below him saw his leaping form, jumping to building, which no ordinary man could even imagine doing. But I'm no ordinary being. Frowning a bit, as his face reddened from the cold air rushing by it. He may not look it, but he was still very surprised at his sudden discovery of being able to move at very high speeds quickly. I'm freaking fly, Ichigo almost fall face first to the ground, after tripping on a building gutter. Scratch that though, he scowled, slowing down his pace, seeing he wasn't a natural at building hopping. Before he knew it he was standing upon the roof of his home, debating on what to do with the thing in his arms. He couldn't just walk into his house, like this. Yuzu would probably freak out, thinking I killed someone, holding a body too, would make it look more suspicious, and his crazy father, would think he finally brought home a girlfriend after getting drunk with her. Releasing a long sigh, he opened his bedroom window, sneaking inside. I can't believe I'm doing this. Ichigo mumbled, laying Rukia's body on his bed. Staring down at her sleeping form, she looked so peaceful, Ichigo brushed her raven hair away from her neck, to look closely at his mark. Sleep long, Rukia. I don't know if I could live through the guilt, when I see the fear in your eyes. Running a hand through his orange locks, he pulled off his cape, and left the room in search of clothes and bandages. I'm so sorry, Rukia. Halloween party, in school gym. Oi, Ranjika-san. Momo yelled, trying to get her friend's attention, over the loud music. What? Ranjiku yelled back, trying to work her way through the maze of dancing people in costumes, over to her friend on the sideline. Ranjika-san, have you seen Rukia-san? She was supposed to be here an hour again, Momo said, with a worried face. You're right, Ranjika glanced at her watch, and then stood on a table behind her, scanning the room for any signs of a raven hair. Maybe she got lost, or Ichigo-san never showed up, and she's depressed right now. Maybe she got separated when trick-or-treating with him. She probably doesn't know this town well since she just moved here, so she got lost on the street. What about she dash? Momo-san, slow down, and take a breather. Ranjika hushed her freaking out friend, who was talking 100 miles per hour. But she. Momo tried to settle down, and catch her breath. I'm sure she is just fine. Rukia dear probably stopped at Ichigo-san house to rest, and have a little fun with him, Ranjika said sarcastically, giving a grin to her now frowning friend. This is not funny, Momo pouted, sitting down in a chair. I know, I was just trying to make you feel better, but I'm sure she is fine. I bet she is at her house right now, as we speak, Ranjika said reassuringly, putting a hand on Momo's shoulder. Yeah. But she said she really wanted to come to this party. It doesn't make sense she would miss it for being tired. She very stubborn you know, she reasoned back. That is true, but dash. Have you guys seen, Ishida-kun? Orihime interrupted, walking up to the two girls in her witch outfit. He was just here a moment ago, but he disappeared. No, I'm sorry. We haven't seen him around, Momo answered back, shaking her head. Ranjika shook her head too, when Inoue looked her way. Ishida-kun not here as well, strange. Kurosaki home. Grr, where is it? Ichigo growled, fumbled his hand around in a cabinet, in the clinic. It was very hard to search for bandages, especially in the dark. He didn't want to awaken his, supposedly, sleeping family. Ichi-ni. The light to the clinic room clicked on, causing Ichigo to jump up from his squat position, behind the examining table. Karen, shouldn't you be in bed dash? Ichi-ni what happened to you? Karen gasped, clasping a hand over her mouth, and taking a step back. Ichigo gave her a confused look, and then turned to look at the clinic's wall mirror to see Quit's scary image of himself. From his mouth down to his collarbone, was covered in dry blood. His scarf was stained red, and his right shoulder clothes, were torn with blood still soaked freshly into it. Scratches and blood, lined his palms. Nothing. Ichigo scowled at the gory sight. Any person in their right mind, would have turned and run seeing him, but Karen just stood there in shock. He could tell she was scared, and wouldn't take nothing, as an answer. I just got in a fight, don't worry, I'm fine. Karen just nodded and then quickly left the room to escape the horror image of her brother. She didn't believe one bit he was in a fight. Though he was covered in blood, the only injury she could see was the gauge in his shoulder, but it was barely visible. Kurosaki home, Saturday morning. Rukia gave a small at the achy feeling in her neck, as she slowly opened her tired eyes. Where am I? Rukia could tell she wasn't in her king-sized bed, but in a very small bed, in a very small area. Am I in a box? Rukia questioned, observing the four corners in the dim room, that had no windows. Tilting her head up slightly, she brought her a hand to scratch her neck, but was stopped with a thin layer of cloth wrapped around it. Reality smashed down on her, as she shot up, meeting the low ceiling of the small room, very quickly. Bam! Ichigo looked up from his book on the bed, at the closet where he heard a loud bam. Oh, boy, she's awake. Closing his book, Ichigo slowly walked to the closet that was now saying curses. God, that hurt. Rukia grunted, holding her head. Now that she was sitting up, Rukia could tell she wasn't wearing her costume anymore, but a shirt that was way too big for her, more of a short dress. Where am I? You're in my closest, midget, came Ichigo's annoyed voice, as one of the walls opened up, in the small room. Rukia gave a yelp in surprise when the wall next to her opened, revealing a person with bright, orange hair. Ichigo? She questioned, with her mouth agape. She was looking at him with an exasperation of, what the heck are you doing here? Suddenly her face held an alarming look, as she stared at him very intensely. Without warning, she flung out of the closet open door, straight at Ichigo, grabbing his shoulders. Ichigo's eyes grew wide as he lost his balance, falling to the ground with Rukia on top of him. What are Gak? Ichigo gagged, as Rukia stuck her fingers into his mouth, trying to open it. He was so sure he was going to die from choking. If she didn't stop soon, Ichigo struggled, trying to pull her hands out. Then everything just stopped, and grew silent, as Rukia removed her fingers from his sore mouth. Fangs. Rukia's voice shuddered, as her eyes grew as big as plate, staring at the small blood on her index finger that pricked one of his fangs. You really are a vampire. Ichigo remained silent, feeling much guilt at the girl above him, who started to panic. Before he could think of anything to say, she scooted off of him quickly into a corner of his room, hugging her knees, and placing a hand over her bandage on her neck. Does it hurt? Ichigo asked quietly, diverting his gaze elsewhere, as he sat up Indian style. Rukia didn't replay, as her eyes remained glued upon him, watching his every move, scared he might get closer. Ichigo sighed to himself, as he got up, causing Rukia to try to get more wedged into her corner. I bet you're hungry. I get you something to eat, just wait here, Ichigo said gloomily, leaving the room. Rukia didn't budge, she didn't speak, and she didn't do anything, but stare in horror. She dared her eyes to circle around the room once, looking at her location. To the right of her was a desk, and to the right of that lay a twin-sized bed. Across the way, were some bookshelves, and some other random cabinets with accessories upon them. There was a wall filled with huge cracks and dents in it, made her wonder a little, at the cause of them. Even in her much shocked state, she still could come to a conclusion, that it was probably his room, and that it was very boring. A few minutes later, Ichigo entered the room, holding a tray of food, and then setting it down on the desk next to the corner. She was frozen in. Heat rose to his cheeks, realizing he could practically see a full view of her pink panties, at the angle he was standing at. You should eat something. Ichigo turned away, as his face became brighter red. Rukia did not speak, or move an inch. Not even blink, as she just looked at him. Look, I know you're hungry, Ichigo tried to convince her. Still no movement or sound of any kind came forth from the petite girl. Ichigo began to twitch under her gaze that was starting to bore holes through his back. Turning around he bent down to her level, scowling at her stubborn state, trying not to strangle her. Darn it, Rukia. You have to eat something. You need energy after losing blood, so you don't faint or get dizzy again. Rukia's pale hand suddenly came in contact with his annoyed face, causing him to fall backwards, again. That was complete unexpected. Ichigo stared at his ceiling, rubbing his sore cheek. Rukia stood up, letting the shirt to come to its full length, which Ichigo learned that his biggest shirt wasn't even long enough, reviling her long, soft legs. She stomped over to his desk, and started to chow down the food, very rudely, and quickly. Raising an orange bow, he proceeded to sit up, but was thrown back again, when Rukia chucked a fork in his face. There. You happy? I ate something. She yelled, sitting down in her corner, pulling her knees up again. You're welcome. And I can see your pink underwear when you sit like that. Ichigo barked, sitting up, pulling the fork out of his hair. You pervert. Rukia screamed, jumping up, and began digging her ankle into his chest. Just below Ichigo's room. Sounds, like Ichi and I is wrestle with someone. Yuzu stared up at the ceiling, watching the light swing back and forth, at each bang, for above. He is probably throwing his alarm clock at the wall again, Karen replied, giving a thanks to Yuzu, who placed a plate of eggs in front of her. Not the alarm clock again. Ishin whined, pacing around the kitchen, waiting for his breakfast. Here, and enjoy, Yuzu smiled cheerfully, as her father dove into a seat next to Karen, who was reading the morning paper. I'm going to see if Ichi and I is hungry for breakfast. Yuzu untied her apron, and then placed it on a hook next to the staircase. Don't worry about breakfast for him, Yuzu. He seems pretty tired from last night. I'm going to let him miss school today, so he can rest, Ishin said calmly, sipping his coffee. Okay, Yuzu looked a little confused, but put her apron back on, and then headed back to the kitchen. He sounds pretty lively to me. Ichigo's room. Ow wow, Ichigo groaned, trying to peel his demented body off the floor again. Stop complains. Serves you right for all the things you done to me since last night. Oh, wait, I forgot, Rukia got off his bed, kick him in the gut, and then back on the bed. That's for making me miss the party last night. I'm sorry. Ichigo said, his word being muffled by his face pressed into the floor. Sorry. Is that all you can say? Sorry. Rukia yelled, tears on the rim of her eyes. You prevented me from going to the party, with my friends, who are probably worried sick about me right now. You kidnapped me to your house and you drank my blood. I'm sorry, Ichigo said again, biting his lip, staring down at his hands. I don't know what came over me last night. I tried to stop myself. But my body just gave into it, craving desire for your blood. You really are a pervert, Rukia sighed. She became a little more frightened, when she saw him licking his lips. Are you going to bite me? No. Oh, God, no, Ichigo cried, with such sorrow in his voice. Even as much as I crave for your blood, I would rather die than lay a fang on you. Rukia was stunned by his word. He seemed so sad, with so much regret and guilt in his dim, amber eyes. How long has he wanted my blood? Rukia questioned herself, recalling all the times he seemed to have a hard time being around her in school. He's been holding himself since we first met. Rukia remembered the first time seeing him, when she came to his school, and how pale and scared he looked. I'm sorry dash. Gosh, stop saying that. Rukia shut him up, by throwing his pillow at his mouth. She could hear him say another, sorry, through the pillow, but decided to save her wrath for him later. So, you really are a vampire, I never thought they were real, Rukia fiddled with her fingers, changing the subject. I must know. Rukia pulled her hands away from each other and gripped the blanket below her. If will I become a vampire? Ichigo watched as she tensed up with worry, but he was glad he had an answer that would make her relax. Don't worry, you won't become one. I may be a full-grown vampire, with my blood awakened fully, I still have a little amount of human blood in me. My mother was human, while my father was full and pure-blooded vampire. Rukia let a huge sigh of relief. If my dad bit you, you would have become one. I see. I didn't know vampires and humans could have children together. I wouldn't have guessed you had a human mother, if I knew you were a vampire ahead of time. Can I meet her? Rukia asked, but his face fell at the request. I take more off of my father's side. The only thing I have the same as my mother is my hair color. Ichigo paused, clenching his fist. She died 7 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. No, it's okay, Ichigo tried to give a small smile. Ichigo? Rukia kicked her feet back and forth on the bed. Yeah. Ichigo stood up, and taking a seat in his computer chair. Where are my clothes and why I am wearing, I assume, your shirt, and nothing else? Rukia asked in a very scary tone. Well, they were covered in blood, so I thought I would wash them and I didn't think you wanted to wear dirty clothes, so. Ichigo chuckled, slightly blushing. You better have not dressed me. Rukia dared, holding up her fist. Ichigo began to sweat bullets. I didn't really see anything, so. I am so died. Right below Ichigo's room, again. Crash. Bloom. Whamp. Smack. Geez, Ichi and I most really hate his clock, Yuzu smirked, grabbing her school bag, then walked out of the front door, making her way to her school. I'm surprised it can still ring. Ichigo's room. Rukia, Ichigo suddenly became serious, waiting for her to calm down from her hectic state. What? Rukia snapped back, still being upset. Please, don't tell anyone that I'm a vampire. Ichigo pleaded, bowing down before her. Promise. After all the shocking experiences you put me through. You're now begging me to promise about who you really are. How many things do you want me to do? What do I get out of all this? Rukia asked playfully, trying to lighten the heavy mood in the air. In return I will walk out of your life and never, ever, lay a fang on you again, Ichigo said flat out. Rukia's face surprisingly became sad, as she poked her chin, thinking hard. Time seemed to pass slowly, as he sat on the floor, watching Rukia's expressions change every few moments. It was like she would come up with a solution, and then quickly discard it, frowning again. Does she not like my idea? Doesn't she want to stay away from me? Ichigo voice trailed off, as Rukia slid off the bed, walking on all fours towards his sitting self. He gulped, putting a hand back to lean on, as Rukia placed a hand on his leg and chest. What? Thump. Ichigo eyes widen, as he covered a hand over his mouth, trying to preventing himself from coughing, at the sudden dryness in his throat. I don't think you're being very fair to me or yourself with that option, Rukia whispered in his ear. She could feel his rapt heartbeat in his chest through her palm on his shirt. A lot has happened, but I don't want to lose my partner. Ichigo didn't say anything, as she pulled his hand away from his mouth, so she could see his two fangs sticking out of his mouth. Pushing her fingertip on the point of his tooth, blood began to stream down her small finger. Lick it, Rukia commanded. Without hesitation, Ichigo's tongue darted out, liking her finger eagerly. Rukia smirked, running a hand through his hair. I don't want you to walk out of my life, but I don't want you to bite me either. Ichigo looked up at her, releasing her hand, losing total interest in it. He didn't want to walk out of Rukia's life either, but his lust for her blood was strong. It would be hard to hold himself down when being around her. Ichigo finally nodded his head in agreement. Deal. They both said in unison. CHP 9 New Student 2. Hasn't your parents ever told you, never to stand in an alleyway alone? Questioned a gruff, man's voice, at the entrance of the narrow area, of the alley. Someone could attack you. Well, not really, the women wearing black pants and an orange shirt, replied back calmly. Actually, they said this is one of the best places to be, when you're hungry. The man with an evil smirk, stopped in his tracks towards the women leaning on the brick wall, a little confused at the tanned woman's response and how relaxed she was in his presences. Is something wrong? Are you going to come closer? She smirked, opening her golden eyes, to see the man debating what to do next. Tucking a strand of purple hair out her face, she uncrossed her arms, taking a step closer to him. If you won't, then I will. What? The man suddenly seemed nervous, taking a step backwards, but was stopped when a hand was placed on his shoulder. Turning his head quickly, the woman who was just in front of him, stood behind him, giving him a toothy grin. Oh, how did you dash? You talk too much, she muttered, pushing him hard against the wall, and without hesitation, she pulled his shirt collar down, leaning his head forcefully to the side, and sunk her fangs into his neck. The man began to shake under her grip, but couldn't find the strength to pull away under his panic-stricken state. The women paid no attention to her praised terrified movements, as she closed her eye in delight, finally feeling the satisfaction of her thirst being filled. After what felt like eternity, she finally pulled away, causing the man to fall over from the suddenly loss of his support, and the drainage of strength sked out of his body. Bending down over the man, she whipped the blood off his neck with her finger, having a pleased stare. Via vampire. The paranoid man spoke to the ground, eyes wide open with shock. Thanks for the meal, Yoruchi said gratefully to the body, walking out of the alley, and back to Yurikara's shop. On the way to the Kuchiki's mansion. Do I have to come? Ichigo ummed in pain, for the billionth time, as Rukia pulled him down the road, by his ear, to the Kuchiki's estate, on a bright Sunday morning. Yes, Ichigo. Rukia gritted her teeth in frustration, taking a turn down another street, not noticing a man's body laying in an alleyway and a purple bat, taking flight, just a few feet away, as she passed it angrily. It's your fault, for making me upset for the party last night, plus I didn't come home last night either. So you have to help me figure out an excuse, or I'm dead. Yeah, Ichigo. Be more responsible with my Nei-san, Kon purred, doing a light trot on his 4 legs, as he followed the two closely. Shut up. Ichigo barked, trying to kick the orange, puffball. Why or even follow us? Because, I can't just let you absorb all of Nei-san's beauty by yourself, Kon hissed, causing Rukia to roll her eyes, and Ichigo brow to twitch. Flashback. Here's your costume, and a dress you can borrow from my sister, Ichigo said, tossing a bag to the girl, sitting on his bed, still wear his shirt. Thanks. Rukia said quietly, accepting the clothes, that she began to examine. Pulling out the blue and teal, sundress, out of a plastic bag, she was about to undress, when she noticed Ichigo was still in the room, standing next to the bed, staring at her intently. Her mouth began to twitch with disgust as she placed the dress back into the bag, making Ichigo have a slight bit of disappointment written in his eyes. Get! Rukia hissed, with her head down, as flames seemed to pop out around her, with her fist clench, trying to keep her angry under control. Too late, her patience has snapped, as her head flung up, reviling her, that look read to Ichigo, cold eyes. Out! Pervert! Ichigo found himself flying, moreover, kicked out of his room very forceful from a steaming Rukia. What the heck, Rukia? Ichigo barked in pain, from the coalition he made with the wall, outside of his door. The only answer he got was his door slamming in his face, hard. Ichigo could hear shuffling inside the room, as he quickly realized, she wanted, and was changing, but he being the stupid, which he would never admit, vampire he was, remained in the room, making him look like a pervert, which he wasn't. He didn't think she was going change, at least not at the moment, out of his shirt and into the dress. Wait, that sounded kind of perverted. Ichigo had to slap himself mentally, for thinking too long on a topic that wasn't important, and didn't really interest him, too much. Are you done, yet? Ichigo sighed loudly, outside the door, running a hand through his hair. Ask again, and I will kill you, Rukia threatened on the other side of the door. I only asked once, midget. The Carrot Top furrowed his brows at her nasty attitude. Whatever. I'm going to be downstairs, to grab something to eat, Ichigo muttered, but at his misfortune, she didn't hear him. Pulling her head through the head of the dress, Rukia was surprised on how well it fit her. Having the dress only halfway on, her pink panties still visible, the door suddenly started to open slowly, which Rukia noticed right away, feeling her angry starting to boil again. Oi, have you seen my catnip dash? Get out dash. Ichigo Ichigo. They both said in unison. Silence. Why is there a half-naked girl in Ichigo's room? Why is there a cat talking to me? Glare. Why my Nei-san, I am dearly sorry for interrupting your dressing, but don't mind me, I'm just a cat. Continue your changing, Kon purred sweetly, taking a front row seat in front of the wide-eyed girl. It talked again. What the heck is this thing? A robot, plush toy, that is not surprisingly, a pervert too. Rukia quickly pulled the rest of her dress on, then crawled over to the sitting cat, with much curiosity. My Nei-san, Iwa, what are you doing? Kon was suddenly hoisted up by his tail, and then began to hiss in pain, when he felt a finger start poking him. Ow ow. Stop it. So it is real. Rukia said in a fascinated tone, still poking the creature helplessly. But how is it talking? Nei-san, please put me down, that hurts dash. Ichigo. Ichigo could hear his name being bellowed from upstairs, as he took a sip of a blood bottle, which wasn't very satisfying. Rolling his eyes, the Carrot Top hopped up the stairs, to see the reason of his loud calling, bottle still in hand. What? Ichigo said in an annoyed voice, slipping inside of his room, only to be met with a cat flying towards him, with all four legs, claws out, soaring towards his face. Ichigo, I have 2 questions for you, Rukia stated, holding 2 fingers up. Why did your cat wandering in, while I was changing, and how is it talking to me? First. Ichigo started, pulling the orange cat, that went great with his hair, clawed to his face, off. This thing isn't my cat, it's my little sister's, and I was downstairs when he probably wandered in, so I don't have much control of its actions. And last, I have no idea why, and how it can talk. Ask Urahara-san, he's the one who sold it to Yuzu. Urahara. Yuzu? Rukia questioned. Yeah, don't you remember? He's that guy with the stripped hat, you met him at his shop, when you were stalking me, Ichigo said, refreshing her memory, and taking another sip of his bottle, almost gagging on its contents. Yuzu, it my little sister. Oh. Is that where you got that, then? Rukia's face seemed to hold an eerie look, as she pointed to the bottle Ichigo was holding. Yeah, but Yuzu is the one who usually does that shopping at his store, he said, tossing the, still half-full, bottle into a wastebasket by his desk. You better be careful, if you decide to go to his shop alone, though. Why? 2 vampires live there, including Urahara, who is a full and pure-blooded vampire. The other, Yoruchi, the bat, is a normal vampire, like me, Ichigo explained, being rather amused by the petite girl's alarmed face. That bat was a vampire. Rukia stared down at the floor for a few moments, taking in the warning. I see. Well, I better be getting home now. I bet everyone is worried about me, Rukia said, changing the subject, and grabbing her bag of clothes. You're coming too, Ichigo. What? Why do I have to go? I'll go too, Nei-san, Kon purred happily. End of flashback. The group final made their way up to the Kuchiki's gate, which opened, as they entered, being met quickly by 3 unhappy people. 2 were Rukia's friends, and 1 Ichigo could tell, looked like a maid. Rukia-san, where have you been? Momo cried, running up to the raven head and giving her a hug. We were worried about you. Yes, very worried, Ranjiku added, being more angry than concerned, sending Ichigo evil glares every second. I'm so sorry I made you worry, it's a long story. I will tell you inside, when I relax a bit, Rukia tried to sound convincing, when she realized she still hadn't come up with an excuse. Yeah, sure, Momo said, as everyone went inside the mansion's double doors, including Ichigo and Kon, who seemed to do it without anyone noticing. Once inside, everyone wandered off to the dining room, except Soy, who pulled Rukia to the side, when everyone left. Miss Kuchiki, you have some nerve to not return home last night, and not even tell anyone about where you were, Soy whispered in an angry tone, in Rukia's ear, making her shudder with guilt. You were lucky your brother wasn't home yesterday night, or you would have been in big trouble, and that includes me too. I'm sorry, Rukia said quietly, her head downcast. She didn't like when her maid become like this, especially towards her. What upset her most was she had to take the blame for something she didn't do, or was her fault. She couldn't help the fact she was suddenly attacked by a vampire, aka Ichigo, passed out, and then didn't wake up until the morning, being in the home of her bloodsucker too. Rukia couldn't just tell anyone what just happened either, she agreed she wouldn't tell anyone, and he wouldn't lay a fong on her again. Even if she did tell, no one would believe her, or would they? Miss Kuchiki, what happened to your neck? Soy asked suddenly, noticing the bandage on Rukia's neck, her angry lessening slightly. Well. I scratched it on a tree branch, when I was trick-or-treating. Rukia was extremely caught off guard by the question, and knew her maid wasn't buying the lame excuse either, as she gave Rukia a suspicious look, almost making her break out into a cold sweat. I see. Kuchiki dining room. Ichigo has to literally hold his mouth shut, to keep himself from gaping at the magnificent wonders, and glory, of the fancy mansion he was in. The outside of the mansion was just amazing, but the inside was a whole other story, or world. Everything had a theme of red, whether it was the walls, ceiling, carpet, or furniture, it had some shade of red to it. The floors that didn't feature the red or white, soft carpet, were made of a sparkly, white marble, that would keep your interest for a very long time, because of its shiny state. So, Ichigo, right? Ranjiku asked, from across the long table, propping herself up with her elbow. Yeah. Ichigo popped out of his awing moment, staring back at the two girls. Ichigo, why wasn't Rukia dear home last night? Ranjiku said coldly. You better have did something to her. No. Nothing at all. Ichigo retorted back quickly, not liking the subject one bit. It's a long story, I'm sure Rukia will explain it to you. Ichigo couldn't help but feel a little bad, for laying all the problems on Rukia, considering the whole thing was pretty much his fault. Ranjiku and Momo exchanged glances at his response, which were the same as Rukia, starting to get a hunch that there was something big happening between them, but silence filled the room once again, as they waited for Rukia to bring the answers. So, you're Rukia's friends, visiting here just for fun, or what? How do you guys even know her? Ichigo asked out of the blue, lazily, breaking the quiet pause. Both girls raised an eyebrow before answer, as they give a small sigh. We have names, you know. Ranjiku said in a pouting manner. Well, anyways, yes, I guess you could say we're visiting for fun, but we will be going back soon though. We met Rukia-san through Kuchiki Byakuya, her brother, job in America. He, being part of the world's major transportation areas, and that companion is divided up into groups, or divisions, 10 of them to be exact, all being men, and all having different parts in the world, where it's most populated, Momo explained, playing with her hair. Byakuya is head of the 6th Division, which is currently working in Japan, by orders from the 1st Division, Yamamoto. The big man is what we call him, because he is in charge of the whole company. Every other month, the groups come together for a meeting on the progress, and how the area is doing, under whoever is in charge of it. Many times these meetings require you to travel long distance to get there. That when a lot of the division leaders go on vacation in the area of the meeting, and bring along their family, employees under them, friends, whatever, Ranjiku paused, leaning back in her chair. That how we met Rukia dear, about 6 years ago, at a meeting held in America, where 3 of the division leaders were working, including her brother and our relatives. Ranjiku-san cousin, Ikamara Jin, 3rd Division is currently working in America, with my uncle, Aizen Susuke, 5th Division. We used to see Rukia often, but ever since she moved to Japan, or wherever, considering she moves like ever 2 or less years, we have to travel to come and visit her. Momo smiled when she mentioned her uncle. So Ranjiku-san and I decided to come and see Rukia and her new home in Japan, just in case she was feeling a little lonely. She sometimes has trouble making friends, because she would have to move away from them, right when she got to know them well. Rukia-san sometimes would just isolate herself from people, so she wouldn't hurt herself and others, when she left them. Oh, was the only thing Ichigo could utter, with all the information still trying to sink into his spinning head. Hearing Rukia moved a lot, made Ichigo almost feel kind of sad, but he tried not to let it get to him, he didn't really care anyways, or did he? But it seemed Rukia dear, is making a lot of friends here natural, Ranjiku smiled herself, sitting up and stretching. Is Miss Kuchiki in here, popped a short, white, boy's head, through the dining room door. Ichigo watches Momo's face become beet red and Ranjiku jump up excitedly from her seat and run over to the teal-eyed boy, giving him a big hug. Toshiro-kun, it's so good to see you again. Ranjiku squealed, clutching the very surprised boy, tightly. Long time no see. Where have you been? We haven't seen you around since we came here. I was with Mr. Kuchiki of course, it's my job, Hitsujiya grumbled back, pulling away from the strawberry blonde. What the heck are you doing here? Oh, stop being such a grump, we're just visiting Rukia dear. Look here, even Momo dear came too. Ranjiku pushed Toshiro into the room further, to see the even redder Momo. Good morning Hitsugaya-kun, Momo said shyly, giving a bow. Toshiro quickly gave a bow back, becoming slightly pink himself. Anyways, tell Miss Kuchiki that her brother will be coming home this Tuesday, in the evening. Toshiro coughed, and then left the room, probably to hide his pink face. Ichigo snickered at the whole scene played out in front of him. I think I'll be taking my leave too. There is really no reason I need to be here, sort of, beside the fact I walked Rukia home. Ichigo yawned, standing up and proceeded to the door, but only bumped into the entering Rukia in the process. Where are you going? Rukia raised a brow, blocking Ichigo's way, arms crossed. Home, Ichigo said simple, scooting his way around her petite body, and into the hallway. Ichigo. What about the excuse? Rukia gritted her teeth, following him to the door. Look, I'm really sorry about what happened, but this is your home, with people you know. I don't think I could come up with something convincing. Ichigo spat back, finding himself becoming very drowsy and tired, making him grumpy. But, this is your fault. Rukia was suddenly pushed up against the hall wall, with Ichigo's hands gripping her arms. Rukia, it's getting harder for me to manage through the light hours of the day, and being around you doesn't help either, Ichigo hissed, his head bowed, with his orange locks almost brushing Rukia's nose. Around me. Rukia said back nervously. It very tempting. Rukia could see him crack smile, with two fangs hanging out, as he brought his head a little too close for comfort to her face, but was quickly retreated, as he released her arms, and then dashed out the door, Kon close on his heels, mutter something about, see you at school. Ichigo could feel someone's eyes on his back, as he walked quickly down the paved driveway to the gate. Looking over his shoulder and gazing up at a window, on the second floor of the mansion, Ichigo could see the same maid that was talking to Rukia earlier. The Carrot Top could sense the maid's skepticism through her frown and cold eyes, which disappeared behind a red curtain slowly. Rukia's room, 9:30 p.m. Event after event kept building up, and Rukia wasn't sure how much she could take much longer. She managed somehow to convince her best friends that nothing happened between Ichigo and her and to leave her alone, for now. Give a long sigh, Rukia fell back on her bed, thinking about turning in early, but then had a sudden urge to take a bath, to freshen up before going into a long slumber, in her bed. Miss Kuchiki, may I come in? Rukia heard Soi's voice outside of her doors, as she came out of her closet, chappy pajamas in hand. Yes, do so, Rukia replied back, slowly making her way to her bathroom. How is your neck? Soi asked, staring at Rukia's, still bandaged, neck intensely, while walking over to Rukia's sudden frozen state, intently. Oh, are you going to take a bath? Here, let me take that bandage off. No. It okay, Rukia took a step backwards, covering her neck with her palm, when Soi reached a hand out towards her neck. I just changed my mind, I don't think I'll take one. Take it off, Soi commanded, knitting her brows together. No, really, it's okay, Rukia felt her back hit the wall, making her more nerves. Why is Soi-san acting this way? Miss Kuchiki, if it's just a scratch, then why can't I at least examine it? Soi questioned, stopping in front of the girl, with her hand on her hips. What are you hiding? Rukia was rather afraid of her maid's, out-of-character actions, but moreover, Soi knew and wanted to know what Rukia was hiding, especially around the bandage on her neck. Rukia knew her maid would not leave her alone, so she dared to let the maid see her neck, in hopes she wouldn't get any hints about what really happened. No one believes in vampire, she wouldn't either, I hope. When Soi saw Rukia remove her hand from her neck, and take a step forward, her head bowed, she then took her chance to remove the bandage, from the unmoving Rukia. Rukia squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, as she felt the cloth unroll around her neck. The warm heat the bandage provided, was token as the last bit of clothes was removed, revealing her neck fully, fang marks and all. Rukia looked up into Soi's face, when she felt the maid's hand move over her 2 whole marks on the left side of her neck, making her wince a bit in pain from the swollen skin being touched. The raven head tried to search the women's unreadable expression, trying to find answers in the maid's blue eyes, which were studying, still fresh, marks closely. Rukia almost thought she heard Soi mutter an "I knew it," but the maid's lips were pressed tightly in a thin line, not smiling or frowning. "Well." Rukia squeaked, not sure if speaking would make things better or worse. "These aren't scratches, Rukia." Soi seemed to come out of her trance, retrieving her hand back to her side. Looking straight into Rukia's violet eyes, the maid continued, "These are fang marks." Classroom, Monday morning. Ichigo gave an irritated groan, as usual, as he entered the school and strolled down the halls and then up the stairs to the noisy class, in which he belonged too. For once Ichigo dared to think, stupid vampire, which it would be insult to him, considering he was one, but he couldn't really help it, being one made it very difficult to do anything that involved humans, like waking up in the morning, and going to school. The hardest thing to bear, though, was that wretched midget. "Good morning, Kurosaki-kun." Ichigo was suddenly met by a cheery Ishida at the door, almost making him scream in disbelief. Ichigo stared down the happy hunter, as if he was stupid. His so-called friend, that tried to kill him 2 days ago, was now standing all merry in front of him, as if nothing happened. If Ichigo wasn't in school, he would have probably slit the Quincy's neck with his fangs, but his blood would probably be bitter, so he would found some other way seize his angry on him latter. "Hey!" Ichigo eerily said, trying to keep a straight face that was twitching like crazy. Ishida gave a nod back to his response, letting him pass to go into the classroom. "How are you feeling?" Ishida asked behind him, making the vampire stop in his tracks. Ichigo could see where this was going, and knew well that Ishida was talking about his finally woken self. Ichigo was finally a full-blooded vampire, which was the cause of all his much discomfort during the day, though, he always disliked the sun, but it seemed much brighter than usual. Shrugging his shoulders, the Carrot Top proceeded to his seat again, but was stopped again, by Ishida's pale hand on his shoulder. "It seems we have a new student with us today," Ishida informed the bewildered Strawberry, with a no longer happy smile, but a grim smirk. "We sure have been having a lot of transfer students lately. And I care, because..." Ichigo jerked out of his grip, giving the Quincy a look of, "Why are telling me this? I only seen him one, but..." Ishida paused, pushing his glasses up on his nose. "He has the same aura as you." Ichigo was very confused now by the other teen's response, but turned around and sat down in his seat, not wanting to dwell on the conversation anymore. Glancing over to his right, Ichigo could see that Rukia was already there, but had tired a worried look on her face, as she stared off into space. He was almost tempted to pull on one of her raven locks, to wake her up, but decided to give her a break for once, she had been through a lot. The cloth bandage around her neck was gone, the only thing left was a small band-aid, just covering his fang marks. "Good morning class," the teacher hollered over the class, making the room silent, as she walked in. "Today we have another transfer student with us this semester." Every seemed to straighten up with curiosity, including Rukia and Ichigo, who usual would be taking his morning nap now. "Please come in, and introduce yourself," the sensei continued, facing the door. In strolled a tall boy, with the second most brightest hair from Ichigo's, except his was bright red, and pulled back into a ponytail because of its length. Facing the class, Rukia could see, even under his white bandana, he had strange, black tattoos covering his brows and going down his neck. He also had a very similar scowl to Ichigo's, and a tough and big look to him, just like Sado. All faces seemed to glare at Ichigo and back to the new student a few times, almost wondering if they were brothers. Ichigo tried not to scowl at their actions, which would make him look very similar to the pineapple, Ichigo's newfound nickname for the student, because of his hair, up front, so his brows twitched in annoyances instead. The new student plastered a small smirk on his face, looking at Ichigo then Rukia, before speaking. My name is Renji, it's a pleasure to meet all of you, humans. And vampire. CHP, 10 the three fruits. The new student plastered a small smirk on his face, looking at Ichigo then Rukia, before speaking. My name is Renji, it's a pleasure to meet all of you, humans. And vampire. Urahara shop, early Monday morning. Yawn. The tanned woman let out a long yawn, with her head bowed, arms lazily at her side, as she walked in zigzags, making her look drunk, towards Urahara-san's shop, in hopes to escape the sun's rays, that were just peeking over the horizon. She was dreadfully tired, from staying up all day and night, mainly watching over the orange-headed vampire, and feasting on, too many, humans. It wasn't a custom for her stuck someone's blood more than once a night, but being up through the light hours of the day was a great energy drainer to most vampires. Almost there. Yoruchi groaned, tilting her head up slightly, to see she was now in the wide alley that led down to the small, wooden shop, in between two very large buildings. Tilting her head back down so her purple hair fell over her face, she staggered onto, her called, home, wondering why she even lived in such a strange spot. I'm surprised the government hasn't booted us out yet. Yoruchi was surprised she had the energy to think Kurio's thoughts, moreover walk, under her tired state. Hearing noise coming from the shop, as she neared its open door, she figured Urahara was still awake, but why? Urahara usually turned in early, around midnight, so he could wake up in the evening to open his shop to his regular buyers, mostly being vampires. But now it was dawning, and he was still awake, probably doing something stupid as usual. Hey Urahara Yoruchi began, as she entered the front door, but didn't finish, as she practically stumbled over a large, black coffin. The now awake, vampire, stared goggle at the case at her feet, that was blocking her path to enter the story fully, wondering, why the heck is this here of all places? Oh, welcome home Yoruchi-san, Urahara's voice sounded from the back of the story, breaking Yoruchi's attention at the coffin, and making her look up at the shopkeeper, who was holding a big suitcase in each hand. Are you moving out? Yoruchi questioned, raising an eyebrow, as she claimed over the shiny case, that had gold lining and plates decorating the outside. And why did you put your coffin here? I almost tripped over it. No, I'm not moving out, and that's not my coffin, Urahara said, proceeding down a small hall, and opening a sliding door to a small bedroom, tossing the two bags into it. We have a dash. How many times have I told you, that I don't want a coffin? Yoruchi barked, suddenly in front of Urahara, gripping his collar, and sending a hard, death glare at the blonde-haired man. His hat fell off. I don't care out the ancient tradition, of sleeping in a coffin, I won't have it. I can't stand those boxes, and you're not going to make me try to sleep in one again either. Yoruchi, please calm down. Urahara rather begged, give a weak smile, sweat dropping, remembering that last time he encouraged Yoruchi to sleep in one. He was woken up in the middle of the day, by Yoruchi banging on the lid of his coffin, until he emerged from it. When he did, he was then strangled until he turned green, as Yoruchi complained, with her hands around his neck, over and over again on how much her body ached from the tight quarters she slept in. Sigh. Yoruchi was more of a modernized vampire, even though she was almost the same age as Urahara, which was at least 100 or more years old. Make me, she hissed back, not releasing her grip. Look, the coffin isn't for you. Urahara coughed. The hold on his neck was quickly released, as he fell weakly against the wall catching his breath. Violent women. Oh, then who? Yoruchi's golden eyes sparkled with curiosity. As I was saying before, Urahara cleared his throat. We have another person staying with us for a while. You mean vampire, Yoruchi corrected him by pointing at the coffin at the front of the store. Indeed. And that, my friend, is his coffin. Not yours, not mine, Urahara pointed out pacifically, not wanting any misunderstanding later. Yeah, whatever. So who is it? The tanned woman asked lazily, yawning, as she walked down the hall to another bedroom. Anyone who used a coffin, in Yoruchi's opinion, had a bad taste in style. Aberia Renji. Yoruchi stopped in her movements, dwelling on the name she knew too well. No wonder. He has to use a coffin. Staring at the floor, Yoruchi finally brought her head up to face the shopkeeper. With a smirk, she responded, "You mean that freeloader?" "Yep, the one and only." Urahara chuckled a little, closing the sliding door. "What's his excuse for coming now?" Yoruchi crossed her arms, leaning on the wall. She knew she shouldn't be talking this way about him, considering he was of a much rarer and powerful bloodline of vampires than she was. But he was also young, and not the brightest either, putting a bit of shame to his wreath as a vampire. Those were the only reason Yoruchi could enjoy making fun of the redhead whenever he came for a visit. "Job hunting," Urahara said, hiding his face behind his fan, which was trying desperately not to laugh. "Oh. Why do I feel I heard that reason before?" Yoruchi raised an interest brow. "Is that why he isn't present right now?" "Sadly no. He decided he wanted to attend school while he was here too," he replied, rolling his eyes. "It was always the same when Renji visited. He comes with a purpose he never lived up to, then would stay for free at his shop, and leave when he got bored." Though he was a young vampire, Urahara couldn't deny that Renji had the right to go to school, and probably should, but using school as an excuse for not getting a job, and then leaving one day, without paying his rent either, did, somewhat, get on the shopkeeper's nerve. Unlike Yoruchi, Urahara had the right to kick Renji out, but doing so could cause conflicts between their bloodlines. Not wanting to risk that, Urahara tried to keep it a positive experience when he came to stay. Renji wasn't really much of a hassle at all, but only when he left the shopkeeper empty-handed afterwards, opinions seemed to change quickly. "He really is such a freeloader," Yoruchi said, as Urahara thought the same thing, at the same time, both sighing. Classroom. Humans. What the heck? Ichigo already found the new student quite weird, as he stared at his red head, getting more and more annoyed by its similar color to his. "Well, there sure are a few open seats now, since Miss Kuchiki-san's friends have left back to America," Mrs. Misato said, scanning the room. Ichigo could see out of the corner of his eye, Rukia was upset with the fact her friend's gone now. Why don't you just take the seat behind Miss Kuchiki-san then?" The new student gave a whatever look, as he made his way down the row to his seat, giving Ichigo a big grin before sitting down behind Rukia. The Carrot Top stared blankly at this strange gesture. Where have I seen this before? Ichigo though, stealing a glance at the pineapple, who was staring intently at the back of Rukia's raven locks. "Oh, I remember. The same thing that midget did when she first came." Ichigo recalled, scowling at the fact he was the only victim of the mischievous grins from new students. "Hey, I'm Kuchiki Rukia," Rukia greeted to the student behind her, sweetly. The new student smirked back, taking her hand that was held out to him. When their hands connect, a suddenly shudder went down Rukia's spine. The raven head was almost tempted to pull her hand back instantly, but remained holding it for a moment long, wondering what caused the shiver. "Aberia Renji, nice to meet you," Renji responded back calmly. He could tell the petite girl sensed something from him, as her violet eyes looked him over a few times. Leaning towards her slightly, he leaned on his elbow. "Can I just call you Rukia-san, and you all me Renji-san?" Sure." Rukia flushed at his question. He wants to be on a first-name basis already. But then she remembered how Ichigo and herself were on a first-name basis since they first met too. Did that mean? No. Ichigo doesn't even count in this matter. Rukia's brow twitched slightly, for considering that Carrot Top a friend. Speaking of Ichigo. "Oi, Ichigo, meet Renji-san." Rukia turned her head to get Ichigo's attention, but found he was already looking at them in a rather irritated manner. "Renji-san meet Carrot Top meet Renji-san." "What the heck? Don't call me that." Ichigo angry level shot up on its scale. Nice to meet you, Carrot Top, Renji grinned evilly, playing along with Rukia's game. Don't you start either, Pineapple. Ichigo stood up, glaring at the red head. Pineapple. Renji stood up as well, getting furious himself. Yes, Pinapple, Ichigo mocked, pointing to the other fruit head. Shut it, Strawberry, you're making a scene, Rukia blurted out, getting annoyed at the stares directed towards them. You shut it, Blueberry. Both teens said back, gripping each other's collars. What? Why Blueberry? Rukia jumped up, her hands on her hips. Back to the front of the room, the teacher knew it was going to be a long day, a very long day. Mrs. Misato, though, had a nice plan for her beloved fruits, which she hoped to set in motion as soon as they quieted down. Lunch time on the roof. This SCKS, Ichigo groaned, nibbling on his sandwich, while watching the other students in the small circle, engage in their own conversations. Having a cloudless day on the roof wasn't helping either. TSH, it SCKS for me more. Renji growled back, while going through his book bag for money, which he had none. Just be quiet, Rukia hissed, but the two fruits were already on another rant, ignoring the blueberry. Giving a small sigh, Rukia leaned her head back on the fence, closing her eyes in an attempt to relax her busy mind. She may not look it, but she was rather stressed, tired, and confused, maybe a bit sad too. The group projects, which Ichigo, Renji, and herself were one group, assigned by Mrs. Misato, didn't help her either. Each group was giving a part of human's body to do research on, and then expected to find its function, and why it was important, etc. Her group happened to be extra unlucky, when giving the topic of human blood, to talk and give a speech on. She really didn't mind the topic, but she was sure Ichigo was trying not to scream, and/or kill the teacher, while thinking, why me, why me? Looking back the fighting fruits again, Rukia couldn't help but think there was something unusual, but similar about the new student. She remembered their friendly hands shake together, and how it made her feel almost cold. True, his hand wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It was just strange. For some reason he kind of reminded her of Ichigo, beside their similar looks and personalities, it was something she couldn't quite put in finger on, yet. One again leaning her head back, she let her mind be consumed with her thoughts of the past weekend. So much happened, and yet, she couldn't quite understand all of it, and why it came about. Flashback. These aren't scratches, Rukia. Soi seemed to come out of her trance, retrieving her hand back to her side. Looking straight into Rukia's violet eyes, the maid continued, these are Fang marks. What are you talking about? Rukia tried with all her might, not to tremble, but it was futile, as her response came out in a shuddering tone. How does she know? Rukia found herself clasping her hand over the marks again, but didn't know why. Fang marks, Miss Kuchiki-san, and to me my specific, Soi paused, her blue eyes still piercing, making Rukia's face become more paler than usual. Fang marks from a vampire, my guess too, it was from that boy with the orange hair. Soi could see the girl in front of her take on a dazed look, as if she was going to faint, making the maid suddenly feel extreme guilty for causing such fear to come upon her. I'm sorry Miss Kuchiki-san, I don't know what came over me. Soi pulled herself together, giving a look of apology and sadness, as she gave a bow, and started to head for the door quickly. How do you know? Soi stopped from opening the doors, when she heard Rukia's voice squeak behind her. Turning around to face the girl, who was pulling herself off the wall, and grabbing a bed pole to support herself, while her head was down, her raven head hiding her, probably, still shocked eyes. Soi bit her lip, trying to think of a way to best respond to a question she wasn't expecting to be asked. Rukia looked up at her maid, when it became very quiet, to see Soi's hand reaching up to a ribbon around her collar, and about to pull on the black ribbon, but then her hand began to tremble, making her release it. I used to know someone that was a vampire. Oh, I see, Rukia could sense an uneasy atmosphere surrounding Soi, who seemed unsure about her answer. Doing a total U-turn, her maid proceeded to the door again when Rukia asked, "Are you going to tell anyone about this?" "I think your brother would probably want to know the most," Soi said in a very sad tone, making Rukia wonder why. "Why my brother? What does he have to do with this? Does he even know there's such a thing as a vampire?" Before Rukia could stop herself, she protested loudly, "Why Ni-sama? Why do you have to get him involved in nonsense such as this?" Soi seemed to flare suddenly, clenching her fist to her side, as she shouted over her shoulder, matching Rukia's tone, but louder, "Why? He of all people should know what is happening to his little sister." "Why?" Rukia shouted back, wondering why she and her maid were yelling at each other. "Because your sister was killed from one of those wretched beasts." Rukia was hushed from that sentence, as her maid made a face of regret, covering her mouth, surprised at what came out of her mouth. She hadn't meant to say that to Rukia of all people, but because of her frustration and hurt, she was careless to let it slip out. "Just go to bed, Miss Kuchiki-san," Soi said bitterly, walking quickly out of the room, tears on the verge of falling from her sorrowful eyes. "Soi!" Rukia whispered, reaching her hand out in the direction her maid was in, grasping nothing but thin air. Rukia stared down at the marble floor of her doorway, in her now lonely room, tears of her own, almost ready to fall. Tears of frustration, hurt, pain, fear, and utter confusion. She didn't know much about her sister, besides she was married to her brother and died just a few years before she was adopted. Byakuya once told her that his Anna, her sister, used to care for her when she was just a baby, because they were orphans. But hearing her sister died from a vampire, it made Rukia retreat to her bed covers to hide and think. Pushing a small button on a remote next to her bed, her once shining lights in the room dimmed, bringing darkness to most of the room. She then pulled her red covers up, so they were right below her eyes, so if any unexpected tears were to come, the covers would snatch them away, before they ran down her cheeks. It was just hard to believe something, just like Ichigo would kill someone, which she hoped he never did. It was a big surprise, shock, and of course, frightening experience when Ichigo bit her the night of the full moon, but going as far to ending a life, didn't seem to make much sense. Maybe it was the fact Ichigo acted so human, and when he bit her, he was very upset and guilty about, even though he was a vampire. Rukia was still very surprised, even now, on how well she took the news of her blood being sucked out, considering she was, well, very afraid of him, but hearing this outburst from her maid, made her insides turn with terror. What if she died that night because of him? Why is she taking the chance to be with him still? She could endanger her life again. Her eyes started to become droopy, as she felt her body shut down, getting ready to go into a long rest, until morning. The raven's head seemed to slow down, as her thoughts decreased in their numbers. Before falling asleep, she made up her mind, if she had to be around Ichigo, it would be only during the day. She found it hard to act scared around him when he seemed so innocent. Anyways, she also would try to keep her distances and wouldn't take this business lightly either. Tempting him with her blood the morning after her attach, was probably a bad choice she made, and could cause problems later, plus Ichigo seemed to have trouble with bloodlust during the day too. And last, I'm not going to be a wimp about this, and, Rukia's mind clicked off, and she was gone. One thought, though, lingered in her mind, almost as if it was on pause, ready to play, when she awoke. She needed to somehow to talk to Soi, or Byakuya, about the death of her sister. End of flashback. The whole vampire deal, Rukia would proudly admit, was starting to get on her nerve, mostly because of all the emotions, events, and history it brought up, which was hard to deal with, on top of school. And having her two best friends go back to America, last Sunday, made her feel lonely and more upset, all over again. She really hoped they would visit again soon. Flashback. Well, Rukia dear, I guess this is goodbye. Ranjiku smiled despite her sadness. We had a great time, Rukia-san, thank you for your hospitality too. Momo tried to smile, but failed, as she hid her face into Rukia's shoulder, to hug her tightly. "Yeah, it was fun. I'm going to miss you both so much," Rukia whimpered, giving Ranjiku a hug too. "Have a safe trip you two." "We will," they both said, drying their eyes, as they climbed into the limo door, being held open by Shuhei. "See you around," Toshiro voiced sounded on the driveway, making the girl's head turn towards him with surprise, making them squeal, and blush. "Bye, bye." Both girls yelled out the window, as the black limo drove away. Rukia waved to the car's retreating form, as it went out of sight, having a smirk on her small lips. It was cute how her two best friends adored the Kuchiki's messenger boy. End of flashback. Kuchiki-san. Rukia tilted her head to the side, opening her eyes halfway, to see Ishida looking at her with concern. "Are you feeling okay?" "Oh, yes. Just a bit tired." Thinking a bit too, Rukia sat up more, giving a friendly smile. Rukia didn't know, though, he was asking more than just about her dazed state, but he remained quiet, getting up when hearing the warning bell for the next class. "Oi, Blueberry," Renji called from the entrance of the roof door. "You coming?" Yeah, coming," Rukia groaned, not yet used to her new nickname. "Oh, Ichigo said that tomorrow after school, we would head over to his place to work on the project," Renji informed, waiting at the door, as Rukia came trotting over, with Ishida close behind, listening intently on the news. "Oh, okay." For some reason, a small red flag seemed to wave in her mind, but blow it off, thinking the project was more important than her nagging inner self. Urahara's shop, late evening. "Man, I'm tired." Urahara groaned, lifting the lid of his coffin. Sliding a hand out of the box, he felt around for his hat, which he placed in its rightful place, his head, as he sat up. The nice thing about being about a vampire is you can live for a very long time, so worrying about aching backs and bones, that come with age, didn't affect him, but getting out of bed, does take a lot of effort. Human or vampire, he figured. Cleaning himself up a bit, which was nothing more than dusting his clothes off, he ventured out of his room, and into the shop part of the store. Looking out of a side window at the front, he could see it was about time to open up shop, with the sun starting to set. Wandering to the front door, he unlocked it, and began sliding it open, but was met by a half-burnt, steaming Renji. He looked like he was going to kill someone, most likely Urahara. "Oh, welcome home, Renji-san." Urahara greeted nervously, taking a back step further into the store. "Urahara." Renji hissed, taking dragging steps into the shadow of the room, with the only strength he had left. The steam that seemed to rise from his burnt skin, seized as his skin started to health quickly. Starting to regain his composure, Renji straightened up, and raised a hand up, holding a bottle, so Urahara could see. "Two things. First, don't lock your door, and second, don't giving me false products." My, Renji-san, I would never do something like that, and you could have used the back door dash. It was locked too. Renji barked, chucking the bottle at Urahara, shutting him up. The bottle rolled on the floor, stopping on the side that said, "Suntan lotion." "You said it would last the whole day, but I started to burn while I was in school. And then I had to hurry back here, so no one would see me, but what do I come home to? A locked door. Are you trying to kill me?" Hee. "Calm down, Renji-san." Urahara sat up with an awkward smile, bobbing his hand in a blow-off manner. "It might be just out of date." "Whatever, I'm going to bed," Renji scowled, walking past the shopkeeper, pulling a blood bottle off the shelf in the process. "This better not be out of date too." "Oh, don't worry, it's almost a month old," Urahara chuckled, seeing Renji's face twist with disgust, slamming the bottling back in its slot. "Why don't you just go get your own food if you're not going to use mine?" Renji turned his head to look at the pouting shopkeeper, but only frowned, his eyes growing slightly sad. Seeing Renji's face turn from one that of mad, sadness, brought Urahara back to a serious reality, as he got up, putting a hand on the younger vampire's shoulder. "I know. Urahara said, as if he could read Renji's mind. Sometimes, you just have to take the risk to live. No you don't. Renji grunted, pushing around Urahara, and making his way to his room. This topic was not helping him get over his hungry pains, it was just making it worse. When was the last time you feasted on someone's blood? Urahara asked Renji's back, in a tone only Renji could hear, making me stop in a tracks. Renji's eyes widened, he refused to turn to see the clever look from the shopkeeper. He knew the answer, but he couldn't speak, almost as if he was ashamed of it. Well. Urahara said in a tone, making Renji feel aggravated of the waiting answer he didn't want to say. 5 years ago. No wonder you burn up so easily, Urahara smirked, pushing his hat down over his eyes, giving a sigh, I don't care what you do, but just don't kill yourself. Kuchiki Mansion, 10:30 p.m. The tired maid looked glumly into the mirror, starting to untie her 2 long braids, slowly getting ready to go to bed. She didn't bother to even turn on her lights to her small bedroom, on the first floor of the mansion, when she entered. She was too tired to deal with the brightness of the lights, plus she just wanted to get some rest now. Soy pulled her maid hat off her head, as she began to untie and unbutton her maid's tall neck collar. Her undressing stopped for a moment as she stared blankly at her now exposed neck. Why? Soy questioned, bringing a hand to her neck and rubbed it tenderly. Why did you leave us? Gazing closely at her neck, she could just barely make out 2 marks on her pale neck, in the darkness of the room. 2 scars placed many years ago, and that never seemed to have wanted to leave either. How could you? Soy tried to hold her mouth shut, to stop a sob coming up her throat, as she looked at the marks that kept remembering her of a past she wished never happened. Why, Yoriyuchi-san. Classroom, Tuesday morning. Good morning, Kurosaki-kun, in no way greeted Ichigo cheerfully, as he entered the buzzing class. Morning, Ichigo replied in a less enthused voice, when seeing Rukia was already in her seat, along with the pineapple, who she was talking to with a beautiful smile. Ichigo could feel himself become pestered from the little scene of the 2 other fruits. Oi, strawberry, what's up? Renji teased when Ichigo came over to his seat. Not much, pineapple. Ichigo grunted, putting his book bag down rather forcefully on the desk. Renji, who didn't seem upset one bit, stood up, patting Ichigo's back, as if calming him down from his grumpy mood. Well, at theist I don't have a girly fruit name, Renji laughed, only to be punched in the face, from Ichigo's clenched fist. The blueberry's sweat dropped, hoping their little get-together, at Ichigo's house, wasn't going to be like this. The teacher rushed in, because she was late, stepping over Renji's out-cold body, not caring of how and when he was knocked out. It was quite typical to have bodies lying around her classroom, mostly because they were beaten from her evil attendance book. Put a sock in it, everyone, Mrs. Misato yelled, turning to the chalkboard, and beginning her lecture right away, as everyone hushed. Kigo, on the other hand, really put his sock in it, beginning to gg out loud, making a vein pop in the teacher's forehead, as everyone broke out laughing. School grounds. The last bell rang, followed with dozen after dozen of students, pouring out of the school doors, escaping their prison for the last 8 hours. Ishida-kun, would you like to come over to my place to work on the project? Inoue asked her other partner, as they walked slowly out the school doors, not being rushed to leave like everyone else. And after we finish, I can make dinner for both of us. Ishida turned slightly blue with the thought of her food. He knew he should accompany Inoue, regardless of her strange food, but he knew he couldn't abandon his job as a hunter. After listening on the news that Rukia's group was meeting at Ichigo's house, was something he couldn't just ignore. Especially having a young, small, human girl, going to house, probably full of vampires, with 2 vampire partners, was something much more important than a project. Sorry Inoue-san, but can't work on it tonight. I have something to do. Oh. Inoue took on a look of rejection, beginning pout at the thought of doing the project along. Kurosaki residence. Okay, we're good. Ichigo sighed, making it clear to his room, without his crazy father coming after them. They all managed to sneak into his room, without drawing the other family members' attentions, except Karen, who really didn't care, and Kon, who Ichigo quickly disposed of. Rukia took a seat on Ichigo's blue bed, remembering the last time she was here sink in slowly. Renji took a seat on the floor, looking around the small room that really didn't have any piazzas to it. It was pretty much a normal-looking boy's room. Well. Let's get started, Ichigo said, taking a seat in his computer chair. Silence filled the room, as one fruit looked at the other fruit, waiting for someone to say, or do something. Rukia gave a loud sigh, getting up from the bed. They weren't going to get anywhere at this rate. Strawberry, do you have a computer? Ichigo's brow twitched, as he gave a nod, exiting his room momentarily, to fetch his dad's laptop, from the clinic. So, Rukia-san. Are you close to Ichigo or something? Renji suddenly asked playfully, when Ichigo was no longer present. Rukia felt her face heat up, at the thought of her and Ichigo being close. Scratching her back of her head from the embarrassment, she said in a mumble, "No, we're just friends." "I see," the pineapple nodded his head, leaning his head back on his closed closet door. Renji smirked, looking straight into Rukia's violet ones with his dark red ones. Next question. Rukia suddenly felt like she was on a game show, but she was only whining annoyance instead of money. "Does whatever under that bandage on your neck have anything to do with that carrot top?" Renji saw surprise and then panic pass of the petite girl's face, as if she was an ever-so-changing TV screen. He was quite amused and entertained, watching her fiddle around with her word, trying to figure out what to say. Well dash. My dad says we can borrow his laptop as long as we don't break it, or he will kill us all." Ichigo suddenly walked through the door, saving Rukia just in time. Of course he didn't know though. Renji passed Rukia a side glance from the floor, a look saying, "You got lucky for now." Rukia tried to put on a fake smile, gulping in the process, and quickly staggered over to Ichigo, who had placed and was turning on the laptop on his desk. "Here, I'll do the research," and Rukia pushed Ichigo out of the way, taking his seat, and grabbing a random pencil and piece of paper off the desk, tossing it to the bewildered Strawberry. "You do the writing." "Darn midget," Ichigo muttered, picking up the supplies tossed on the ground, and taking Rukia's former seat on the bed, waiting for information to write. "Hey, what about me?" Renji ummed, realizing he was the oddball of the group, with nothing to do. "You can just sit there and be an idiot, like you always do," Ichigo commented, scanning the screen with Rukia, who was looking over the searches from Google. "What makes you think I always do?" Wait. He really felt like a real idiot now. An hour and a half went by slowly, but was put to good use, as the two berries, and one now sleep pineapple, worked hard to collect information. Rukia was amazed on how much stuff was just on the human blood alone and learned a ton. Though, the more she studied, the more she questioned herself, how can vampires drink this stuff? She was almost tempted to ask Ichigo why, but she was pretty sure he probably didn't know, and she didn't want to mention it with Renji around, even though he seemed to know something already. "Okay, Ichigo, what do we have so far?" Rukia stared lazily at the screen, her eyes watering once every few moments when she forgot to blink. "We got the 4 main types of blood cells, which are, red blood cell, white cells, platelet, and plasma." Ichigo had to pause, finding his throat becoming dry. He didn't know if it was because he was starting to have hungry pain swell in his stomach, or the fact he drank and lived on this, his stuff. Ichigo had to admit, some of his nauseated insides were turning with disgust from the different types of blood. Plasma was the one that made him wish he had a motion sickness bag handy. Salt, glucose, fat, acids, vitamins, hormones. Ichigo wished he could be more interested on the subject, but he just couldn't. Continuing again, the white blood cell alone have 2 main cells of its own. Hearing Ichigo pause again, made Rukia pull her dried eyes away from the screen that was causing her a headache, to see her partner becoming pale. She could sense the irritation and restlessness coming from him, and decided it was a good time to stop their project for now and head home before anything unwanted happened. Glancing past Ichigo's orange head to the window above his bed, she could see it was dusk, and the sun was almost done setting. She needed to leave now, remembering her little rules she made. One of them was not to be around Ichigo at night, and she planned on following them. Plus the darkness would give her an excuse to leave early. Ichigo, it's getting late, I'm going to head home. We'll work on this later. Rukia tried to act tired, stretching as she slipped out of the computer chair. Whatever. Ichigo coughed, burying his head into his pillow. Rukia found she couldn't move much further, with Renji sprawled out in front of her, taking up most of the floor space, while snoring loudly. As much as she wanted to just leave the lazily bum there, the thought of leaving him here with Ichigo was probably a bad idea. She highly doubted Ichigo would attack Renji, but she didn't want to take the risk for him and Ichigo's sake. Bending down to the sleeping pineapple, who successfully formed a small pool of drool around his mouth on the wood floor, she pocked his side, hard, in hopes of waking him right away. Renji groaned, snorting a bit, as he turned over on his back, fluttering his eyes open and shut goggle, saying something in a slurred voice. Rukia, what are you doing here? Babe. It took all her might not to break his neck right on the spot, after his sentence. He's still in dreamland, she told herself, but it just made her more annoyed, thinking that he was thinking about her. Rukia was about to pock him again, when Renji's hand lifted up suddenly, grabbing her arm, and pulling her down, making her topple clumsy on him. Rukia gave a small screech, making Ichigo look up from his pillow, to see Rukia laying on top of Renji, who had his arm wrapped around her waist and on of her arms, while burying his face in the crook of her neck. If Ichigo didn't know better, or feel nauseated, he would have probably ripped every limb off Renji's sorry body, for even thinking about toughing Rukia, but Rukia beat him to the catch, smashing, and waking, Renji's head into the floor, while screaming, "Pervert," as she dashed out the door and out of the clinic. What's... Renji was utterly confused to what was going on, wondering why his head hurt like crazy, and why was Ichigo towering over him, giving him a death glare. I think it's time for you to leave, Ichigo hissed, making Renji obediently scurried out of the room and out the door. Once out of the house, Renji slowed down his pace, still confused what triggered Ichigo to be so upset, and why did he keep thinking he heard Rukia shout, "Pervert." All he remembered was taking a short snooze, while Ichigo and Rukia were busy working, when he found himself growing hungry in his sleep. He was kind of glad though he was suddenly kicked out, his daily urges seemed to be coming more frequently. He needed rest, and he hoped the shop wasn't locked again. Seeing Rukia was openly a few paces ahead of him, he jogged up to her to see she was in a fuming mood. What's wrong? Renji blinked when she gave him the cold shoulder, while she sped up her quick steps, but because of her size, Renji could easily keep up with his long strides. Rukia-san dash. Don't talk, Rukia finally said in a warning tone. Renji shut his mouth right away, sensing she was in a very bad mood, and he could be a victim of her moodiness if he didn't. Rukia slowed her pace until it came to a complete stop in front of a narrow alleyway, having a debating look on her face, as she stared in the darkness of its space. You're not going in there, are you? Renji asked in, "Are you stupid?" tone, while Rukia remained silent, biting her lip. I really don't want to walk all around town, when I could just slip though here, and get there much quicker, Rukia said, trying to sound convincing, mostly to herself though. Finally working up her courage, Rukia began to walk through the darkness, hoping no one was wandering around inside. She wished the sun didn't set so fast, so she could have a little light, though her eyes slow adjusted to the lack of light, but it was still very dim. Oi, Rukia-san, are you mad? You should know better than to go into a place like this. Renji called out from the entrance of the tunnel, debating himself if he should go in himself, to haul out the mad women. Oh, really? Then why don't you stay there and make sure no one comes in, Rukia said back mockingly over her shoulder, not paying attention to her footing. The only thing I'm worried about is you doing something stupid again. What is that supposed to mean? Renji yelled, taking a step in. Renji didn't receive back a reply, only a faint thud, and several grunts and groans, in the darkness. Worry swept over him as he took several more steps in, scanning the area for Rukia, who he didn't find, which meant she was further in. Rukia. Renji said in a hushed voice, wondering if there was some else. Renji almost stumbled back, when an urgent wave washed over him, making him heave and cough from his tightening throat that was very dry. His body began to tremble and break out into a cold sweat, causing him to lean onto one of the walls for support. No. The alley was consumed by the stench of fresh blood, overpowering all senses. CHP.11 The smell of blood. It's been a while, his Anna, the man said softly, removing his striped hat, and then giving a slight bow, before taking a seat on a cushion on the floor. The wiry man seemed as if he would shed a tear at any moment, but the small smile on his lips contradicted its happening. How have you been? Silence, answered the man bitterly, as it always did for the past few years. The blonde-haired man couldn't help but smirk at the usual reply he got, feeling the same old stupidity of asking nothing for something. Giving a small sigh, which was rather loud because of him being the only one in the small room, and with him being the only thing in it besides the thing he was talking to. He proceeded to pick up the object that was nothing more than a small frame atop a table, with a lace texture to decorate the small photo of a young, pale woman, in the center. She was a beautiful, but petite thing, catching everyone into a smile whenever they stared into her glittering, black eyes. No one would ever have guessed such a happy creature could be snatched so easily away from humanity. Maybe it was because you never thought someone so innocent, someone who could bring so much joy with her friendship, would be taken away. It didn't seem fair, but he knew he had no right to decided fairness, especially when he allowed himself to play with it. I tried, but I failed you, now you're gone. Urahara closed his eyes, feeling the nothingness he was speaking to, comfort himself within. He knew, even though she was gone now, part of her soul still flowed through him, bringing him comfort, even though he wished her non-selfish nature would turn on him, and give him the punishment he deserved. Hizana-san, please. I can't do this, you're too weak, Urahara said in a husky tone, trying to move away from the arms encircled around his neck, pull his head closer to the person's shoulders. Please Kisuke. The women with black eyes, begged weakly, loosening her arms slightly, so said person could lift his head enough to look into her pouting face. I know you can find a way to make me better. There's no guarantee I can though. Urahara said in an objective tone, looking down at the sickly women on a bed too large for her small body. Besides, Master Byakuya said we have to keep our distances from you. I could be risking my job right now if he finds us together, moreover, if he finds out, he would have mine and Yoruchi's head. His Anna face held one that of guilty and sadness, as she bit her lip, but she still didn't release the pleading man. Your job is already at stake, Byakuya told me yesterday. His Anna said quietly, diverting her eyes away from Urahara's shocked ones. I tried to convince him not to, but he is already furious that I am sick. He blames you too. We are to blame. Urahara confirmed in an ashamed tone. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I should have been more careful. I can only give so much blood, I just learned that the hard way, Hizana said with a smile, giggling a bit, but Urahara's cold stare didn't change. It was no topic to joke about, especially if you were on the verge of death. But that was Hizana, always taking the blame for everything. Always thinking of everyone but herself, causing her to abuse herself for her friends' sakes. Even though Urahara wanted to expect and do her wish, he couldn't risk it, he just couldn't, but, he did, and now she's gone. Hizana-san, I appreciate what you did for Yoruchi-san, but I can't do this. I would do anything for you, anything, but I will not dash. Kisuke, I have faith in you, Byakuya will surely keep both of you if you can help me, and... She paused. Yoruchi told me, you're starving, aren't you? Urahara's words were trapped in his throat as he stared in horror at the women bathed in moonlight, his heart beginning to pound. How could she taunt and play with his lustfully mind, and put her sickly body more in danger, for him? He was so tempted to yell at her for her bringing his vampire issues into this, but remembered that there were other people in the mansion sleeping, namely his master. The last person he prayed was ages ago, and he regretted it with all his heart. Yes, I am. Urahara refused to lie, knowing he couldn't back out of his one. But even if I did, you know dash. Yes, I know what will happen, that's why I want you to. His Anna closed her teary eyes, pulling his head to her neck again. It will give you time to find a cure. His Anna. You can't hide it from him, it could just make you even worse, Urahara hissed into her ear, trying to keep his aching mouth under control. Much worse. Kisuk, please. Hearing her pleading voice and the closeness to her neck was too much for him to handle. His heart protested, but it couldn't be heard from his spinning mind. Deciding the outcome would be good, and not weighing the odds of the bad, which were very high, he didn't hesitate, blindly boring his large fangs into her small neck, forgetting all sanity. He couldn't turn back now, all was lost. Opening his eyes again, he took a large breath, and then exhaled slowly. Luckily the tactic calmed his breaking down heart and mind. He then placed the picture back to its rightful shelf, saying a silent prayer, then stood up, and plopped his hat over his messy hair. Glancing at the frame again, he proceeded to the sliding door, shutting it softly. He began to head back to the shop part of the store, but was stopped with the slightest chill draft, filtered in from a slightly opened hall window, revealing its awfully familiar smell. Blood. The smell he knew all too well, the same as the blood still flowing in his veins since that night. The same unique blood only two certain sisters could have. Of all people, Urahara's mind huffed. Scowling slightly, the shopkeeper took a step, disappearing on the spot, followed by a strong brisk breeze coming from the now fully opened hall window. Why this one? Kuchiki Library. A young woman, with short, light, purple hair, entered the small quarters of the mansion's library, swiftly, holding a long pole, with feathers sprouting off one end. Her light purple eyes, opened with surprise but then dulled at the great number of books. Looks like I got my work cut out of me. She sighed, bringing her duster up, and began dusting the tops of books on the bookshelf closest to her. A cloud of dust filled the area she was in, causing her to cough. Judging with the amount of dust she figured the books probably haven't been dusted once since the Kuchikis moved in. I bet this is the only reason they hired me, she pouted, tucking two beaded strands of hair behind her ear. It was her first day on the job as a Kuchiki maid, and they were showing her no mercy. Sigh. Finishing the first side of a tall shelf, she turned into a space between two shelves, still continuing her work until her eye caught sight of another maid, sitting on a small bench at the end of the row. Curiosity filling the new maid, she walked over to the other maid, who was lazy slouched over the chair holding, what looked like, a photo album, but was about to fall out of her hands, considering said person was fast asleep. Excuse me. The awake maid poked the sleeping one gently. The sleeping maid seemed to take on a frightful look, but remained asleep, after the contact. I wonder what she's dreaming about, she questioned, seeing the other maid's face twist in disgust. Taking the book from her limp hands, she scanned the page that the photo album was already open to, which only had one large picture plastered in the center. 4 people were present in this picture, one of them happening to be the same women in front of her on the bench. Though the person looked a bit younger in the picture, she still had the same dark blue hair, with 2 long braids, and wearing a maid's outfit, she also noted. The other 3 people seemed foreign to her. 2 of the 3 also had the same maid's outfits, except the blonde-haired man, who wore more of a suit. The other maid had purple hair pulled up into a bun, but had a few strands hanging in her face because of the weight of her thick hair. The unusual golden eyes fascinated the young maid as her eyes traveled to the last person in the picture, who was right in the middle of the smiling group. The small woman was beautiful, but she couldn't help but think she looked rather sickly, but her eyes seemed to sparkle, even in the photo. She guessed the raven woman was probably related to Kuchiki Byakuya, as she remembered seeing a photo of the same women on his desk in his office. The purple-haired maid was brought back to reality when the blue-haired one suddenly stirred, sitting up and rubbing her eyes tiredly. She just blinked as the other stood up slowly, stretching her arm, and then scratching her head, giving a yawn. I'm sorry if I awoke you," she said in an apologetic tone, bowing her head to the other maid, that turned to her quickly, not even realizing her presence until she spoke. "Oh, no. It's nothing, I just kinda dozed off as I was looking at a book, I didn't even know you were here," Soy said in a blow-off tone, cracking a smile, which fell quickly realizing said book was no longer in her hand. "I'm sorry, this must be yours, I just picked it up before it fell from your hands," the other woman said, handing the picture book back kindly, even though she was nervous from the other one's cold stare. "It's okay, thanks." Soy mumbled, closing the book, and resting it upon a shelf on her side. She gave a sad sigh, pulling her hand from the book of memories, as she tried to put on the best smile she could manage at the moment. It was extreme hard, especially after her still fresh dream, but she turned to the other maid and said, "I don't believe I know you. I don't remember you being here before." "That's because I am new," the woman smiled proudly, "this is my first day on the job." "Really?" Soy raised a brow, she didn't know new maids were being hired. "What's your name?" "Kotetsu Ishin." The alley was consumed by the stench of fresh blood, overpowering all senses. Rukia cursed mentally for the fall she made. Tripping over some random object she couldn't see, making her wonder if she really tripped over anything besides air. Pulling herself into a sitting position, her petite frame suddenly shook from a sharp pain running through her body from her elbow. She winced, as she cupped her elbow, feeling warm liquid surround it, stinging her cut. "How did I cut myself there?" The cursing began again, verbally though, when Rukia realized she was bleeding a lot, and her school clothes were all dirty with blood and dirt, and she was cold. Having Renji's concerned voice echoing behind her somewhere wasn't helping her either, as she slowly stood up. Trying to walk again, her nose, then face, bumped into something felt like a shirt. Bring her head up, she realized she was not alone, as she could see a figure outlined in the dark in front of her. And the problem was she supposed it was he, was twice her size. She could tell the person was wearing a cocky smile, as she heard a sinister chuckle escape his lips. Who's there?" Rukia take a step back, as panic stuck a chord in her. This was not good. Remembering Renji, she was about to call his name, but was silenced at the sight of a knife, reflecting in the moonlight with blood drinking off the tip. She never realized until now that the moon was out, and it was almost overhead. She was happy it allowed her a bit of light, but also wished it would leave so the darkness could wash away the gruff sigh before her. "Now don't think of moving, or I will cut you again," the man threatened. Just then the moon was covered by a cloud, causing everything to fall into darkness again. Rukia couldn't hold it any longer, she opened her mouth to scream in from the sudden loss of light, but her sound was blocked by the holler of the man instead. Though her eyes were still adjusting to the pitch darkness, she could see the man backing up, until he broke out into a run in the opposite direction from her, screaming, "Monster!" Rukia just blinked. First she was about to be kidnapped, or whatever, but now her assaulter was running away screaming like a girl. Surely she wasn't that scaring, heck she didn't even do anything, besides play the frightened girl part. Suddenly Rukia felt as if there was another presence behind her. No, she knew there was, by the huffing noise it produced. Turning around with caution, she wondered who else could be there. The first thing she saw was the burning red eyes, glowing intensely at her. "Renji!" Rukia gasped, taking severely steps back. Was this really Renji? She wasn't sure, the name just seemed to roll off her tongue. The cloud covering the moon left, reviling, surely enough, Renji, or was it? His eyes were wide as plates, with an obsessive look clouding them, his mouth hung in a grim smile with two pointed teeth poking out each side. He seemed as if he was about to go mad. "You smell so tasty," Renji finally spoke, staring at her elbow hungrily, while slowly closing the space between him and Rukia. Renji-san, what wrong with? Rukia's voice seemed to shrink into her throat, as she backed up against a brick wall, with Renji still coming closer. He looked all too familiar, like Ichigo, except Renji seemed much more terrifying. Stay away, vampire. Rukia dared to command, holding up her hand that had been covering her elbow, between them. She saw his glowing gaze sift to her hand, which she forgot had blood on it as well. His fist clasped around her wrist tightly, pulling her forcefully towards him. Unlike the last time this incident accrued, she tried to resist and pull away. This action just made Renji push her up against the wall to lessen her movements. Renji-san, please stop, Rukia groaned, still trying to escape from his hold, daring to look up at his chilling face. She was surprised when a tear snuck down his face unconsciously, as his face neared her torn elbow. Lapping her elbow with his taunting, large tongue, it made Rukia shake uncontrollable, causing goosebumps to run down her shivering spine countless times. Though the stinging feeling was leaving her injured arm, the panic of the moment was building up to a level she was beginning to feel extremely sick to her stomach. Renji, vampire. Oh, my God, I am going to die, Rukia realized her mind was going crazy, and when Renji lifted his head, opening his mouth, drawing his two very large fangs to her, gone cold, neck, she lost it. A cry of fear filled the night sky. Outside the Kurosaki residence. Two head. Bolted up at the suddenly cry sounding from afar. What was that? The man gasped, pushing his glasses up nervously to straighten his vision. The teen in white scanned his surroundings, which hadn't changed at all for the past few hours as he stood there. The Kurosaki house still stood peacefully in front of him, with the neighbors' houses as well. The only change was the street lights were on, some still flickering, and an orange cat, that he swore was mumbling to himself, wandered into the Kurosaki property about an hour ago. And lastly, the two pretty new students leaving a couple of minutes ago. Nothing seemed to be too out of place. Sounded like a girl. A voice subconsciously answered him from above. What? Ishida shot his head up, to see a purple bat fiddling in a tree above him, trying to cover its mouth with its large wings, but said actions, made the bat lose grip of the branch it was dangling from. It was one thing to see a purple bat speaking, and another to see it fall out of a tree, and while in midair, transform into a woman. It took the teen at least 10 seconds to fully understand what just happened, but when it did, his jaw unhinged. Seeing a naked woman fall out of a tree would make any person's jaw drop, from his, paler than usual, face, as he stumbled back, tripping over the carve, looking like a total idiot. Ishida tried, he really tried, to say something, but his voice was still in shock, and the tan woman's piercing, golden eyes, wasn't helping either. Am I seeing things? Ishida's mind rushed to a conclusion that, sadly to say, was not correct. There really was a woman that fell out of a tree, standing before. Geez, don't be so shocked, Quincy, you should be used to surprises, Yoruchi mocked, giving him a sweet smile, magically pulling a pair of clothes out of nowhere. Ishida's eyes hardened at once, as he stood up straight, his mouth on the verge of a deep frown. My apologies, vampire, Ishida hissed, realizing he was in the company of a vampire, after his clan name was uttered from her, causing him to whip out in a blink of an eye, his bow, aiming his arrow right at her forehead. It would only make sense this person was a vampire, no normal human could have the magic of transformation. Luckily for him he knew this vampire's power right from the start. He could use it to his advantage if needed. Ah! As quick as ever, Hunter. You are quite skilled to know what I am so fast, Yoruchi's eyes dazzled with delight, tilting her head slightly, with a playful smirk upon it, not at all acknowledging the sharp point practically piercing her temple. Where have you come from, and what business do you have here? Ishida questioned sternly, not pulling his weapon away. His face didn't read it, but if you looked closely into his eyes, you could see he was nervous. It wasn't because he hadn't seen a vampire before, oh no, it was because he never knew there was more existing vampires in the town, besides the Kurosaki family. Is there more? Ishida questioned in his mind, what about there are many more? Worry started to creep on his face. Am I failing my clan? I don't know if there are more and about if there's really is more. People's lives could be endangered every day, and I have not known. Trying to hide his shame, he scowled at the women. Answer me now, and maybe I will spare your wretched life if it's good enough. You are so mean. Good answer or not, you're not going to let me off the hook that easy. The women pouted in a little girl manner, being very amused by the Quincy's facial expressions, especially his now narrowing eyes. She added, plus why should I answer someone as rude as you, pointing a weapon at an innocent girl as me? Just answer. Ishida barked at her sassy remark, lowering his arrow tip slightly. She was a smart, but an annoying creature. Fine, fine. She held her hands up in defeat, giving a sigh. I haven't come from anywhere, I live here you know dash. This town, you mean? Ishida interjected. Yes, this town, Yoruchi repeated, your brow twitched at his question. Anyways, I was just watching over our little Ichi, he's been kind of restless lately. His brows lifted, so there are more. Kurosaki-kun has more family. All vampires are family to each other, even if our clans are different, we are all linked by blood, Yoruchi said smugly, losing all her girly attitude, as she spoke proudly. She could see what he was trying to get out of her, and didn't hold back to tell him, don't worry, Quincy, your fellow humans are not in danger. Besides the Kurosaki family, myself, my master and our guest, there are only a few other vampires. But don't worry, none have ever killed a person, yet. Most live on store-bought blood. I see, Ishida was not convinced, but nonetheless, lowered his arrow complete, but remained looking at her closely. For a hunter, you are a bit absent-minded. Has it even occurred to you, the cry we just heard could be someone in danger? Namely that girl, by the name of Kuchiki? She said dully, watching his eyes grow with shock. Do I interest you that much, that you forget your duty? She wasn't trying to scare him, at least not too much, but he was being a bit of a RETD. Any scream during the night, would send people in a state of worry, wondering what and where the scream came from. Though, then why wasn't she worried? Sure, she knew Renji headed off in the same direction as the Kuchiki girl, and he was a vampire, she knew enough he wouldn't attach a person for no reason, especially him. The outcome would be huge if he did, and she knew Renji knew. He probably knew better than she did, but yet she herself sure knew how it felt to be the outcome, considering she was one to Urahara. But that was a whole other story, she needed to focus on why the Kuchiki girl would scream. Ishida had totally forgotten, not about the scream, but Rukia's company, when she left the Kurosaki home, was a vampire, at least he was pretty sure he was. Don't worry, Renji wouldn't do dash, an alarming scent swept over the couple in the street. Ishida turned to face the women who suddenly gone quiet, after a slight, chilly breeze ran through them. Her face was now one of shock and confusion, as she made sniffing noises with her nose pointed upwards. What is it? The teen couldn't help but ask at her strange behavior, taking in a wisp of air himself, only to smell the usual night air. Blood. She muttered, taking off into a high speed down the street. Wait. Ishida called out, breaking out into a dead sprint himself. After the women's speeding form. She was fast, but not as fast as other vampires he's seen, namely Ichigo, he noted. Her speed would probably be more if she were transformed again, he pondered, just barely keeping up in her pace. He wasn't sure where the woman was headed, but he knew he had to follow her. Kuchiki Mansion. Ishin-san, that's a nice name, Soi smiled kindly, extending her hand out to the other women. I am Soi Fong. Soi-san. Oh, I am in luck. Ishin smiled back, taking the other's hand gratefully. Luck? Soi blinked. Yes, Master Byakuya said you were the person to look for when I needed help. He said you were one of the longest working maids for him, Ishin explained with a smile, still shaking Soi's hand. Oh, yes. I've been here for a while, Soi chuckled, for some reason she felt very old suddenly. Taking her hand away from the shaker, she stared down at her wrist watch, making her frown at the lateness. She had been sleeping for a while. Anyways, I need to get back to my chores. I gotten a little behind because of my little nap. Soy yawned again, pulling some folds that formed in her shirt out. Yes, same here. Ishin held up her duster, scooting over to a bookshelf, continue her dusting again, as Soy wandered over to the library doors, to take her leave. It was nice meeting her, Soy-san. You too, Ishin-san. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, Soy smirked, as she was about to turn the door's handles to leave, but was stopped when a thought crossed her mind. Ishin-san. Yes. Ishin sneezed, peeking her head around a shelf corner. You know Mr. Byakuya's adopted sister? Soy asked, still facing the door. Yes. The one with the bang in her face. Ishin poked her chin, remembering a picture on one of the long halls of the mansion. Yes, her. Is she home yet? Soy looked over her shoulder at the other women. I don't think so. I didn't see anyone come in any time this evening. You could check the security system. I could be wrong, Ishin answered truthfully, a little confused at the other maid's strange alertness. I see, thank you, and Soy left the bewildered, covered in dusk, maid, without further ado. Dark alley. The loud cry seemed to surprise Renji as he pulled his face away from her neck slightly. Rukia was about to cry out again, but Renji plastered his hand over her shivering lips, as he stared down, hiding his eyes. Rukia-san. He gasped, as if he couldn't breathe. Rukia's eyes started to burn with tears. This was Renji. The Renji she knew was speaking. Unlike a moment ago, he seemed like a totally different person, but now she could hear the real Renji, through his pained voice. He was fighting, she could tell, fighting to stop his lustful vampire side. It reminded her of Ichigo, and when he sucked her blood, this was the second time this was happening. But why, she wondered, for once she questioned, why my blood? Kuchiki Mansion. That's strange. Soy muttered, looking at a computer screen, scrolling down a list of people who entered and left the Kuchiki estate, to found no recorded of Rukia on the list, except when she left for school in the morning. Leaving the space in front of the computer monitor, she left to found her last hope in the search for the Miss Kuchiki Rukia. To her luck, said person was just in the lobby of the mansion pulling on his suit coat. Shohei-kun. Soy called out to the limousine driving, who was now pulling on black, leather gloves, while strolling over to the main entrance of the mansion. Yes, Soy-san. Shohei stopped for a moment, eyeing the maid who was trotting over to him from a hall with a worried look on her face. Where's Miss Kuchiki-san? Didn't you bring her home? Soy said, almost tempted to scold the man for not doing his job. She told me this morning she was going to friends to work on a project, and would come home later on her own. But it's getting really late, and she's not home yet, so I am going to go pick her up instead. It's not safe for a girl to wander home in the dark, you know. Shohei said in a matter-of-fact tone, while smiling, causing the tattoo on his cheek to take on a demented look. Twitch. I see, Soy coughed, feeling a little better about the whole missing Kuchiki thing. Who is this friend? I was afraid you would ask. Rukia-san didn't really want me to tell you, probably because he's a guy, and didn't want you to get worried. I was a little worried myself, but dash. Who is this guy? Soy demanded, cutting his rant short. Yeah, I'm worried, her mind growled. The black-haired man was a bit flustered at her sudden question. She seemed mad, but worried all at once, which was pretty scary combination for her, he knew. He knew Soy since the beginning he got his driving job, which was a long time ago. I think it was. Kurosaki something, I can't remember. The kid with the orange hair. I'll get her, Soy said quickly walking to the doors, not sparing the driver another look. Orange hair, was all she needed to hear to make her heart start pounding. Wait, Soy-san. I can get her, Shuhei said in a startled tone, taking quick strides after the maid. No, I will. Okay, fine. At least let my driving you. Shuhei stared at her back as if she was crazy, which she was. There was no reason for a maid to fetch his rider, especially without a limo. He could easily do it himself. What's wrong with her? No, it's fine, Shuhei-kun. I feel like walking, Soi responded, realizing she was acting onto something without thinking, and looking very out of place. Well, okay, but it's not safe for a girl to go out at night, plus you don't know where his guy lives, he tried to reason. Do you? Silence. Thought so. Soi sighed, walking out the door, not even bothering to put any type of coat on. It wasn't really cold out, but a bit nippy with the softly blowing wind. As soon as she walked out on the large stone porch, the wind gently blew her two long braids back and forth, casting strange shadows on the cold ground from the many porch lights and moon. Something's not right, Soi closed her eyes, I can feel it. Curse you, Yoruchi, Soi gritted her teeth, bringing a hand up to her neck, rubbing a finger over her marks that were now bitterly sore. She had no choice but to do it. Something was wrong, and walking wouldn't get her there in time, and she didn't want to get Shuhei involved if it dealt with the Kurosaki boy. Taking a deep breath, C opened her eyes slowly, which were now glowing a dim blue. Her two biting teeth took on a sharp point, beginning to ache at their new arrival, but she tried to ignore their irritating feeling, with the new RSNG feeling running through her body. She hated it, it hurt, but yet she felt so much more aware of everything. It was like putting on a pair of glasses too small for you. The frames cling tightly to your skull painfully, but you can see clearly though. Finally walking down the many stairs of the porch, she stopped halfway, buckling her knee, and then pushing of the pavement, into a soaring jump. The blue-haired maid landed gracefully atop the gate post. I hope no one saw me, Soi hoped, saying a silent prayer, before bonding off the gate to a house roof across the street, and then to another. Flying, she felt like she was flying, and she loved it, but hated the source she got it from. She only let this feeling consume her once after Hazana's death, but never again, hoping the memories would disappear, but the mark remained, and so did the past. Curse you, Yoruchi, Soi mind repeated angrily. Blood. I smell blood. She could smell the difference in the rushing air past her face. How she knew, she didn't know, she just knew somewhere there was spilled blood. Rukia. Dark alley. Rukia, San, please just don't move. Renji heaved uncomfortably. He couldn't take it, it was too much for him to bear. The scent of blood was so addicting. He wanted it so bad, for so long. He almost forgot what fresh blood smelled like, and now it was so close he could taste it, he would. No, stops, the last bit of sanity begged, don't do this to her, she doesn't deserve it. Rukia tried to talk, but her voice only come through as pathetic grunts through his hand. Her violet eyes, soaked with tears that didn't hesitate to fall, from fear and from forgetting to blink. Renji. He opened his mouth, causing Rukia to squirm like mad, bringing his fangs to her neck that was nicely covered by her school uniform's white collar. Renji's other hand pulled on her left sleeve forcefully, ripping the first two buttons off her blouse, causing the shirt to open up her neck fully. Her head shook side to side, while she said, no, through his hand, but he didn't seem to even notice she was Rukia anymore, as he brought his fangs down onto her neck. The moment she felt his fangs just touch her neck, she jerked violently away from him, becoming free from his hold and successful missing his fangs aimed for her neck, but the pain still soared through her body, more painfully than, should she say, Ichigo's gentle bite. Renji's fangs, and teeth, dug deep into her arm above her elbow. Rukia's howls echoed through the dark alley loudly. The raven felt her legs lose the strength to stand quickly. All energy seemed to slip out of her faster than her last blood-sking encounter. She would have fallen forward, but Renji found a grip on her again, holding her up like a rag doll. The sound of sking was sickening to her stomach, making her GG. Though she could feel her blood leaving, she felt like something was being put into her, making it hard to breathe. She wanted to cough, but couldn't. Her fuzzy vision looked down at her arm covered in blood, both from her elbow and the blood that escaped from Renji's hungry mouth. She could have sworn she couldn't see her pale skin anymore with all the red down her arm, and dripping off her fingertips. So tired, Rukia ummed, she couldn't keep her eyes open much longer, she felt like a dog was biting and hanging off of her. But sudden, even through her almost unconscious state, she saw a piece of wood, or was it, come down on the back of Renji's neck, breaking the silences with a loud smack. "I think that's enough, Abarai, you wouldn't want to devour poor Miss Kuchiki-san," said a man with a green and white, striped hat, pulling his cane away from the man, who fell limply to the dirty pavement, out cold. "Woo, there Miss Kuchiki." Urahara caught Rukia's falling body just before she made contact with the ground as well. Rukia looked up into his face that held a very small smile, but much sadness and pity in his eyes, as he set her down gently in a sitting position on the ground, leaning her back against the brick wall. Urahara's brows lowered at the sad picture before him, she looked so dazed, which she was, very pale, and sickly. "His Anna. The vampire," Rukia slurred, somehow remembering the person before her in her fogged brain. She didn't know if she wanted to move or not, but she was pretty sure she couldn't. "Yes, I am a vampire, but don't worry, I won't hurt you," Urahara tried to comfort her, while examining her bloody arm. His face twisted with disgust at her torn arm. The smell was overwhelming, but he could handle it somehow, but her arm was pretty badly beaten up. It looked like something had been chewing on it. "I guess I have come too late, his Anna." Tugging his black cape off his back, he wrapped it around her shivering, petite body, which probably was becoming icy cold with the loss of blood. He might have come late, but if he was any later he knew Rukia's life would be on the line. It was going to take more than a day for her to fully recover. Looking over at Renji's sprawled-out body, he couldn't help but to feel a bit of pity for him too. Urahara knew when the redhead awoke and saw what he did, he would have a lot of trouble forgiving himself. "Poor kid hasn't had fresh blood for 5 years, Urahara sighed, no wonder he couldn't hold himself back. "Miss Kuchiki-san, I am very sorry for what our Abarai-san has done, he's..." Urahara trailed off, it was pointless to give an explanation to the girl before him. She wasn't half alive, or awake, and even if she wasn't he didn't want to frighten her more. What was done was done. Nothing could change fate now, unless she died, but he doubted she would want that. Saying, sorry, wouldn't make a difference either, but he at least wanted her to know he was truly sorry. Urahara. What ga? The women, who just entered the narrow alley, cupped her hands over her nose. The smell of blood was crawling in the small space, much stronger before she entered. Urahara looked up from his patient, to see Yoruchi wandering towards him, her face scrunched up, with one hand plugging her nose, and the other on her hip, giving him a look of, what the heck is going on? "Ah, perfect timing, Yoruchi-san, could you please take Miss Kuki-san safely home, she's not feeling well," Urahara said in a tone a bit too goofy from the serious moment. He continued, "I will take this idiot home, and teach him a lesson when he comes back down to earth again." Okay, Yoruchi just agreed, even though she had no idea what had just happened. Judging by Renji's bloody mouth and Rukia's also bloody arm, she was pretty sure she had an idea. For one thing, Renji had awfully aim. "Is it really that hard to aim for the neck?" Yoruchi questioned, but then disregarded the though, when seeing Rukia's poor arm fully. Rukia wouldn't have a neck if he bit her there. "Wait up, vampire." Another voice echoed off somewhere, growing louder as it found its way to the opening of the alley. Said figure skidded to a stop, when looking into the darkness of his path. He could have sworn he saw the tanned lady turned into this place, but he couldn't see a thing. Finally deciding to take the risk, he began to walk in briskly, shouting, "You better be in here." Both Urahara and Yoruchi sweat dropped seeing the third figure enter, taking baby steps towards them unknowingly, calling out like a frightened child. "You can shut up now, Quincy, I am right here." Yoruchi rolled her golden eyes, "I can't believe he followed me all the way here, she groaned. What, where? Ishida pulled out his bow, pointing it into the darkness, not even sure if he was targeting his arrow in the right place. You humans have such cruddy vision, Urahara sighed, handing Yoruchi a roll of cloth, not feeling the least bit threatened with the intruder's weapon. Silence, I can see you perfectly, there's two of you, Ishida lied partly, at the most he could see their bodies' outline in the dark. Actually there's three of us, and one of your humanly friends, Yoruchi corrected. Not good, Ishida was a bit worried now, 2 verse 3 was not good. Quincy, take your human friend home instead, she is injured, Urahara said in a tone that would scare anyone away, while slinging Renji's over his shoulder, and picking up his cane. Come, Yoruchi-san, we will let the hunter deal with this matter. Wait, I can't just let you leave after what you did to this girl, Ishida blocked their path, still unsure of whom the injured girl was in the darkness. I agree, we can't just let you leave, Yoruchi. Everyone's head angled up to the sky when hearing a booming voice proclaim down to them. The annoying cloud over the moon finally moved out of the way of the moon's shine, revealing a woman in a black dress, atop the building next to them, peering down at them with her glowing, blue eyes. Ah, it's been a while, Yoruchi paused, smirking up brightly, Soy-san. CHP 12 after Byte 2. 15 years ago. It all began, on that spring morning, as I entered the doors that would change my life forever. Amazing. The young woman gasped, releasing her grip on her bags that tumbled to the marble floor. So big, her eyes widened at the beauty, as she brought her hands to her gaping mouth. Never had she seen such a magnificent house, and to think she would be working in it was unbelievable. What a fancy mansion. Ah, it sure is, an agreeable voice next to her spoke calmly. I never knew that voice, the first voice I heard since the beginning, would belong to such a creature. The young woman at the door, turning her head, to see a woman dressed from head to toes in black, with her arms folded over her chest, gazing off into the mansion's glory as if it was a sunset. The young woman with blue hair, was taken completely off guard as she stumbled to the side, almost tripping over her own lug, when a tanned hand caught her pale one. Oh, I'm sorry if I scared you, the older woman pulled her up, looking into her eyes with her golden ones. No, it's okay, the startled one quickly stammered, pulling her hand away quickly, as well, feeling a bit flushed in the face. Now that she was fully facing the other women, and not surprised, she could tell she was quite a beautiful person. The black dress she wore was rather nice looking on her figure, going strangely well with her purple hair, that you couldn't miss, even behind her black, laced hat. Her tan skin was only visible to the eye by her hands and face, which led to her unique golden eyes. I never seen such a beautiful person, or so I supposed, in my whole life. I knew at that very moment I admired her very much, and I didn't know why. Geez, we usually never get any company, are you here to see Master Byakuya-sama? The other women asked in a curious tone, bending down and poking one of the many bags scattered on the floor, as if she never seen them before. The young women's just blinked her blue eyes. She couldn't help but think that it was rather weird having an elegant maid, she assumed, in an elegant mansion, she noted, acting like a curious child. It was kind of cute in a way, she though. Elegant she was, no doubt, but strange. Her actions were that of wanting to have fun, and to learn. She had such an open feel to her. I wanted to know her more, and what made her this way. Well, yes, and no, I mean, I work here, she shot back uneasily, feeling embarrassed for some reason. The tanned maid tilted her head upward at the blue head, raising a curious brow, stopping her poking as well. Said blue head gulped when she felt the other women's golden eyes sweep over her simple jean skirt and brown jacket, up to her shoulder-length hair. A small chuckle escaped the other women, as to stood up, dusting her dress hem off, then placing a hand the shorter women. Her sharp golden eyes always left me in wonder of their amazing color, how they hold so much gentleness and mystery in them all at once. The first time she touched me, I still remember the coldness of her palms seeping through my jacket, almost making me shudder at the chillness. Ah, you must be the new maid master requested for his wife, she smiled, understandingly. Taking a step backward, the purple-haired woman declared sternly and proudly, pointing her thumb sharply at her chest, I am Shihoin Yoruchi, Master Byakuya-sama, personal maid, and head maid over the Kuchiki estate. It's an honor to meet you, the other bowed abruptly, realizing who she was speaking to, trying to talk in her most polite voice to could manage, my name is Soi Fang, Shihoin-sama. Ah, come on, you don't have to be so formal, just call me Yoruichi-san. Yoruichi slapped Soi's shoulder, rather hard, while giving her a toothy grin, totally ruining the serious moment. Anyways, Yoruichi paused, seeing the other's exasperated look, come with me, to see Hisana-sama, I will send Kisuki to down later to get your bags, she motioned Soi to follow her up the red winding stairs. Hi. Soi sighed, still trying to grasp the tanned woman's strange personality, while striding over to the staircase. She seemed so perfect and strange all at once. I couldn't figure her out, not even now. I knew I wanted to please her, when I learned C was the head maid. Maybe she would find favor in me over the other maids. Maybe. No need for that, Hisana and I are already here, came a charming voice through the lobby, with a small lady chuckling as she followed. There at the base of the staircase, stood a tall, pale, or maybe it seemed that way compared to the tan maid, man, with a smug look across this dashing face. Blonde locks shot out messily out around his head, hiding his golden, or was it greenish-gray eyes? Soi couldn't tell really, at least at the small distance she stood from the well-groomed mad, expect his hair, in a black suit. The small chuckles come from behind the man, revealing itself to be a very small and also pale-skinned woman. Their sizes almost made Soi chuckle herself, as she slowly stepped down the stairs, with a pouting Yoruichi behind her. I never knew the people in my presence would mean the world to me, especially Hisana. Both were as beautiful as Yoruichi. But I knew there was something oddly different between the two when they extended their hands. Miss Soi-san, I assume. I am Urahara Kisuke, he bowed with his head, and then held this hand out, when Soi was closer. I extended my hand out to his large one, taking it slowly, when he snatched my hand into his cold one, giving a firm shake. The blue head almost screamed at the suddenly contact of, what felt like, ice. Anne. He released other hand quickly, sensing the uneasy anxiety, and continued, this is my young master, Kuchiki Hisana. We will both work together to serve her bidings. Now Kisuke, don't give me the image as if I am some evil master, Hisana snarled, shaking off Urahara's hands from her shoulder, causing him to smirk. Taking a step forward, she extended her hand as well, I am Kuchiki Hisana. I am honored to have your assistances, and friendship, she smiled kindly, her black eyes sparkling. Soi was reluctantly at first to take the hand offered to her, but took it cautiously, hoping not to be rude. Upon taking her small hand, Soi's eyes widened, at the warmth. Shock was enough to make Soi feel her own hands when the shaking was complete. I thought for sure her hand would be cold too, as if it was normal, but it was warm, as my own. I still wonder now, even though I know the truth. This is the room you will be using from now on. I will leave you to unpack, but when you finish please come to the lobby where Urahara will instruct you in your first task, Yoruichi instructed Soi, leading into the small bedroom, and plopping one of the duffel bags on the queen-sized bed. And here, Yoruichi walked gracefully over to a walk-in closet by the large window, is your maid uniform. If it doesn't fit, please inform me, and I will have it made to your size. Thanks, Soi said half-mindedly, while the other half dazed over her new, fancy, bedroom. Soi could see out of the corner of her wondering eyes, Yoruichi giving a smirk, as she proceeded to the door again. If you ever need me, I will be around, but until then, try to figure things out on your own. I'm not the best company all the time, Yoruichi chuckled to herself, closing the door behind her. Okay. Soi stared at the door cockeyed. The new maid couldn't help but feel the slight warning note in the last sentence spoken. Strange, Soi muttered mentally, as she crawled onto her fluffy bed, lying right in the center, gazing upward. The excitement of the moment was clear in her bubbling eyes, as she stared at the high, white ceiling above her. The whole glory of everything was starting to show, as she smiled to herself. Yoruichi was the one to show me around that mansion that day, ending happily with her showing me my glorious room. The excitement of my new job seemed to erase all my worries of what it might bring. This isn't so bad, I lied to myself as I drifted off to sleep that night. It was better than any of my last jobs, but I was too stubborn to admit it. I was sure what the future had for me would be good one. At least I thought it would be. Present time. Ah, it's been a while, Yoruichi paused, smirking up brightly. Soi's hands clenched tightly at her side, as she stared down at the eyes gazing up at her. Looks like you caught me again, though I'm not to blame this time, Yoruichi continued, her smirk still vivid, but rather weak. Rukia dash. What happened to her, you monster? Soi growled down the alley, hushing Yoruichi. Soi's furious eyes narrowed more, as she swept the alley, locking on to Rukia's huddled body on the ground, a pool of blood below her. It was hard to breathe with the strong scent, causing her to choke on her words that come out as a whisper. What have you done? Who is that? Ishida muttered under his breath, his gaze still taking in her shaky frame. One of the Kuchiki maids. Urahara sighed, shrugging Renji on his shoulder more, as he pushed past the Quincy to leave. Where are you going? Both Ishida and Soi demanded. It's been nice seeing you again, Soi. I will leave you to catch up on the past with Yoruichi-san, Urahara said in a loud voice, ignoring the demand, and not sparing Yoruichi or Soi another look. Do your job, Quincy, Rukia-san is in pain. And he was gone. Ishida stared blanking at the spot where the man with the green and white head stood only seconds ago. All that was left was a faint draft cooing through the alley. Hunter, her blood will draw others' attention if you don't do something quick, Yoruichi hissed out the corner of her mouth, keeping her gaze upon the scowling maid above. Ishida eyed the purple-headed vampire in annoyance, realizing he was taking orders from his enemy all along, but didn't hesitate, to scoop up Rukia's limp body. Ishida glasses slid down his nose when he shuddered upon Rukia's cold, wet body touching his. The irritated Quincy felt anger boil through his vein as he stared down at the unconscious Kuchiki. Our meeting doesn't end here, vampire. I will serve this girls and my revenge again, the teen threatened through his teeth, taking long strides into the darkness to the exit. Until then, be prepared, Ishida finished, dashing out of sight. I will be ready. Make it painful so I remember it well. The Bat woman replied bitterly to herself, liking her bloody figures causing her to grimace at the familiar stinging sensation. His Anna. Kurosaki residence. Ichigo. Ichigo's eyelids squished uncomfortably shut more, along with his brows lowering to a confusing level. Rukia. The orange head fidgeted uneasily on his bed quilt. Why do I hear Rukia? After the little grouping of the fruits in his bedroom, and their project, that happened to be on the subject of blood, Ichigo decided to turn in early. Though his vampire side was rather unhappy with his human behavior of going to bed at twilight, but his head was aching, along with his fangs. Right when he was calming down a bit, Rukia's pained voice started speaking in his mind. Sitting up in his bed, he realized he had only been dozing for about an hour, according to his new clock. Giving a slight sigh, the orange head swung his long legs over his bedside, knowing sleep was probably hopeless at this point. Though his head didn't seem to be hearing Rukia's voice anymore, his whole body seemed to quiver dizzily. Something wasn't right. Though everything seemed to be calm around him, his body silently screamed something had happened. But what? This was the first time he felt this type of strangeness. Going through adolescence, a special vampire adolescence was hard enough with the temptation of the flesh, but more for the blood below it. The marking of becoming a full vampire was not one he wanted to remember. The innocent blood he stole from Rukia was not something to be praised, not something that he should be token because of his hungry. It wasn't wealth taking for his suffering. Or was it? Ichigo bit his bottom lip at his insanity side of mind spoke greedily. Ichigo, it's been a while, you know you want more. Blood streamed down from his cut lip in frustration. Ever since that night, Ichigo could feel her being through his veins. Not only that, but there was this persistent voice in his mind trying to convince him he wanted more. Her blood is lonely, the voice sounded again, as Ichigo liked his swollen lip. This was something he had to now get used to since he was officially a vampire, who desired blood, and happened to desire that of an annoying midget. Sigh. But this feeling was different from all his other usually suffering issues. It as if for once he could hear the calling of her blood within himself. A feeling that seemed to dull every minute with change. The fulfillment it brought seemed to die in his almost all-cold body. It wasn't because of the life of her blood was running out but more was dying, or leaving. The orange head was suddenly awoken from his thoughts when a slight knocking on his door caught his attention. In stepped Yuzu with a tray of food, curry and rice to be precise. Oh, Ichi and I, sorry if I awoke you. Yuzu blushed slightly, walking into his room and setting the tray on his desk. Facing her brother who seemed to be in some distress she continued, you didn't come down for dinner, so I thought maybe I would just bring it to you. If you were still awake. Oh, sorry Yuzu, I was just a bit tired. And you didn't wake me up, I was just dozing. Ichigo scratched his head, giving a yawn. Thanks for bringing some for me, but I'm not really that hungry. Ichi and I, you're not getting sick again, are you? Yuzu's eyes filled with worry, as her palm connected with his forehead in a second. MMPH, you don't seem to have a fever, but you don't look that good either. I'm okay. Ichigo lied partly, waving his hands. Truthfully, he wasn't sick before, he was just having some inner vampire turmoil, which Yuzu didn't really know about, probably because of his father. I think I am just going to try to sleep, don't worry. Right, Yuzu saluted, pushing Ichigo onto the bed and pulling the covers up to his chin, tucking him thoroughly in tight. There, now sleep tight, I will check on you later. Thanks. I'm not doing to die, Ichigo confirmed, sweat dropping at his sister's triumphant stand and statement. Nonsense. Of course you won't die, but you could be on the verge of coming down with something. It's better to keep a careful eye on you to make sure that doesn't happen, Yuzu explained holding her fist into the air. Whatever, Ichigo grumbled trying to turn over in his tight bed, finding it rather hard. I am going to open your window a crack to get some fresh air speculating in this stuffy room, Yuzu climbing over Ichigo to the window. I wouldn't to that Yuzu dear, Ishin's palms wedged onto the window before it opened, causing Yuzu to gasp in surprise at her father's sudden appearance. Dad. Why not? It's rather hot and stuffy in here. It would be good for Ichi and I. Yuzu backed down from the window with her father. Well, Ishin paused for a second seeing his son staring at him with question marks in his eyes. He continued, it appears that there's a skunk wander about and dash. But Dad, we don't have skunks dash. Come on Yuzu, your brother needs his rest. Out, Ishin scooted Yuzu out before she could finish her sentence with a cocky grin on his face. Weird, Ichigo wondered, trying to turn over once again with a little more success, try to found sleep. Though, he knew it was going to be a long night with his insides that weren't going to settle down anytime soon. Through Karakura town. Ishida rounded another corner onto another random street, breathing hard. He felt he was going in circles. In truth he didn't know quit where he was going. He didn't know whether he should race Rukia to a hospital or back to her home. Her home seemed a better option at this point, considering the doctor's reaction to a vampire bite might not turn out well. The only problem now, besides Rukia bleeding to death, was where did this Kuchiki live? God! Ishida cursed under his breath, slowing his pace to catch his breath. His white uniform was now stained with Rukia's going cold, crimson blood. She looked terrible. If Ishida didn't know better, he would have assumed she was dead, but her body shivered every few seconds from lack of warmth. Pulling her closer in his arms, Ishida tried to spare some of his warmth, but even with him holding her closely and the cloak around her, it barely made a difference with her soggy clothes. What to do, what to do? Ishida questioned in his mind over and over again, causing Home to become more stressed with his lack of know-how at this desperate moment. Suddenly the blue-head sight was caught by a figure down the dim street with bright, strawberry blonde hair. Inoue. Ishida didn't realize he was on Inoue's street until, well, he actually saw her. Inoue-san. Wait, why did I call her? What can she do, and if she sees? Rukia-like thing. Too late, Inoue turned to the source of the calling in surprise. Ishida-kun. Inoue said speechlessly, staring at Ishida's rushing form coming towards her in a panic. What's wrong? Inoue-san, do you know where Kuchiki-san lives? Ishida practically shouted at Orihime when he was only a few inches from her. I think, so. Inoue stumbled with her words, started at the other's loud outburst suddenly. Orihime noticed his tired state and his restlessness quickly, with him heaving in front of her with a panic. Why? I need to dash. Ishida-kun, what happened to you? Inoue gasped at the sight of blood drinking on the ground, filling the space between them. Are you hurt? Inoue's gray eyes grew wide with fear as she let out a shriek at the sight of Rukia's bloody body, taking a step back and releasing the cloak that was hiding Rukia's small body. What happened? Inoue covered her mouth, dropping her shopping bag she was holding. Look, I will explain later. Can you just help her? Ishida cried in despair. There was no turning back now. He didn't know what to do anymore, and Rukia's, growing by the minute, cold body wasn't helping either. Yes, come with me. Inoue grabbed Ishida's sleeve, tugging him down the empty street in which she came from. My home is close by, we can figure out what to do there. Kuchiki Estate. The rattling of the floor from the large front doors drew Shuhai's attention to the lobby in a rush. Soy-san, Rukia-san. Master Kuchiki, sir, please let me get Ms. Anohana-san. Hitsugaya practically begged Byakuya, who stumbled through the lobby and grabbed the staircase post for balance. No. I need the nurse. Byakuya heaved, trying to pull his black hair out of his sweating face. I'm fine. Then please let's at least lay down and rest, sir. The silver head tried to bring his master up the staircase. No, I have work to do. Byakuya barked back, pulling his arm from the messenger boy, and wobbled down the hall, clutching the wall. Leave me alone, Hitsugaya. Said boy, actually vertically challenged man, backed up a few steps in line with the frozen Shubai, who managed to watch the whole incident while being ignored. What just happened? Shuhai asked, stealing a slight glance over at the silver head, while watching his master unsteady, slide down the long hallway. I'm still trying to figure that out for myself. Hitsugaya released an annoyed sigh, rubbing his temples and closing his eyes from the lack of rest. I never saw him act this way before. Allergies, bad trip. Shuhai continued, taking a seat on the stairs, bringing a knee up for his elbow. Byakuya-sama doesn't have allergies, at least I think so. And even if he did, this seems a bit too serious, Hitsugaya replied back, leaning on the staircase post, opening his teal eyes to the coiffure driver beside him. The trip was a bit rough, but he started to act up when he entered the city though. That's where it. The other grunted back, then giving a yawn at the late hour. I'm so sorry, Master Byakuya, sir. Came Hanatara's voice echoing down the hallway with great upsetness, as usual. Please forgive me, I will clean it right up. Bam! The slamming of Byakuya's office door was the only reply the moping chief got while he cleaned up his daily mess-up. Both servants in the lobby exchanged glancing while rolling their eyes, and giving a long sigh. Looks like he still treats someone the same around here, even under his unusual behavior. Shuhai grunted again, resting his chin on his palm. Yes, well, I have work to attend to. I think I am going to get Ms. Anohana-san just in case as well, Hitsugaya said, running a hand through his spiky hair and walking towards another long hallway, but was stopped by a woman he couldn't tell, holding a tower of books in her hands. Excuse me little one, I couldn't see you," came a rather awake voice behind the stack in her arms. "Is Soy-sama around? I need her help." "It's not, little one," Hitsugaya corrected the still unknown maid in front of him as calm as he could. "I am Hitsugaya Toshiro, Master Byakuya's messenger and organizer." "And who are you?" "Hitsugaya." "Oh, I know you. Soy-sama said you were the one usually gone with Mr. Kuchiki-sama on his trips." A purple head popped around the books with a smile. "I just started working here today. I'm Kotetsu Ishin. It's nice to meet you." "I see." The short one coughed, trying to keep the vein on his head from showing, but was difficult with Shuhei chuckling in the background. Hitsugaya shot his thumb over his shoulder to the one on the staircase. "The weirdo behind me is Ruka's driver, Hisagi Shuhei." "Hey!" Shuhei barked, now annoyed. "It nice to meet you too," Isane said, still holding her smile at the grumping man. Swing on her heels, the young maid was about to leave when she suddenly turned towards the men again. "Oh, I almost forgot. Since you are home," Isane eyed Hitsugaya, "does that mean the master is home as well? I am supposed to confirm my work times with him as soon as he returned." "I don't think that's a very good idea dash." "Great idea." Hitsugaya interrupted Shukiai, who gave a huh. "I think it might cheer Byakuya-sama right up with a new face, along with a cup of coffee." "Cheer up?" Isane questioned, tilting her head to one side, obviously confused. "I don't know if I am a very good drink server, but if it makes me have a better chance at this job I will try." "Very good. Go to the kitchen, and ask Hanataro-kun for some coffee and tea. The master is in his studies right now," the silver-haired instructed the new maid, pointing down the hall towards the office and kitchen. "Be a little careful, he's a little grumpy." "Okay," Isane replied, setting her books down on the staircase next to the driver with a loud thud from its weight, and walked swiftly down the hall. "Do you really think that's a good idea? If she makes a mistake she could be," Shuhei took his finger and slid it across throat, and mouthing the words, "fired." "Nah, she'll be fine. It's not like he's going to eat her." Hitsugaya gave a smirk and continued his trip down the hall. "By the way, are you waiting for someone? I thought you only worked during the day." "I do, but, Shuhei fumbled with his words. "I'm kind of waiting for Ms. Kuchiki-san, and her maid who went out for her." A laugh could be heard from the hall. "Don't worry, I won't tell. For now, but he's going to be wonder soon," Hitsugaya emphasized on the word he. "Thanks." The driver grumbled, while getting up to leave. A loud shriek went ringing through the mansion, stopping both men in their own tracks with alarm. "Isane-san." Both said to themselves. 15 years ago. "Man, I'm beat." The young maid yawned loudly to herself, walking in a daze down to her room at the end of the red, carpeted hall. It had only been a week since Soy started her work at the Kuchiki estate, and she was finding it harder than she thought it would be. It was rare to find any personal time, even though his Anna also had Kisuke to help her too. But it wasn't his Anna with the problem of needing Soy's constant aid. Moreover, it was her too stuck-up husband, Soy, having no idea why she married him, who bossed her around, making sure she did everything necessary to make his Anna happy and well, which I tried, for she meant much to me. His Anna was born naturally with a weak body, and I tried my best to serve her and make sure every day she had something to smile about. We became quite close because of my daily chores and biddings I did for her. But even with much of my efforts I noticed she was becoming weaker all the time. I didn't know why until one night I found out her deadly secret that caused her early fate of death. So sad. I still remember that very moment in his Anna's favorite place. After finally making her way to her, now filled with her belongings and treasures, room, Soy slipped into her bath in her own bathroom. It felt nice to relax like this every evening after work. Regardless of her tired state, Soy felt the urge to take an evening strolling in the garden behind the mansion in the back after her bubble bath. Putting on a blue silk nightgown and a soft robe over it, the maid ventured to the maze of bushes outside of her bedroom's outside deck. This was her first time ever to dare to enter the confusing garden. But it was very beautiful, especially with the sun setting in the west. Many of the flowers were closing, but it was still dashing to see the numerous amount of flower bulbs and the different shaped plants. It feels so nice out here, Soy gave a comforted sigh, taking a seat on a stone bench by a sparkling fountain she happened to find around a bushed bend. The air had such a sweet and fresh smell to it, with the cool water splashing and the mixture of the roses beyond it. After what felt like hours of just relaxing, Soy felt that it would best to start finding the exit of the garden soon before it got too dark. As nice as this place felt, the blue had preferred to sleep in a bed than a flower bed. Maybe I should just go the way I came from. Soy trailed off as she come to a fork in the winding trees and bushed. But which way did I come, left or right? Deciding that she had to try something quick, she made a left, hoping that her luck would be good. 10 minutes later. Come on! Soy screamed in frustration at the 8th fork in the path again. How big is this place? Running a hand through her slightly damp hair, the maid slumped onto a wooden bench next to a birdbath and have a groan. By now the sun had almost fully gone down and the garden lights flickered right on time. At least I won't be in the dark. Soy sighed again, leaning back on a bush that didn't hold her weight like she thought it would. Snap! Iateithai. Soy emmed, rubbing her head. She had fallen right through the bush onto another path on the other side with leaves and twigs everywhere. Pulling a stick out of her once clean hair, she pulled her legs out of the bush to sit up and start pouting when she heard voices opposite of the bush she just wrecked. What? Soy wondered, getting her slipper that was stuck in the bush still and crawling over to the other bush, straining to hear. There's other people here at this time, the blue head questioned, standing up and trying to see through the green overgrowth. Through the lick leaves Soy could just make out a white gazebo, with 2 people inside. One sitting at some sort of table in the center and the other pacing around it. Hizana-sama, I'm serious. Why did you call me here? The standing person yelled at the one sitting with frustration. Yoruchi-san, you don't need to yell. I just wanted to have some tea with you in my favorite place, the other said softly. Is there something wrong with that? Hizana-sama. Yoruchi-sama. Soy blinked with surprise at this strange place for both of them to be at this hour. Strolling down the dirt path, Soy searched until she found a small hole in the bush from dead leaves to have clearer view of the two. Yoruchi had sat down now across the table with a sigh, rubbing her finger on a teacup with boredom. I'm sorry Hizana-sama, I'm just tired and not really in the mood for this occasion. I still don't understand why we're drinking tea right now. Yoruchi muttered to the other, directing her gaze elsewhere than her companion across from her. Hizana gave a sigh seeing the maid's anxiety and set her cup down while closing her eyes. Yoruchi-san, I know something is bothering you, and it's not because you're tired, Hizana stated, opening her eyes and staring right into the eyes that were now directed right into hers. Tiredness is the last excuse a being like you would make at this hour. You have been acting on edge since the new maid started to work here. Don't tell me dash. Shut up. The other stood smashing her cup on the table and turning away. Soy eyed Hizana, who remained calm after such outburst, with surprise from her hiding spot. What was going on? Was this new maid referring to her? Why was Yoruchi-sama acting this way? Soy never seen the purple head act so uptight and rude to anyone before. Though she couldn't really judge since she hadn't had much encounter with the head maid since she started working at the mansion. I'm sorry. Yoruchi apologized again with a whisper, trying to calm down. Yoruchi-san, I think it's time. Hizana stood up, with the other staring at her with wide eyes. I think this would be better for you and Soy-san. It's only been a week but I can tell she adores you. So this is why you really called me out. Doesn't matter though, I refuse, Yoruchi growled and began walking down the steps. Walking away is not going to solve anything for you or anyone. Stop neglecting your friendship with Soy-san, his Anna remarked at the top of the stairs. It's my own fault for becoming what I am, I could have said no to Kisuke. She whispered. It's not fair that this has to go like this. You're weak and I will come back for more and more regardless of that fact. Why do this if it's not going to help? Why does Soy have to matter? Because I care about you and Soy, and I respect for what you are. Now get a grip and let's get on with it. His Anna commanded with anger, pulling the material over her neck down. From where Soy stood she could see Yoruchi's eyes began to glow golden in the dim garden, as the maid began to climb the steps again to his Anna. What's going on? Soy could hear whispering from her master but couldn't make it out, causing her to lean forward more to see and listen. Admit you want to be closer to Soy than to avoid her. His Anna whispered as Yoruchi stood before her in a daze. You want to see her more than just pray. Yoruchi didn't reply as she took hold of the smaller woman's shoulder, bringing her head down to her neck. Why do I thirst and can hold back like Kisuke? Yoruchi groaned before bearing her numb fangs into the pale fresh, while shaking with unwanted eagerness. Blood poured out of the puncture wounds and down his Anna's neck as her heart quickened with uneasiness. I wouldn't know that. His Anna answered with a groan of pain, gripping Yoruchi's cold arms for support. Her sight was becoming blurry as she grew faint quickly. Must hold on longer, his Anna tried to stay sober, knowing Yoruchi would stop immediately if she fainted. But she was finding it harder and harder to not grow drowsy, and Yoruchi just started to drink her blood. His Anna continued, maybe it's because Urahara-san is a pure blood and you were once human. What's going on? Soy said to herself, trying to hear the conversation and to see what was happening. But all she got was the back of Yoruchi's maid dress and silence. She knew she was eavesdropping, but they were talking about her and she felt like she had the right to listen in. If I just got a little closer dash. Snap. Soy found herself tumbling into the clearing, along with many twigs and leaves coming after her, making a huge crash. Great, I messed up another bush, Soy grunted while rubbing head again. But before she could look up at the two women, a cold hand suddenly grabbed her neck, gripping it with much strength while picking up her whole body and slamming it into a tree. Who's there? A man's venom voice order, his hand gripping Soy's neck until she gagged. It happened all too fast. First she just fell out of a bush, then she was slammed into a tree, dangling from her neck as something gripped it so hard she couldn't breathe or see clearly. Squinting her eyes, she could just make out the man before her, his eyes glowing green. Losing the strength in hands to try to pry of the hand on her neck, she managed to squeak, "Ura Hara," before she pasted out. Darkness began to fall over her eyes when the pressure was released suddenly around her neck as she stumbled to the ground, gagging and coughing. Soy-san? Kisuke asked in surprise, bending down and rubbing the blue head's back. I didn't know it was you. Urahara. Soy said again, looking into his dimming eyes with her tearing ones in question. Where did you come from? Why are you all here? I should be asking you that. Kisuke suddenly becomes serious, causing chills to run down Soy's back in fear. How long have you been here? I was just walking when I heard voice. And Yoruchi-sama and master were doing something and I'm not sure what. Soy shuddered, trying to explain what she wasn't sure what she did wrong. What happened over here? Soy looked over Kisuke's shoulder to see Yoruchi striding over, then suddenly stopped when she saw her face. I knew you were here, Kisuke. A stream of blood corned her tanned lips as they drained down her chin and neck, staining her collar. Her eyes still glowed intensely, but began to quiver and fade as they stared fearfully at Soy's still body on the ground. Yoruchi-sama, what happened to you? The young maid gasped up at the older maid with much worry. Where's his Anna? Kisuke intervened with a question, standing up to Yoruchi. On the gazebo bench, she passed out. Yoruchi muttered with shame, turning her gaze away from Soy's. You should know since you were guarding her. Master pasted out. What's going on? Soy jumped up but stumbled, still not fully recovered from her sudden painful, flying experience. Two thin, cold arms caught her, holding her up to stand. Yoruchi-sama. Soy looked up in surprise, just when a drop of blood fell from the lips above her on her forehead. Yoruchi stared down at the young girl in her arms, her eyes dim in distance, but looked up when Kisuke came down the stairs with Hisana in her arms. Is she okay? Soy eyes widened at the sight of Hisana's limp body in Urahara's arms. Two swollen and red holes stood out on the small woman's neck, with blood slowly oozing from them still, down her shoulder. Kisuke leaned down, bringing his tongue out on her sensitive marks, and liking up the still flowing blood. I think she'll be okay. At least clean up when you're done, Kisuke sighed, looking down at Soy's agape mouth. Shall I erase her memorizes? What, are you guys? Everything came fearfully, unexpectedly clear to me that evening as I stared at Yoruchi, my idol, with blood drinking from her mouth, and Hisana's pale cold face and her scarred neck. These two maids were not normal beings, in fact they weren't human at all. They were something that wasn't even supposed to exist, but they were, vampires. I still don't understand why Yoruchi didn't let my memories be taken away, though sometimes I wish she would. I couldn't stand to see someone I wanted to be like this. I was hurt, scared, and sad. I tried not to hate them both, but deep down I hated them, especially Yoruchi-sama. Every time I came across the sin Hisana let Yoruchi do on her, I wanted to scream, but most of all, I hated myself for not doing anything. I stood in the background watching until Hisana took her last breath that night and did nothing. I let Yoruchi toy with me, making me this wretched creature. Without fighting back, I'm a monster myself. My best friend, Hisana, my idol, Yoruchi-sama, gone. Monsters! I screamed, breaking out of Yoruchi's arms. Monsters, a word I always called them in my heart. I tried to avoid them when I could, I tried. But I was easily drawn out of my convictions and my emotions were twisted. I tried to understand them, but I just got more confused. I stumped to the grassy ground in fear, grabbing my aching head that was spinning in confusion. No. Soy mumbled, as she felt like she was going insane. Vampires, Kisuke corrected, looking away from my shaking eyes. Looks like I have been caught. Yoruchi finally spoke with sadness. Present time. Looks like you caught me again, though I'm not to blame this time, Yoruchi continued, her smirk still vivid, but rather weak. Don't give me that trash. Soy screamed with fury, her fangs gleaming in the moonlight, as she suddenly dived down into the alley, her foot extended into a kick to hit Yoruchi below. Yoruchi's golden eyes opened with surprise with the attack speeding towards her suddenly. In the nick of time, the bat women twisted to the side, springing out of the way, just as the ground cracked from Soy's impact. I don't remember giving her this much power. Yoruchi tried not to look surprised as she bonded up the wall, giving a graceful flip to the top and speeding off the roof to another. Soy's gave a roaring scream, pushing herself from below with so much force she came shooting into the sky above the building like a firework in one jump. Oh crud! Yoruchi's brow twitched at Soy's sudden appearance in the sky, as she looked over her shoulder with Soy now putting up a good race to catch her. Giving a smirk again, Yoruchi called, "The chase is on. You coward! Fight me, you monster!" Soy called out behind, her eyes blazing blue, as she jumped over a space between two buildings with much speed. You cow dash! The purple head suddenly stopped with a twist on her heels, shooting off toward Soy like a bullet with her fist leading her. What? The change of direction was so quick that Soy didn't have enough time to slow down or dodge. Bringing her arms up and across, the blue head managed just in time from preventing her face to be smashed by Yoruchi's soaring fist. Both women stood at a standstill, with each other's forces rushing around them like a wind funnel from no other place for the energy to be exerted. Fangs were bared at each other, and eyes gleamed as both refused to give in to the other's power. Yeah, Yoruchi! Soy screamed at the other, pushing her arms forward and breaking them apart with sudden adrenaline and massive strength. Yoruchi found herself in much shock as she went soaring backwards out of control with nothing to stop her but the brick chimney behind that was coming up fast. Giving an arrogant smirk toward Soi's angered face, Yoruchi closed her golden eyes. As she just made contact with the bricks, her body burst into hundreds of small, black bats flying everywhere like a popped water balloon. What? Soi's mouth became agape with surprise and confusion. The blue head was definitely not expecting this to happen, but she wouldn't be fooled by it either. Must be some kind of illusion. Suddenly the many bats swarmed into a group and fluttered around Soi to the point that she couldn't see out of the thickness of the bats and their vibrating wings. The maid gave a faint cry as she tried to see through the biting bats with her arms over her face and trying to clear them a while as she stumbled around. Where is she? A pair of tanned arms appeared through the wall of bats behind Soi's struggling form. One wrapped tightly around her shoulders, the other hand came to Soi's neck with its nails threatening to cut the skin before it. Don't move. Yoruchi hissed in the maid's ear as all of a sudden the bats dissolved into the night air. The night became silent as the two stood quietly with the moon casting shadows of their unmoving bodies. A brisk, chilly breeze swept through them, but none spoke for the longest time. A whimper was heard through Soi's trembling lips as she clutched her hands into fist on her black dress. The bat-like women remained silent as she held on tighter to the person as if she was afraid it would try to break free. Why? Sois dared to speak, her hair covering her dimming eyes. A tear rolled down her pale cheek and dropped onto the hand at her neck. Still speaking so softly but with a breaking edge, Soi questioned again, why? Yoruchi gritted her teeth at the reaction of her former partner. Her arms began to slightly shake with inner pain, but didn't give in to lessening their grip. She could feel the agony in Soi's silent voice sip through her. Why? Soi wailed, causing Yoruchi to release her as she fell onto the roof weeping. Why are you here? Why do I have to feel pain again just by looking at you? Golden eyes looked away from the maid's shaking form before her, in shame. Why are you a vampire? Why do you want blood? Why is Hazana-sama gone? Soi continued to scream, her tears flowing down her face non-stop. Why did you make me like this, your puppet? Why is Rukia the victim now? Bitter silence answered, as Yoruchi remained silent, still looking away into her shadow. Why do I admire you? Why do I want to be like you? Soi said softer, sitting on her knees now, gripping her hem. Whipping her swollen eyes with her sleeve, Soi whispered, why did leave? Why do I miss you? Yoruchi felt her breath catch in her aching throat at Soi's remark. How could Soi even still care slightly about her after all she had been put through? Bringing her wet eyes to gaze up to Yoruchi's turned head, Soi declared after biting her lip, I hate you. Her voice dripped with disgust at the statement, then cracked as she burst out into tears once again. Yoruchi's body became frozen even though she wanted to comfort her lost companion. Her eyes became dim and downcast, as she found that tears were beginning to well up in her eyes as well. I'm sorry. Kuchiki Mansion. Both driver and messenger boy came running into the lobby and almost crashed into each other as they made their way down the hall where they heard Ishin scream from. They both weren't sure exactly why they were in such a rush when they were sure Master Byakuya was just giving Ishin-san the evil eye. But being worried about Byakuya's mood and curiosity seemed to mix with their emotions as they trudged down the glamorous hall. I wondered why she screamed. Hitsugaya asked honestly out loud. He knew Byakuya could choose someone out sometimes, but he never heard anyone give such a reaction before. I don't know, but maybe we can convince Master not to fire her on her first day. Shuhei gave a rather fake chuckle. Hanataro could be seen down the hall and already opening the double doors to the study room to only step back with a frightful and confused face. Hitsugaya and Shuhei stopped in front of the chief and looked in. Byakuya sa Ishin sa dash, both began to say together but was cut off with the sigh before them. There before them was Ishin's limp body being supported by Byakuya's arms roughly around her shoulder and waist from behind. His black hair sprawled everywhere over Ishin's shoulder and chest with his head bared in her neck. Ishin's face was flushed and pale all at the same time as she quivered at a sking noise beside her ear before her eyes slipped shut into a deep sleep. Byakuya suddenly pulled away with his neck arching back and a trail of crimson drops sparkling in the air as they flew off his abnormally long, sharp teeth. Shilhai and Hitsugaya both watched with many expressions, mostly confusion and horror, running through their faces as their master released his hold on the maid and let her body tumble to the floor carelessly. Byakuya's mouth was smeared with red along with his white sleeve that just whipped it and his collared shirt. His eyes were like blue flames, blazing their sight at the two men in front of him in a rather calm but fearful way. "Where's Rukia?"